guy that hasn't been at the bottom of the lineup nearly his entire career. Even when things were bad last year, it was, when are you going to finally move Javi down to, well, not just out of the lineup, but to the 7th spot, to the 8th spot, to the 9th spot. He was hitting 9th.
I wanted him to hit 10th for as long as he was on the roster. You can bat left out and play left out. Now he's playing prominently in center field in a completely different role. Like, it's almost, that's why we joke with the Javier Baez thing. I think the Tigers have had some fun with it too on their social media, because it feels like a completely different person. He's not swinging at junk in the other batter's box. He draws walks. He drew a walk last night. And he's taking a much better approach at the plate. He's getting better pitches to hit. And when he sees them, Johnny's hitting 320. And there's power in the bat now.
You got your 9th hitter is batting 320. Like, well, just think about that for a minute, because we have been talking about AJ Hinch for so long now about, it was a pitching chaos. Okay, what's the matchups you're going to get? How long is this guy? How many pitches? All of that stuff. Now, and for a while it was, you don't have a fixed lineup. Because it wasn't Torque, it wasn't Parker Meadows, it wasn't any of these things. Now you got a leadoff hitter in Kerry Carpenter against righties, but he's also hitting against lefties. Mm-hmm. And in the bottom of the lineup, you've got Trey Sweeney, who's hitting nearly 270 and has been really good, excellent for the month of May. And at the bottom of it, you've got Dylan Dingler, you've got Javi Baez hitting 9th. Now Jace Young in there. Okay, he gets one hit and his average jumps about 20 points because it's been so bad. But this is nearly a complete lineup. When Matt Vierling comes back and Parker Meadows does return, now you're going to be talking about a lineup that is complete.
You have the lineup in front of you. Was Sweeney 7 last night, Young 8, Baez 9. Think about this.
That was actually Sweeney was 6.
Oh, okay.
Dingler.
Okay, yeah, Dingler was 7.
Yeah.
But the bottom part of the order, the point is, Sweeney had the big knock in the 10th, I think 2-out knock to keep the game alive. Well, you don't have a walk-off on Javi's home run if Jace Young doesn't get his first hit. It's everybody. It's the entire team. And I think some of that is why, when AJ reflects on this team, and we'll have him on later today at 8 o'clock, he gets so excited because he's getting contributions from everybody. I mean, this was him last night talking about Javi Baez. And the question, I think it was from Will Birchfield, he said, can you put this into words, Javi's impact?
It really is. Scott, as a manager, it's got to be unbelievable. And then to be in that dugout for 162 games 3 years ago and watch Javi struggle. 162 games 2 years ago and watch Javi struggle. 162 different times last year. And now I know it was cut short because of the injury, the surgery, all of that stuff. But it's been an arduous process. And then to see the success. I mean, AJ, I can't even imagine how happy he is right now. First of all, to have a team that's the best in Major League Baseball, that's got to be enough to make you happy. But then to watch Torque, Riley Green struggle, to watch Sweeney, to watch Carp be able to hit lefties, Javi Baez, Casey Mize. Like, just imagine watching all of these struggles over the last 3 years. And for AJ, it's actually been longer than that. But now all of a sudden, it is starting to come together.
Unbelievable.
It's not starting to come together. It has come together.
It's right in front of our face. This Javi Baez thing is a symbol of so many other great things that have happened this season. Resurgence, redemption, renaissance. It's happening right in front of us. Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. We have open lines. We're going to be talking a lot about Javi today. Hip surgery. That's the difference, guys. Very bad hip, painful at bats. Now he's back, and he's a great show once again.
So, I mean, I think the easiest question to ask AJ when he joins us at 8:02 is why is this different for Javi this year? Because I know a lot of people do want to point to the hip surgery, and I think that's got to be a large part of it. But like I mean, the hip bone's not connected to the eye bone.
Well,
and he was swinging at things that were in the other strike zone. Catchers still line up on outside in the other's batter's box, but he's not swinging at those this year.
And does the hip explain 3 years of poor play? You know what I'm saying? Like, I sure it's got to be part of it. I don't dispute that feeling better and being able to turn and get some power on it helps.
I'll say that it probably helped him play where he's playing because that's the underlying thing. He never started a game in center field in his life.
Yeah.
And I think this is propelling him. And baseball players are weird. It's so mental. And maybe something with being put out there in center field has rejuvenated him. He wouldn't have been able to play center without the hip surgery.
Right.
But then it gets up here and the rejuvenate, feeling young again. Look at Devers in Boston. He not performing well because he's not playing where he wants to. It's probably some of this was mental.
I mean, he did start 0 for 18, but he's
perked up
now. He's recovered
know,
extremely well.
I know, but I'm just saying, it's like things can get in your head, and maybe this just gave like Javi a freedom. But it's unbelievable that he's playing center field at his age for the first time. Like, I think we can get all the homers are cute, and he's had 5 in the last 2 weeks here, all 5 of them this year. The responsibility to play center field in Major League Baseball in a baseball park that big for the first time at this age is the whole script isn't believable, to be honest with you. But I wanted to give the defensive credit to him.
If you made this in a movie, I would go, that's a little forced.
Right. Yeah.
I go, okay, here's he changes positions and he captures the hearts and the imagination of the fan base. Yeah, right.
Yeah, you could have wrote the part up the last night, and you're like, oh, seriously?
Come on, it's a little rich.
I mean, even in Major League, they didn't win
Artistic
this World
liberties.
Series.
Yeah, really, but it's real life, people. It's truly unbelievable. 248-539-9797. We'll get phone calls, ticket text, Baez redemption. It's 97.1. Guys, we're smiling ear to ear. And if you're thinking about your smile, I want to tell you about Brightside Dental. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment, and that means if you haven't been to the dentist in a minute, if it's been a year or more, they're not going to shame you. They want to get you in. They want to get you great dental care. Sometimes life gets in the way. It's not your fault. You moved. Your regular dentist wasn't close anymore. You got a new job. You got married. Life got busy. Get back in that routine with Brightside Dental. $35 new patient special covers exams and x-rays. 9 Metro Detroit locations. There's one right around the corner from you. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. What a game. What a finish. What a story for Javi Baez. As a ticket texter points out, I love Dan Dickerson's home run walk-off call, channeling Santa Claus a little bit there. Hopefully he can stay hot.
Deep into the night.
Deep into the night. There we go. Ticket texter says, every slumping hitter at every level of baseball is going to be looking at hip surgery. Baez is the new Tommy John. John in Lake Orion.
Yeah.
Except it won't be Javi Baez surgery. It'll be
Javier Baez.
Javier Baez surgery. Mm-hmm. We are truly living in 2006 again, guys. It's amazing. It's not a team of stars, guys who have bought in. That's the story. This one says Baez for MVP.
So
I mean, it's crazy what people. Everybody's in a great mood.
We were talking about that before the break. Like, okay, you're the best team in baseball right now. And the best team in baseball, if they're able to keep this pace going, which there's no reason to think that they can't.
Sure.
How many All-Stars should there be?
If you're the best team, you typically have, 4 or 5.
Okay. Then start naming them. And so
Javi's
response
one right
to that,
now.
Right now. But in response to that ticket, there's a bunch of no-namers that are playing as a team.
Yeah.
If you look at Torque at first base, right? So
he'll have a case.
He'll have a case because he's got 11 home runs right now, but he's dropped off a little bit in terms of just the pace that he is making contact. And Riley Green is a little bit behind what he was last year. Now he's come on strong, but there was a huge slump there at the beginning of the season. Is it possible that maybe, Dylan Digler as a catcher?
We'll see how his playing time adjusts with Jake, and if he can keep hitting the way he's hitting. But
right.
There's a case.
McKinstry, the way that he was hitting, or Kerry Carpenter.
Carp, more ABs, get going here a little bit. He's flirting with 300. Yeah, I mean, there's guys. Baez and Skubal feel like obvious ones right now. Yeah, which Javi Baez being an all-star lock on May 14th. What world? This is the upside down, people.
Right.
Texter says, it's crazy. I'm loving every single second of this. Everyone wanted him out. We all wanted the Tigers to eat his contract, yet I'm loving this story.
There's so many of them on this team. Javi Baez. Now, we knew that he wasn't going to be, starting in AAA.
No.
He wasn't going to, they weren't going to release him and eat the contract. But Torque was not supposed to be here.
Right.
And, it's just, there's so many of these stories.
So phrase it like this, because Torque, Baez, Mize, their careers were very much on the line. This could have been the last professional season.
So I think it was, what were the odds last week? At the end of last week, I saw a tweet that is the leaders. There's top 5 of comeback player of the year. Now, obviously, still a lot to go.
It's probably my tweet. I posted that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. That we had 3 of the top 5.
Yeah.
So who is the best redemption story? It's got to be Javier, right?
So the longest shot to win the award was Javi at plus 850.
And maybe it's because it felt like it was such a long shot. Like, this can't be real.
He can't keep doing this. His BABIP is almost 400. He can't keep doing this. Guys, as long as he's going to keep doing this, I'm not going to fight it. It's kind of like the Tigers at the end of last season. Is it sustainable? I don't know. Got him in the postseason, won him a playoff series, and had him a game away from the ALCS. I don't know. Just enjoy the ride.
And it's 24 runs for this offense in 2 games.
Texter says last night was amazing. One of the best regular season games I've ever watched. I'm literally choked up this morning thinking about Javi Baez redemption. We forget these guys are humans too. Baseball's beautiful. Go Tigers. Nate and Clausen. It's getting people.
Fire up, seat
Tearing
down.
up.
Yeah.
Emotional.
I don't know if I'm going to tear up about it. I'm not going to get that emotional, but it is damn exciting.
We're going to compare this to some of the great redemption stories we've seen. We'll do that coming up at 6:35. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, on my way to work Tuesday morning, as I was driving down 75, I saw a ton of police cars with their lights on, and it was all right near the Stellantis headquarters in Auburn Hills.
Yeah.
Caught my attention. Obviously, I was going north, so I wasn't on that side of the freeway, but I definitely saw it because there was a lot of cars there. Well, it turns out Michigan State Police were chasing 3 stolen 4-wheelers down 75, heading south, and then I guess the guys in the 4-wheelers went off the freeway into a wooded area near the Stellantis building. So that's kind of what I was seeing going on. They say roughly 20 cars had Chrysler Drive blocked off as they searched for these suspects. They were using everything they could. They had drones, they had dogs, they even had a raft to go search this area that was swampy.
Yeah.
2 of the 3 suspects were taken into custody. The third, as far as I know, was not arrested. Maybe by now has been, but as of yesterday was not. Interesting for sure, right? Because there was a lot of commotion going on, and that was what? Before 6 a.m. is when I saw all that going on too. So pretty crazy. You probably heard this. Pete Rose is no longer banned from baseball, and neither is Shoeless Joe Jackson. So Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred reinstated them yesterday, making them finally eligible for the Baseball Hall of Fame. In fact, Manfred unbanned everybody who's dead, saying, quote, obviously a person no longer with us cannot represent a threat to the integrity of the game. So Rose was banned back in 1989 for betting on games while he was managing the Cincinnati Reds. And then Shoeless Joe and 7 other members of the Chicago White Sox were banned for fixing the 1919 World Series. So they can't technically get into the Hall of Fame until 2028 at the earliest, and that committee doesn't vote again until December of 2027.
It'll be interesting to see what the baseball writers do.
Baseball writers are very much on the righteous side of voting. I don't know that these guys are getting in, even though they're eligible.
I don't know enough about the Black Sox scandal. It's obviously
over 100 years ago.
I would have to ask Stoney about that. But I think Pete Rose will get in.
You think so?
I do. I think he'll get in because, I mean, he was, as a player, there weren't very many that did it better than him.
But if you're betting on baseball, lying about it, there's some other stuff character-wise. I think the character clause is going to hold. I don't think he's going to get in.
Well, not everybody in the Hall of Fame is of great character.
Oh, I'm well aware.
And so I do think he will. Maybe it's not first ballot. Maybe it's
there's no
second.
chance first ballot. I mean, these guys are very particular about this. Only the highest and mightiest can get in on the first ballot.
Charlie Hustle, we'll see.
On Tuesday, Kim Kardashian was in court to testify against the suspects accused of robbing her at gunpoint in her Paris hotel room almost 10 years ago. And in court, she was decked out in about $8 million worth of diamonds to take the stand to face these robbers, like I said, who held her at gunpoint, tied her up, stole her jewelry. This was back in 2016. So she was wearing a 52-carat necklace, about $3 million. She had matching diamond earrings, rings, anklet. For a long time, she had said that she didn't even feel comfortable wearing, after being robbed, that she didn't want to wear any of her jewelry. So she showed up, made a statement with her look, and during the testimony, she said that when these guys broke into her hotel room, they were dressed like police officers, wearing masks. She thought for sure she was going to be raped, probably killed. She was telling them, hey, take everything. I have babies. I need to live. You can have whatever you want. And she did live, thankfully. But it sounds like it was a very, very scary moment. I can't believe that was 10 years ago, like almost 10 years ago. I mean, I remember when I feel like I
don't remember when it happened, but yeah. I know the story now.
I remember talking about it. But so Airbnb isn't just for renting homes anymore. The founder and the CEO just announced that they're going to be adding some new services.
Okay.
So you can get massages, personal training. You can get experiences tailored to specific locations. If you're in Paris, you can go to like a pastry making class. You can go on a gallery tour in New York. And you're also going to be able to basically rent celebrities. So there's going to be some initial offerings that include, let's say, a day playing football and eating barbecue with Patrick Mahomes. You can hang out and do like a day experience with Sabrina Carpenter or Megan Thee Stallion. There's a bunch of celebrities that are already signed up to do these things. And the CEO is basically saying, hey, I want to get people off their phones. We're living in this AI world, but there's so many things, memories, relationships, experiences you can do in the real world. And I want to make sure people experience those things.
And I think people would pay for those things.
I think that's cool.
It's a good pivot, good business model.
I do too. Especially, I like the celebrity thing's cool, but like I like more of the experiences. If I'm going to travel and I'm renting a house in New York and you can set up a cool experience for me to go do, I would totally do that. I think it's cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, try to put it in perspective. this Javi redemption story. Compare it to what we've seen. It's 97-1. AJ Hinch talking about Javi and Benetti talking about fun, and us talking about the story that is Javi Baez. 2 home runs yesterday, 2 3-run home runs yesterday, both trailing. One's a walk-off. John, it's only the second walk-off home run in Javi Baez's career, the first in a Tiger uniform. caps off what has been a crazy stretch where he's rewritten everything we've said about him.
So go back in my memory banks. His first walk-off wasn't a home run, but the first game, the opening day.
It was that double off the wall.
Wasn't that against Boston, too?
That was against the White Sox. 99% sure it was against the White Sox.
Okay, all right. Well, it was
and
against,
after the game,
against the Sox either way.
Yeah, and after the game, he's getting a report on him, and he's talking to the crowd. And that moment to this moment, there's been a lot of struggle.
That's an understatement.
A lot of anxiety and angst and anger from the fans. I mean, outright, get this guy off my baseball team. And then they're chanting his name last night. He's hitting .320. He's playing like an all-star. One guy's throwing MVP in our ticket text today. People are loving what we're seeing from Javi Baez. It will go down and is going down currently as one of the great redemption stories in Detroit sports.
And it feels like, you mentioned this, I thought this was a great comparison. Like if this was a movie, you'd be like, okay, you went a little bit far with the artistic license.
Kind of cheesy, really. He hit 2 home runs.
Yeah.
A walk-off.
And he's batting over 300 more than 40 games into the season. Like
he's doing too much.
Yeah. But it does. It feels like right now we've had to suspend reality. Like you do when you go into a movie. You kind of suspend reality and you just accept it for what it is, right? It's a written script.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you're trying to look at this as reality, but it's really hard to wrap your mind around how different this year has been compared to our 3-year experience with Javi.
Well, and that's why we've leaned into the bit, and the Tigers have too with their social media, that this is not Javi Baez, this is somebody else. Right, and because there's no other way to explain it. He's not swinging at junk in the other batter's box. He always had a high chase rate. He was a high strikeout guy, but it went to another level the last couple seasons with the Tigers. And it looked like, hey, dude's just past his prime. He got paid. We're going to have to eat this. Sucks. Whatever. Cut him. Move on. Sunk cost. John, he's the face of this team right now.
He really is.
And not taking anything away from Skubal, who's the best player, but like the story of, hey, overcoming, do whatever it takes, play multiple positions on a team of former number 1 overall picks who are also resurrecting their career. He is a big example of what this team is.
And one of the great videos from last night, I said it to you first thing this morning.
Ticket Texture pointed it out too.
Is Carlos Narvaez, their catcher, in the 11th inning when Javi Baez, I mean, Javi knew it was gone right away, right? Because he drops the bat, puts both arms up. If you look at that highlight, watch the catcher, Carlos Narvaez. He knows it's instantly gone as well.
The look on his face.
He just drops his catcher's helmet, looks completely defeated because he knows goodbye baseball.
That's how the game ends. Yeah, his face.
Love it. It's a great.
It's what we talk about
with moment.
Crack of the bat. You know it's gone. He knows it's gone. The catcher knows it's gone.
Game over.
Game over. Celebration. Let it commence. John, try to put this in perspective. We throw that challenge out to the listeners as well. Where is this in the history of Detroit sports redemption stories?
It's not an entire season or a couple of seasons.
Right.
Because we had 3 years of awful baseball. I don't know. You'd have to start talking about the ownership of the Lions, the Fords, and what Sheila Hamp Ford has done just in regards to the Ford ownership of the Lions.
I mean, the 180 from when she was sitting there defending Dan Campbell, was it 1-5, 1-6? Oh, here we go. You defended Quinn Trisha, gave them an extra year. Here we go again. She got booed at the Calvin Johnson thing.
And that we play that drop all. We used to play the drop all the time. Lions fans.
Yeah, Lions fans. And she's getting booed thunderously.
Right. And now everybody's praising her.
Yeah.
She's the one that hired first Dan Campbell.
And stuck by him.
And then it was Brad Holmes. But it was the order in which she did it. Like head coach first, then GM.
That's unorthodox.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be doing that.
Here we go again. It's worked.
I know.
So I think that's certainly one of them. I mean, what are some of the other redemption stories?
So sticking with owners, much smaller scale. I mean, the Fords have flipped the script. We don't get any of those calls. They'll never win while the Fords own the team. Tom Gores has had a mini 180 here? From the comments
in
the midst of their worst season in franchise history, telling the fans when you set aside winning to, he ate it and paid Monty Williams to go away.
Right.
And he's never been afraid to throw money at this team. I think he's experienced a 180.
Yeah, I don't think it's a mini one. I think it's a huge one. Going from 14-win team and throwing money at a coach who originally told him no, and then came back, and obviously Monty Williams, it didn't appear like he really had his heart into it. And you can understand it with what was going on with his family and his wife. But it's hard to say no to a deal like that, right? And his heart wasn't in it. So Tom Gore said, you know what? Here's the rest of your money. We're going to move on. And going from a historically bad season to the 6th seed, instantly in the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't sell it short and call it mini. What are some other ones? 248-539-9797. You got to start going back. I mean, all right, I'll go there. Harbaugh, I know there's a black cloud over it, but from where he was to summiting and winning a national championship, I mean, that is a redemption story.
Yeah, I mean that's a roller coaster. It's a redemption story to 4-year show cause.
Yeah, I know. So, I mean, you tell us if you want to count that. I'm trying to think about this. Gov, you could speak to this a little more because I was a child. The way Yzerman was viewed before he won the Stanley Cup, they're going to trade him out of town.
No, but he was established the captain.
Yeah.
And the thing is they just couldn't get it done. I don't know if there was ever a redeeming moment. You could maybe, if you want to split hairs, like when he just committed more to a defensive style team game.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the same as
he
this.
sacrificed stats, but that's not the same.
No.
I mean, that would be like, okay, who sacrificed something in Detroit sports?
It's different.
All right, I got one here, and I'm surprised you haven't said it. It's Jared Goff.
Oh, well, yeah. It's tough because it's not, the full story isn't the Detroit story the way it is like for Baez. But yes.
No, but he was a throw-in.
Yeah,
Yes.
he was a throw-in.
Yes.
And in year one, now I know he missed a couple of games in there due to injury, but 3-13-1, and everybody thought bridge quarterback.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
That's a good
I
one.
think even Brad Holmes, who had him in L.A., probably thought and said to Dan Campbell, we might have something here with him, but they didn't know they had their guy, for sure. I wouldn't believe them if they said that.
Goff's a good one. Better than like Chauncey, you could say. He bounced around, journeyman, found a home in Detroit. That's not the same thing as a redemption story. Redemption means you have to be thought of as
all washed up.
Yep. End of the line.
Can't get the job done.
I'll give you one. A ticket texter had this. Darren McCarty in 2008. He started with the Flint Generals. He ended up winning the Cup again.
Yeah, he played a lot of playoff games that year.
Yeah.
Not a lot of regular season games.
People kind of forget that.
Yeah.
That he, so. I mean, there's not a lot when you think about it. I think Gore's is a great one.
I do too, and the only reason I went through the whole entire process was because you said it was kind of a mini 180. I think you take away that mini, and it's huge. Now, obviously, the end goal for Goff is Super Bowl. Hasn't happened yet. The end goal for Sheila Ford Hamp hasn't happened yet. Same thing with,
honestly, same thing with Javi. I mean, we're still only like 45 games into this deal.
Right. And that's why you're looking at it going, this is an amazing stretch. Can he do it over 162? There's nothing that says he can't other than our experiences with him for 3 years.
Some people wanted John Beilein out at one point.
Yep. Couldn't get it done.
Yeah.
Texter points out Maglio, his career was thought to be done after injuries. He ends up giving this great moment to the city.
Yeah, that's kind of overlooked and glossed over. I mean, people kind of thought Dombrowski was nuts doing what he did.
248-539-9797. We got a bunch of texts on Javi, the story, the goosebump moment. We'll play that Dickerson walk-off again coming up next. And how do you place it in the history of redemption stories? It's 97.1.
FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting the over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's getting hot. And once the game starts, that's when things really get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. And if you don't already have a FanDuel account, it's not too late. to get in on the action. You're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So all you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Unbelievable. Javi Baez, have a night. Have a season. Have a turnaround. John, you and I made the same face looking at this phone call. We'll get to it in a second. Wow. Anyway, few ticket texts on Javi. Texter points out he never complained. Great teammate and professional. Couldn't be happier for him. Never a problem in the clubhouse. Ken on his way home. Ticket texter says that the Javi chant is the new Jared Goff chant. Love his story.
Yeah.
Goff came up. We've talked about redemption stories in the city of Detroit. Texter wants to know where Javi plays when Meadows comes back.
So, I mean, we talked about this a little bit. Third base, for one.
Yeah.
Because his bat's better than Jace Young.
Yep.
But I don't think Jace is still here because it'll be Vierling.
Yeah.
You have a chance to create great matchups. And Parker Meadows is going to be your prime center fielder. But what happened to him when he came back last year? It was instantly a hamstring. Like those high-test individuals, like they run on high octane. There's going to be some issues with hammies, with different things where you want to. It's why AJ isn't playing Riley Green every day in center field. Now, it's been eased a little bit because you do have Javi.
Yeah.
But you want to protect these guys and make them last so that they're there playing great baseball in August, in September, and dare I even say October.
That's the way it looks. Bays may be a veteran, but he's having fun like a kid. It's what every kid dreams of. Yeah, I think he's kind of a vibes guy, Javi. Like when times are good, you can see that infectious personality. When times were bad,
yeah,
he was slumping bad. Texer says, Jim, you spent 3 months bashing the guy. Let's clarify. I spent 3 years bashing the guy. And I'm not alone, and I'm not ashamed of it.
No.
I'm happy for him.
We all did. Like the most amazing thing is this isn't a guy that slumped for 1 year. You know, this was awful. He was terrible. He had the worst OPS like historically. And it just kept getting worse and worse from when he got here.
And so we've had slumps. Like let's just take Riley Green at the beginning of the year. Like that was a slump. And when you ask AJ about it, all right, he's very measured and it's 1 of 162 or it's a long season. Like you get all of these answers, you know, and he was an all-star last year. We know he's going to pull out of it. You have confidence like that. For Javi Baez, it was 3 years of a constant. When you think it couldn't get worse, it got worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable that this turnaround, and I don't want to underestimate and undersell like what he's doing in center field.
Yeah.
I just don't. A guy at 32 years old who's scuffling in the field to a degree, and definitely at the plate for a long, long time, is playing center field in a humongous ballpark. Like the middle of your defense is everything in baseball.
Yep.
You've got to be strong up the gut, and I just can't believe he never played there. He played a little outfield.
He always
in his
wanted
career.
to. I think I've even read up on this. He always was bugging coaches, managers. Hey, let me play center. Let me play center. But when he was a kid, he played center, I think. And they said, no. For your draft profile, play the infield.
Yeah,
but he's always wanted to. It's just so unique in your 30s to pick up that position of that magnitude.
Yeah, it's not even a listed position still for him on Baseball Reference.
He's still listed as a third baseman
or shortstop.
Or shortstop in some sites.
It's like this is 20 games now.
And in the 20 games, I think I saw he's got an OPS over 1,000. So in addition to, I think, being a +4 in defensive runs saved in center field, he's also raking at the plate. It's unbelievable.
Again, the mental aspect of baseball. These guys are just wired in a weird way where playing a certain position can like spark you. It's bizarre.
We'll get to the guy who wants to trade Javi Baez. He's on our phones right now. But first, a few ticket texts. Yeah, I'm serious. Real phone call. Ticket text on redemption stories. Ozzie is a great redemption story. Second stint with the Wings, the 08 Cup. Kenny Rogers, a great redemption story. Mike Vernon for the Wings' first Cup run, considered a washed-up goalie, totally redeemed himself. How about A.J. Hinch on the ticket text, redeeming himself?
That's a great one. There's some people that'll never get over what happened in Houston. I mean, there are. We take calls all the time when people are when we want to give credit to AJ Hinch.
They go, well, he's a cheater.
Yeah.
Okay. Max Scherzer, his career is in jeopardy. Was sent down to AAA, came back, one of the best pitchers of all time. It's a great redemption story. Joey Koser playing beer league hockey when Scotty Bowman gave him a call, becomes a Stanley Cup winner, Alan McComb. We'll take more redemption stories, but
get to the call.
I want to get to John in Kalamazoo.
They're not alone.
Oh, there's people. John, you get to make the first case today, but apparently not the last. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. So I'm not advocating that they trade him. What I'm saying is, historically over his whole career, he's only hit over 300. Never. He's currently hitting 320. He's having the best year of his career. He's never done this well before. The last 2 or 3 years were absolutely terrible. And his trade value will never be higher, arguably, than it is right now. And, if you look at what he's done historically over his career, and especially the last couple years, is that probably the player he is, and this is an anomaly? And do you trade him while he's hot? Or do you try to ride it out and then the bottom falls out maybe and you can't get rid of him and you're stuck paying him still? He does
have 2 more years on his contract after this season.
Yes. And on Twitch it says time to offload that contract, followed up by somebody else saying he has no trade value.
Well, he has trade value.
Well, he has trade value, but the contract and to John's point, like this is the anomaly. And we want to know if this is going to last. I don't know that anybody believes he's going to still be a 320 hitter throughout the course of the season.
No, I'm not. Okay, his logic is sound in that this buy low, sell high is the way you run your portfolio and your baseball team, right? This would be selling high. But it's an odd phone call to take the day after the guy delivers a walk-off hit. How many first-place teams are trading away their best position player?
None.
0.
And here's the other thing is, and we always wondered, and we kind of cringed at it last year when he was gone because of the surgery, but then he came back, and everybody in the locker room was talking about how great it was to have him back, and we used it as the Javi jinx, right? Is just him being around going to jinx this run that they were making. If you were to consummate that trade right now, what would it do? It might blow up that clubhouse because of how well he is liked.
Yeah, and I just don't think this is reasonable at all. You're still not going to get anything for him. The contract is crazy, okay? And there's not enough sample size. You're better off holding on to him, and if this holds, and I think being a 300 hitter holding is probably not likely.
It won't.
But let's say it's 270 and he ended up hitting 20 home runs. That was completely unexpected, and that may make you a true World Series championship contender, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. Okay.
So what if this does hold to a degree? What's that do to everything?
I mean, we've had the argument or conversation, not an argument, about Torkelson and Mize and what these unexpected contributions mean for your ceiling. Going into the year, we did think this team would be about 500 ball club, and the pitching would keep them in, and they were going to need to have a little more oomph at the plate. Well, when you get surprises, plural, it does change things.
It's not impossible that Torkelson and Baez might combine for 50 homers. That's insanity.
I don't even think it's crazy that you just said that, but it would have been crazy to say 90 days ago. On the point of regression, not to nerd out, but the stat everybody looks to is batting average on balls in play, BAPIP. If it's really high, it means you're getting very fortunate on balls in play. You're hitting them where they ain't at an unsustainable level. Baez is at 398 batting average on balls in play. He's probably coming down, to your point, 20, 30 points just on playing baseball.
If he comes down 30 points,
that's fine.
He's still hitting better than he ever has.
Yeah, he'd be great. He'd be fine. I just think it's silly to suggest trading arguably your best position player on a first-place ball club.
It's insanity.
Okay, just to add in here and just to understand some mitigating angst we're going to have, just understand the slumps that are going to happen for him to get down to, say, 270. It's 319 right now, at least what I see on Baseball Reference.
Yeah.
I mean, and we are over a quarter through the season.
I think another key to Javi, though, is so batting average is one thing we're going to look at. The power. If he's giving you power, you get to make up for a little bit of that. Like when they signed him, I always knew he was going to strike out. I mean, his career profile spoke for itself. But, I mean, he was a guy who had hit 34 home runs. He had a guy who had hit 31 home runs. Like he had homer big time power in that bat from a shortstop position. That was the appeal.
Right.
And he's shown power lately, and I think that would help alleviate any batting average dips that come along the way.
Sure, if you're able to get power along with it, and the average dips a little bit, it's like we're talking about Spencer Torkelson, where the average early on, and he was getting doubles, and he was knocking in runs. He was very opportunistic, but that has come down. But the power's still there.
Phone calls, ticket text, 248-539-9797. We are an hour away from AJ Hinch joining the show. Love when the timing works out like that. Great day to have the manager on. A little Lions to mix in the 7 o'clock hour. They were not shy praising one particular Lion for the upcoming season. You had the coaches speaking yesterday. We'll get to it next, 97.1.
Javi Baez continues to be the man of the hour for the Tigers, delivering again last night with a pair of home runs, including the game winner in the 11th inning to beat the Red Sox 10-9. El Mago getting some redemption after struggling with that $140 million contract here in Detroit. And don't look away, Tarek Skubal will be on the mound for the series finale tonight. Other news for the organization, reliever Jason Foley done for the year after season-ending shoulder surgery. He was sent to AAA after spring training, pitched very well, and then the injury shut him down. All Lions game days, times, primetime matchups, and more will be known by tonight as the NFL schedule release continues. The official unveiling is at 8 o'clock tonight. We'll know plenty before then as well. And former Wings executive Ken Holland officially accepting the GM job for the LA Kings. In the playoffs, the Stars took a commanding 3-1 lead over the Jets with a 3-1 victory at home last night in the West. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Busy baseball day here at the radio station. You get a walk-off winner from Javi Baez, his first in a Tiger uniform, second in his career. AJ Hinch joins us 8 o'clock, 8:02, less than an hour away. Little pit stop, little football talk.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
I know I don't have to twist your arm. Lions breakout player for the upcoming season. They have a lot of guys who are established, a lot of guys that are proven, but it was an eyebrow raiser when the coaches were speaking with the media, and the new offensive coordinator, John Morton, singled out one player and said, breakout season. The player he's talking about, none other than Jameson Williams, who, by the way, had 1,000 yards last year. So I don't know how to measure the breakout. 1,500 yards, 10 touchdowns, but that's glowing praise for Jameson Williams.
Well, so when you're talking about a guy that was a 1,000-yard receiver, it's hard to say that wasn't the breakout season,
because it felt like it was.
But is there, maybe the breakout comes with more ways to unlock this offense, more touches, and obviously more touches may mean more yards, but was it 58 catches last year?
Yeah, he's 17 yards a catch,
which is unbelievable.
That's really
maybe
good.
It's using him more in that mid-range as a target to open up things for Sam Laporta, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs. Maybe it's just, instead of 58 and 1,000, it's 75 touches and 1,200 yards. I don't necessarily know, because of how impactful Amon-Ra St. Brown is, that you're going to have a huge jump in how many yards you have, because it starts to take away from him. It starts to take away from Jahmyr Gibbs. But it could just be in touches and a way to unlock another aspect of this offense.
The possibility is exciting, because I felt like he already had his breakout. He had 350 yards in 2023. bumped up to 1,000. That's the definition of a breakout. A 700-yard improvement, give or take. Mm-hmm. But the idea that there's more there. Wow. I mean,
maybe the breakout is just he's actually available for 17 games.
Start 17 games. That's a good point. He only started 11, played 15. If there's a couple more games in there, I mean, he could have had 1,200 yards last year. Mm-hmm. I mean, St. Brown's the number one. Does he challenge St. Brown? Does this turn into a 1A, 1B? I mean, a true breakout season, that's what that would mean to me.
Well, I mean, if you have that ability, and Amon-Ra St. Brown, I don't think he's going to sit there and say, hey, we're still winning games, especially with this schedule.
He doesn't care.
And I'm not getting as many touches or as many yards, but J-Mo's getting more, but we're still winning. Like, I don't think it's going to matter to him.
Everything we know about St. Brown, his makeup, I don't think it would bother him one bit. Plus, he already got paid, so it's not really like that's going to impact him. He just wants to win. Do you have a breakout guy besides J-Mo? We could throw that out to people as well this morning. Do you buy a breakout for J-Mo? What does that look like? But, John, is there somebody else on this team that you're circling for this season?
Yeah, I think the other one is clear. If you're looking at the other side of the ball, it's Terrion Arnold. And for him, DJ Reed's going to be CB1. For Terrion Arnold, as a first-round pick, to work his way into the CB1 role. And that's kind of what we expect for him. I don't know that at the time, nobody really thought that he was going to be available to the Lions. They had to go up and get him, but they still didn't think he was going to be available at that point. So for Terrion Arnold, and it's that leap from year one to year two. Not as many PIs. You still want him to be aggressive. Some of those are going to happen, but not as many, especially early on or as frequently as it happened last year. It's also going to be in regards to just recognition and being able to shut down, because if he has that type of, breakout season against this schedule when, you're going to have to play Minnesota twice. Their wide receiving core is as good as it gets. And with Pickens and CeeDee Lamb and Dallas, and you think about the receivers that they're going to face, the quarterbacks that they're going to face, Kansas City, and the fact that their receivers are going to be healthy. Rashee Rice is back. It's just, he needs to have a huge improvement, a breakout type of season for us to be talking about them as going into the playoffs of hosting a game, winning the division, and winning some of those playoff games. You're going to have, and maybe it's the same conversation of 1A, 1B at wide receiver as it is DJ Reed and Terrion Arnold, 1A, 1B at corner.
The challenge with some of this is a lot of the Lions players have already established themselves. So you are looking at only a handful of spots to have breakouts. Terrion Arnold fits the profile in that he played the most man coverage snaps of any corner last season. They put him into the fire, and he got burned quite a bit, and he took some penalties, and we talked a lot about it. But does that set you up for a year two step, a breakout? Sure. It's not like you're looking for St. Brown or Gibbs or Sewell or Decker or Ragnow or Goff. There's not a lot of guys you can point to quote, break out. I do think you want to focus more on defense.
Sure. And it's funny that you mentioned all of those names, but you didn't mention one that we believe has arrived, is already a breakout guy, but that's Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, so it's tiers of this. If J-Mo can, quote, break out by getting to another level, Aiden winning Defensive Player of the Year with 18 sacks would be a big breakout season.
Right. So, he had 11.5 in 23. He was on pace to shatter his own personal record last year until he was hurt. But if he can go from 11.5 2 years ago, and 7 last year when he got hurt, 7.5, to a guy that is contending for sack king. Last year it was, Henderson. But that was 17.5, I believe he led the league. If he can get to 18, dare I say 20?
That would qualify as a breakout season. And it has to be special for a player who's already established to, quote, break out. You're breaking into another tier.
Right.
The superstardom tier.
And if that happens, along with Terrion Arnold, along with J-Mo, now you're talking about looking at the schedule going, hey, though it's not about playing Kansas City or against playing Baltimore. It's you flip that conversation. Kansas City has to play Detroit. Baltimore has to play Detroit. Detroit.
I'm going to put another name out there, and it's going to get laughed at, and I don't even know if I fully believe it, and looking for someone to emerge on the defensive front. And last year when Aiden Hutchinson was healthy, his sack total was unbelievable. But you know who actually was benefiting and producing? Levi Onwuzurike. I think he had a half a sack in 3 of the 5 games. That's not a lot, but he's going to get playing time early with Aleem McNeil's injury. Is there a world where he is a big beneficiary in a contract year and it finally clicks? We waited 3 years for Javi. Does it finally click for Levi?
So in large part last year, the breakout for him last year was just staying healthy.
Yeah.
And now it's taking that experience, taking the opportunity because Aleem McNeil is not there, and taking it to that next level and actually being productive. Because if you look at all of the numbers and you analyze it, nothing really jumps off the page, but he was solid. His pass rush win rate is what was good, even though he didn't have the sack numbers. It was disturbing the quarterback. So
could he have a 6-7 sack season from the interior and quote break out?
It's possible.
I know we've been hearing this song and dance for years, which is why I'm hesitant to even bring him up. But I think the ingredients are there for it. Playing time, underlying stats. Aiden already did on tape give him favorable matchups where he produced.
Yeah.
It's a name to consider, and you guys probably have some names out there. 248-539-9797. You hear the OC, John Morton, say, J-Mo, breakout season incoming. What does that even look like? Do you buy it? And who's your breakout candidate? Ticket Texter points out a breakout for J-Mo might mean a touchdown pass without an interception.
Against Chicago.
Could you imagine? Hey, Ben.
Be awesome.
It's 97-1.
Thanks, J-Mo.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
All right, guys, let's talk about what happens if you find yourself in a car accident. You're in pain, you're confused, you're stressed. Where do I go from here? You're looking for help. There's a law firm out there that cares about you, and it's KG Law. I've met with Lawrence KG and his team. They're an experienced staff, and they go the extra mile to get you the biggest possible payout. Lawrence KG is a Detroiter. He built his business with the idea that you're not a number in the insurance game. They'll look after you when you need it most. 877-KG-CARES, online at kgcares.com. See what I'm talking about. If you or a loved one has been injured, car accident, you need to call KG Law now. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. John Morton, new offensive coordinator, breakout year. He's talking about J-Mo, who had 1,000 yards last year. What does a breakout even look like for him? Texter says, you mean one completed pass, no interceptions, and not being asked to throw the ball in the playoffs? Sign me up for a J-Mo breakout. What about Ennis Rakestraw, John?
Yeah, I mean, I'd throw that in there. Just like Onwuzurike, the breakout last year was being healthy for a majority of the season. It'll be the same thing for Ennis Rakestraw.
Yeah, Rakestraw would be being active.
Yeah, just be active. Just be healthy.
Other breakout candidates. What about Mahogany? Not a flashy answer, but a great breakout candidate as a full-time starter. Kyle and Shelby.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they're speaking your language going to the offensive line there. People make way too much out of Hutch's last season. If you looked up who he was lined up against, he played second and third stringers before he got hurt.
I don't buy into that crap. Like, okay, you play against the teams and the players that are playing against you. They're NFL players. Right? Some are better than others, but don't come with that.
Texter says, am I allowed to say Aiden for a breakout? I know people say he's one of the greats, but the Tampa game skewed his numbers. I think he's really good, but we need to see more, specifically in control. Bill in GT.
I that's why when you were going through the list of, and you basically named off all the offensive players, you didn't name Aiden Hutchinson. And I instantly thought,
could he be?
Could he possibly? Because it was 11.5 sacks 2 years ago. We thought we were witnessing something special until it got derailed by the injury. And now, especially if they're not going to do anything to improve the other side, if he has a breakout season where you're talking about 15-plus sacks and the pressures with him still playing the same number of snaps or close to the same number of snaps, yeah, I think Aiden Hutchinson would be a part of that conversation as a breakout year.
Jack Campbell on the ticket text. Actually, a couple votes for Jack Campbell. So we need more sacks from linebackers. He's got the profile to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple people think the Levi thing I floated was actually kind of interesting. It says if you watch those first few games, Levi with Hutch, it was noticeable. Another one points out he'll be locked into one-on-one matchups. He can use his hands. He's got the tools to be a solid rusher from the interior.
And I don't underestimate. Now, I know he was in a contract year last year, and he performed well. But now he's on a one-year deal. Don't underestimate the motivation for he wants that now third contract to be a big one. And if there's nobody that is set up to have more of an opportunity than Levi Onwuzurike because of the injury to Aleem McNeil.
Before we get to Heather's news, and then we're going to dive back into Baez, and we'll get to AJ Hinch top of the hour. Can we follow up on this Trey Hendrickson thing? We got some audio. He spoke yesterday, John, 22 minutes, where he said that things have gotten personal. He also would add that he will not play on this current contract. He was upset that Zach Taylor had reached out to him and told him, hey, you will be fined if you don't show up to these mandatory practices coming up here.
Yeah.
And clearly he is frustrated with this team.
Well, he showed up. He was in street clothes.
Right.
Not at practice, but he was there.
And he used it as a pulpit to push his side of the story here. I mean, he felt like he took them at their word last year on a 1-year extension, and they're taking him for granted. Mm-hmm. He produced.
He did. I mean, he was the sack king.
So, yeah, and now what happens? He said he doesn't want to play in the deal. Is this more of what we were talking about, where he starts to become...
It's more what Tom was talking about yesterday when we asked, who's to blame, and he said, well, maybe it's Trey Henderson because, he feels like he wants to stay in Cincinnati. He's not dry on the hard line. Didn't say, I'm going to sit out, I'm not going to play, until yesterday he said, I'm not going to play under this deal. Now he's going to have to hold himself to it.
He used the shark attack analogy. He said there's unprovoked shark attacks and there's provoked shark attacks. I think he's lashing out because he feels like he's been provoked.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to be the bad guy, but I think whether it's a moment with him and his family or his agent, this is in their mind, best course of action now. Yeah. Rattle the cage and try to get out. Mm-hmm. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Over the weekend, a 15-year-old girl at a Lake St. Clair Metro Park fought off this man who attacked her, who was touching her inappropriately, making unwanted gestures. She was able to kick him in the groin, get away, and then go report it. The guy was arrested pretty quickly afterward. He was charged with 1 count of 4th-degree criminal sexual conduct, which carries a maximum sentence of 2 years behind bars. But just days later, this guy, a 23-year-old man from Detroit, was released on a $50,000 personal bond without a tether. And now the Macomb County Prosecutor's Office is upset by this. And so are some of the other park goers who frequent this area, right? But the suspect will be back in court on May 27th. But prosecutor's office really didn't want him to be released, right?
Yeah.
Especially without a tether, and weren't very happy about that. Early Tuesday morning, Michigan State Police arrested 2 suspects after a 4-wheeler chase on I-75 ended near the Stellantis headquarters.
And you witnessed some of it.
I don't wish I saw it, but I didn't actually see the chase or anything.
No,
but
you saw the flashing lights.
A ton of cars. I thought, what is going on? This is not like a normal traffic incident, right? Like there was a ton of cars right there. Police were chasing these 3 stolen 4-wheelers down 75 southbound when the 4-wheelers kind of got off the freeway, went into this wooded area in Auburn Hills. About 20 cars, and I think this is what I started to see, were blocking off Chrysler Drive, and they were searching for these guys in the wooded area. 2 of the 3 suspects were arrested. They were continuing to search for the 3rd, but no word. I've looked. No word yet to see if this 3rd guy was found or not. Probably eventually will be. I'm sure eventually his buddies will probably tell police who that was, and maybe not. Maybe they won't, but I'm sure he'll be caught eventually. Crews in Southwest Detroit, I believe, are still battling the end of battling a really large fire that was taking place at the scrapyard. It broke out early this morning. Fire started around 3 a.m. Pictures of it are quite impressive. Thankfully, firefighters say they were getting everything under control right around 6:30 a.m. No word yet on what caused that fire. A Kansas City Chiefs super fan. You might know him as Chiefsaholic, right? Had really large presence at games at one point on social media, right? Would dress up in the costume. He was involved, you might recall, in a string of bank robberies where he stole about $850,000 so he could actually finance his social media stardom, right? So he could actually go to games. He's going to be spending even more time behind bars. So this fan was sentenced to 32 years in prison on Monday, more than 2 years after he was caught fleeing from an Oklahoma bank robbery. So he's already serving 17 and a half years in federal prison for robbing 11 banks across 7 states. So this new sentence will be carried out after he the 17 and a half years is part of it. So basically 14 and a half years after he's got to spend in a prison in Oklahoma.
Right.
Once he gets out of federal prison. Am I understanding that right?
So they're not being served concurrently.
Yes.
They're separate.
Yes. They will be served consecutively.
Yes.
So that's a long time.
It's a very long time. I remember this
story. Did a lot of stuff.
Gosh, all for that stardom on social media, right? Like, Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Yeah.
This summer, you can go catch a movie at AMC theaters at half price. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, what's the story here?
So starting in July, moviegoers can get tickets for 50% off. That's the normal adult evening price. So you can't get 50% off a kid's ticket or
a matinee.
Yeah, like it's got to be the adult evening ticket price, and it's only good on Wednesdays. But they say they have other deals going on other days. And you also do need to be a member, John, of the AMC Stubs rewards program.
Of course you do, yes. Sell us your information and we'll give you a little trinket.
But Wednesday night, I know people get busy on the date night if you try to work it in.
I think that's great.
Do you like going to the movies?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yes, if it's the right movie. I can't tell you the last movie I've been to. I don't know what it like.
These theaters have stepped up, though. I mean, you're basically sitting in these luxury
my gosh.
chairs, and they'll
They're
bring you the
heated and
food
cooled.
right to you. I mean, they're doing everything they can.
Oh yeah, the last time I went, I brought a blanket with me because now they've got these huge recliners. You can bundle up. I do like going if it's the right movie, but I honestly haven't been in a long time.
I think the last one I saw was Oppenheimer. So yeah, it's been a little bit.
That's a long one.
That's a long time ago too.
Yeah.
Well, that was I saw Barbie in the movie theaters,
Yeah,
but
that
I've
was
seen the
same
movie
time.
since.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it had the
No, I think I've seen one more
Barbenheimer.
since then. What was the rowing one? Boys in the Boat?
Oh, yeah.
Boys in the Boat.
Oh, yeah.
Washington.
That's the name of the movie?
It's like an Olympic story. Yeah, it's actually a pretty good movie.
It's a really good one.
Yeah.
You can
I've
get
never
it
even
at home
heard
now.
of it.
Yes. Yes.
Boys
It's
in
good.
the Boat.
It's inspirational.
Yes, very inspirational.
Check that out.
All right, Heather with the news. Coming up next, Javi's walk-off, the story of the morning. It's 97.1.
Hey, grass is continuing to grow, and along with that, you get crabgrass, you get dandelions. We'll talk about those more in just a moment, but you need to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. 888-GET-GREEN on the phone, naturalwaylawn.com on the web. If you purchase a full lawn program right now, you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. Now back to the weeds. It's not too late to treat for crabgrass. You got to deal with it now, or else it's going to be a problem all year long. And the dandelions, they're going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients. And if you don't take care of it, as soon as they go to seed, they're going to spread like wildfire across your lawn. The Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, they're not going to give you a runaround. Not going to tell you there's a problem this week, and then halfway through summer, there's another problem. They just fix it. That's the beautiful thing about it. They're a locally owned company for over 35 years. They're Michigan owned, Michigan employees, and Michigan families. They're involved in the local communities and local charities. So keep your money here in the great state of Michigan. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, 888-GET-GREEN or naturalwaylawn.com on the web. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
He knew it right away. The catcher knew it right away, too. If you've seen that angle.
It's a great view. It almost looks like it's from the batter's box. Catcher turns around in absolute disgust, knowing that as soon as Javi made contact, that ball was gone.
What a moment. You got to be kidding me. Yeah, I'll echo that, Dan Dickerson. You got to be kidding me. 2 3-run homers and a walk-off for Javi Baez, who's hitting .320 and playing outstanding center field. Javi Baez in the year 2025, after 3 years of wishing this guy would just go away.
It's unbelievable. It really is. It's unbelievable that through more than 40 games, that's always the mark, right? Is it sustainable? Is this something that's real? Everybody uses the 40-game mark. Yeah.
John, this is a career year, and maybe he'll regress, but the guy's a 2-WAR player through 2 months. Not even. It's unbelievable, the story. I don't believe it. If this was in a movie, I would say you're laying it on a little thick. Really? The walk-off home run, the 300 average, 2 home runs in the same game? This script's getting rejected. But it's real life, and it's happening in front of us. Like that walk-off home run, take out postseason home runs. That walk-off home run is one of the great walk-off home runs in the regular season for the Tigers.
If this was a movie, we mentioned this earlier. If this was a movie, you would think that someone got a little bit too creative with the artistic license. Like it's okay, we can suspend reality, but we all lived through everything that we saw, that we felt, that we knew to be true. And now all of a sudden you flip the script and he is one of the best players, if not the most productive at this time, outside of Tarik Skubal.
Yeah, he's the best position player on the team.
Yeah.
They're chanting his name leaving the ballpark. What alternate universe? This is the upside down.
It's too bad the Pistons aren't still playing, because maybe we would hear Javi chants at the Pistons games like we heard Jared Goff at Red Wings games. And
in terms of Detroit redemption stories, they're right up there.
It's absolute gold.
I don't know where that ranks for walk-off home runs for Tiger fans. I don't know where that is in terms of redemption stories the city has seen. I just know we're witnessing it in real time, and we're loving every second of it. And you know what one of the great parts of this is? No one can do the I told you so thing, because we all wanted him gone. Like, we all were wrong about this.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there wasn't anybody that said, yeah, let's let Javi play out his contract and just see what happens. Halfway through it, it was a disaster. We had talked, this is the worst contract in Detroit sports history.
Guys, that settles it. I'm sold. I'm getting a new hip. Unnamed ticket texter.
Yes, I mean, if this is the results of getting a new hip, there's going to be a lot of busy doctors in Metro Detroit.
We got AJ Hinch coming up at 8 o'clock. I'm sure it's a variety of things, the hip being part of it. But the hip wasn't a 3-year problem, right? I mean, he's been bad for 3 years. It's more than just the hip. I can't really explain what's happening right now.
Yeah.
I mean, John, he's drawing some walks. He's not swinging at pitches in the other batter's box. He's playing a position he's never played at the major league level, and it's like a premier defensive position at center field at Comerica Park. I don't even believe what we're watching. I'm just like, pinch yourself.
Yeah, just enjoy it while it's happening. And enjoy the fact that in Detroit, right now, we have the best team in Major League Baseball. Like, let that sink in for a second. If you're just looking at, and okay, I know there's different teams playing different opponents in different parts of the country, but 28 wins at this point of the season is the best record in baseball.
You know why it felt so significant? It's not just Javi. Like, the Javi story is out of a movie, as we've talked about. It's because it's symbolic of the team, right? Like, it's Torque, it's Mize, AJ's had a redemption story in all of this, right? He is maybe the loudest, most big, bold, in-your-face example of a redemption story, but it's a series of redemption stories that have propelled this team from, being in the mix to being a front runner. So, like last night, the sound of the crack of the bat, and he knows it's gone, and he knows it's a home run. It's also that sound of the jolt that's been put back into this baseball team, personified in one game and one swing. So I'm sure people are still buzzing this morning. We've got open lines, 248-539-9797. You can talk his redemption. You can talk the moment. We want to talk to you. Let's go to Steve in Northville. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. So last night's game was amazing. I'm watching it with my son, who's 22, and it really brought me back to Maglio Ordonez and his walk-off. I mean, it was that caliber. As far as the regular season goes, I don't remember anything as dramatic. And coming from Javi, it was just jaw-dropping. It was just incredible.
Yeah, like Mags is in rarefied air because it sent him to the World Series. And Kerry Carpenter's home run last year off Clase carries a little more weight because it's in the postseason. But in terms of regular season walk-offs, I mean, I was at Rajai Davis's walk-off grand slam in 2014.
Yeah.
That team was also competing for a World Series. Walk-off grand slam better than walk-off three-run homer. But with Javi, there's the other layers to it.
There's so many layers to it. And, I mean, the one that I'll never forget was opening day with the snow globe.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how could you possibly forget Miggy's walk-off home run? And some of it is the layers involved in that as well. And, you know, we always knew, hey, it's starting the season. It's the best shape of his career. You know, he's in terrific shape. And he was obviously near the end of his career, but that moment, and some of it was the walk-off home run, some of it was just the snow.
Yeah.
But it's unforgettable.
The scene. Yeah. It's the moment that's more than even just, you know, winning that game. Ticket Texter says, this is the Javi you get when you're winning. I do think he's a big vibes guy.
Yes, but I'm not going to sit there and say, well, if they, you know, kind of one goes with the other, right? You're getting good production, which is why you're winning.
He's driving winning. He's not like a passenger along for the ride.
Winning more games makes you more confident, and confidence is a huge part of baseball, especially a huge part of success at the plate. But I'm not going to sit there and say, well, if they go on a 3 or 4 game losing streak, that Javi goes in the tank. But it may be because he goes into a 3 or 4 game slump that's part of why they would go on a 3 or 4. I mean, because it's the chicken or the egg at that point.
He feels like, when I say vibes guy, like an infectious guy. Like,
sure. That's why they loved having him back in the locker room at the end of last year.
Ticket Texter says, brand new position, brand new player. Not rocket science, fellas. That's why we've run with the Javier Bays, and the Tigers have done the same on social media. I saw one last night. They had photoshopped his jersey differently. B-A-Z-E. The Tiger account. Like, they're having fun with this, too. He's a completely different guy. Could you guys imagine if the Tigers DFA'd him and he was doing this for somebody else? Oh,
that would hurt. We talked about that with Torque. You know, if they traded him and then all of a sudden this is the season he was having with someone else, yeah, it would sting.
How fun is this team to watch? Texter says, my buddies and I text during the game, and we continue to be amazed. Last night, we nicknamed him Big Time Baez. Charlie and Troy.
How many people stayed up last night just because this team is exciting? And it was a fun baseball game to watch. It wasn't a great pitching duel, obviously, but
so as the game's
offense is fun.
Going, I took my little, sleep gummy, not the stuff Evan takes, just like a melatonin gummy. And
just don't give you a stash.
No. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to conk out when this game wraps up. And it went to extras. Mm-hmm. And Kelsey turns to me and she goes, you could just go to sleep and catch the highlights tomorrow.
Yeah, you didn't miss your window.
But I'm like, no, I just want to see how, because it's such a great game. I mean,
yeah.
Torque homers, Bregman's homering, they're going back and forth. The lead changes, come from behind, extras. How about Trace Sweeney in the 10th, 2 outs to tie it up? How about Jace Young, sneaky, finally getting a hit? That's what made it a walk-off for Javi when he went yard. That was a great baseball game.
It was fun. It was entertaining. Everybody loves offense. And, I mean, you don't want to give up 9 runs, but when you're scoring 10 throughout the course of 11 innings, it keeps you interested.
Fun night at the ballpark. They're chanting his name. We'll get your phone calls in next. AJ Hinch, top of the hour. It's 97.1. All right, guys, weather has us getting ready to get out and head up north for the summer, so now's the time to hit the road in style with a deal from Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer in 2024. If you need a truck to pull all your toys, haul your gear, work as hard as you do, at Moran, you can lease a 2025 Silverado LT for $294 a month, $1,495 down. We're talking strength, style, and savings all in one. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast at MoranExpress.com. You can stop by and check it out in person, do a little test drive. They're in Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. First of 2 3-run homers for Javi Baez. Dan Dickerson on the call. Fun night at the ballpark. We're buzzing all morning talking about it. You guys are great. We'll get phone calls and ticket texts in the mix. AJ Hinch, love that this worked out. We've got the manager on today at 8:02. A quick NFL news. John, it's been reported that Thanksgiving Day, the Cowboys will host the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep, 4:30.
We still don't know the Lions yet.
No.
Very few leaks with the Lions.
No, very few leaks. And we know the reason it's kind of surprising that there hasn't been a lot of leaks is the Lions are going to get a lot of primetime games.
Have to. They were one of the most watched teams in football.
Yeah, and will be again, especially with the schedule and the matchups that they're going to have.
I mean, it's
a primo schedule.
It is. All right, let's get to the phones. Bernard and Pontiac, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, you guys. You guys got the best show in the world. God bless you guys. I just want to say I'm 100% Puerto Rican. There's nothing more that feels so proud. The magic came back to this team. You know, I know he was going to come back. I know it. And he proved it last night. He proved it every day right now in 2025. And, you know, the world need to be ready for history in Detroit with this guy. You know, I'm so proud of this guy. And, you know, Detroit's going to go, we're going to go all the way this year. You're going to remember me. Remember Bernard. We're going to go all the way.
Bernard, I appreciate your confidence in the Magic, but also in Javi. But I think you are one of very few that had the confidence that he was going to have a season like this.
I know that I never lost the faith in him because I play baseball in Puerto Rico, you know, and you know, I know the kind of a guy he is. You know, he's not a give up guy. You know, he just you know, he came back. You know,
he certainly has.
And I'm so glad. I'm so happy that you know that we got him back because you know, I feel proud to be Puerto Rican and we got this guy right here in this team and we're gonna make it happen.
Yep. We can hear the pride in your voice. I mean, it hits a little extra there.
Sure.
His home run yesterday, it's one win, but it felt like so much more because it's this exclamation mark on the start that he's had. He is kind of a symbol for so many on this team, Mize and Torque and even AJ to an extent, that have had to redeem themselves and bounce back. It just hit a little different than your traditional walk-off home run. Now, we did have the guy comparing it to Maglio, and he got called out. He said, come on, that guy's an idiot. That home run sent us to the World Series.
Yeah.
Javi won us a series against a very good team in May. Yeah, we're trying to put it all in perspective here. Texters have shouted out the Rajai Davis home run against the A's. Heather, you were working that game?
I was. I remember that. That's when you mentioned this, that's the first thing that came to my mind because it was also like one of my first seasons working there, so it was super exciting.
Yeah, I was at that game. I was an intern at the station at the time.
Okay.
And I was there with Rieger, and we were in the tunnel right before the homer.
Yeah.
And I'm like out on the field after the game. Like, this is such a cool moment as you're getting started in this business. How about this? I like this ticket text. Time to trademark Do You Fear Javier t-shirts. That is a great idea.
Yeah.
Someone is going to make a lot of money on Fear Javier.
So let's just go back to last night.
Yeah.
And with that as the context, fear Javier. Dingler strikes out to end the 10th. The 11th inning comes around. They're down, and Jace Young. Is it Jace Young and Javi Baez are due up, and you're sitting there going, I don't fear any of this. I don't fear the bottom of the lineup.
Well, Young is a surprise that he got a hit, and it's critical that he got that hit. But yeah, think about it. The bottom 3-4 guys in the order. Sweeney had the at-bat in the 10th, 2 outs to tie it up, and then, you end up with...
Since Stigler was the last one,
he was on
out.
Second.
He was on second. He's the ghost runner.
Yeah, zombie runner.
Jace Young gets on. And at any other point, we would have all had this massive groan as Javi came to the plate.
In years past, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's Javi Baez.
Yeah, boy.
And then that moment happens.
I even think earlier this year, there was a game where Javi was like the last at bat. I'm going, oh boy, because this is before he had really turned it around.
Right. I mean, I'm curious. Last night, like how many people are buying into what Javi is doing, or did you have that grown moment knowing that it was Jace Young, Javi Baez, and all you're doing is hoping, let's just get to the top of the order. Let's just get Kerry Carpenter up.
Well, he had been taken out of the game. It would have been Malloy.
Oh, right. You're right. Yeah.
A couple quick ticket texts, and then we should collect some thoughts on that, whether that's changed in a way where even anticipating Javi at bats, I mean, it's a completely different world. Texter says it's special to root for Javi. He went through sports hell for years. Couldn't be happier for him. May have brought some tears to my eyes.
Wow, that's the second time somebody's cried over this.
Funny thing from last night, while cheering for Javier Baez, my wife says, I thought you hated him. And I said, that was a different guy.
Yes, that was Javi.
This is Baez. He's playing with a great attitude, changed positions, didn't bitch and moan like Devers did with third base. Love the story. So we got a lot of, emotions today. We've also gotten a little bit of this, John. Trade him while you can. It's an undercurrent. It's not a lot of text. We did have the call earlier. You want to address it here?
Yeah, we can address it. He's the most productive offensive player you have right now. Why would you, as the best record in baseball, trade your best position player?
You don't do that.
And I understand the context of
it's never going to be better and get out from under it.
But it's so, okay, we're having those arguments as well. If you're one of the other general managers, what type of value? We know the value that we have in this moment with Javier Baez. Who else is going to be willing to, or what would they give up to get Javi Baez right now?
Well, there was a time where we would take literally anything just to be out from under his contract.
Yeah, give us the old sweaty bag.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, that did not come out right.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
Sure, give us
athletic
that.
bag.
Yeah, where you keep the baseballs. John.
Yeah, that one didn't end right.
I know it's not what you meant to say, but you said it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Even if I say equipment bag, it's just not going to get any better. I'll just stop.
Yeah, there's a time
AJ Hinch up next.
where we would take literally...
or maybe news.
Oh, God, get him out of this. There was a time where we would take literally anything for Javi Baez. But I looked at it like this. They were willing to spend with his contract on the books, so I'm not going to let this contract be some obstacle to contention, and it's not right now. He's their best position player on a first-place ball club. And yeah, the BAPIP suggests he's going to take a step back. You know what? You'd be crazy to trade a player contributing to a team right now.
Yeah.
Even if you could get
the impact on the locker room and the clubhouse would be awful as well.
As nice as it would be to get that sweaty. What did you say? We'll get to AJ.
You heard it. I don't need to repeat
AJ
it.
Hinch next, 97.1.
The entire NFL schedule will be officially revealed today, including all 17 games for the Lions' 2025 season. The league did announce one Thanksgiving game this hour. Not Detroit's, though. It will be Chiefs and Cowboys in Dallas in one of the Turkey Day matchups. Javi Baez slugging his second 3-run homer of the game, a walk-off to shock the Red Sox at Comerica Park and beat them 10-9 in 11 innings. 7 total runs scored in extras, including the game winner, and that was not the only amazing highlight of the game. Dan Dickerson's call of the defensive gem right here on 97.1. The win gives the Tigers the series and a 28-15 first place record. Elsewhere, catcher Jake Rogers and outfielder Matt Vierling rehab for AAA Toledo. Pitcher Sawyer Gibson-Long took the mound for the West Michigan Whitecaps, working to get back to Detroit from his UCL reconstruction. MSU football grabbing a safety from the transfer portal, adding Devin Cromwell, a Canadian native who played at Texas Tech. In Ann Arbor for the Wolverines, senior receiver Rod Moore posted that he is running on the ground for the first time in over a year as he continues his long recovery from an ACL tear last spring. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Story of the night kind of feels like the story of the season. Javi Baez, walk-off home run. They're chanting his name. Fans leaving the ballpark last night.
Not on the bingo card to start the season.
No.
I mean, there's so many things not on the bingo card. What Torque's been doing, what Casey Mize has been doing. We had hopes. Obviously, what Javier has been doing was not on the bingo card. The fact that you are more than 40 games in and the Detroit Tigers have the best record in Major League Baseball. The question at the beginning of the season, I think we did the fact or fiction, and one of it was the Dodgers, who they opened the season with. We're going to break the record for all-time wins. And currently, the Detroit Tigers have a better record than the Dodgers, the Mets, the Yankees. Insert any other team that you thought was going to be great and may still be great this year. The Tigers sit atop everyone.
And I think it carries more weight because we highlighted the schedule to start where they faced, and by the way, took series wins against the Yankees, the Mariners, who have been very good. Just took a series against Bregman and the Red Sox.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I feel like, and then you throw in how they're doing it, where it's not just pitching and bullpen management. It's also a bunch of unexpected bats who have stepped up and put themselves into the limelight. Like, Baez is one of many. He's probably the biggest example of it, but he's not the only one.
It's the response to some of those as well. So you open up the season, and you lose 3 to the Dodgers. And then you respond with a series win against Seattle. And everybody anticipated a series win against Chicago, but you swept them. A series win against New York. And then you look and you say, okay, well, you lost a series in Milwaukee. But how did you respond? With 3 of 4 against Kansas City. And you look at and that was the start of that stretch where you're like, well, if they could just get, 5 of 5 of these 10 games, because it was then followed by San Diego and Baltimore, which they won both of those series. And then they lose 2 against Houston. How do they respond? 3-game win streak. They lose 2 against Texas. Offensively, couldn't produce. And then how do they respond? With 24 runs in 2 games against not the White Sox, the Red Sox, a respected team in this league.
It's funny when you said how they've responded. I thought you were going to go to a different direction. They lost 3 center fielders before the season started. You said 3 games the Dodgers, 3 center fielders. They lose their starting catcher. I would not have expected anything like this. But that's where we find ourselves. We find ourselves with the Tiger baseball team sitting in first place with great story after great story after great story.
And now obviously they have a chance to sweep Boston. And not just win the series, but sweep Boston. And, I know Bregman had that home run yesterday, but it was in a losing effort. If they could sweep them, kind of makes that, takes a little of the sting, a little more of the sting out of it. And then it's the road trip to Toronto and St. Louis. And I don't think any of those teams strike fear into anyone, but there are road trips. There's 6 on the road. And then it brings up the 4-game stretch against the Cleveland Guardians.
Later this month, man. That's going to be some big stuff.
Can't wait.
Ticket Texter says, what's wrong with these idiots who want to trade Javi? Who starts in center if we move him? And we've had people wondering who's going to start in center when Meadows is healthy. First of all, we don't know when Meadows is going to be healthy. It's a weird, fluky thing. The timetable kind of shifts and changes. But okay, best case scenario, Parker Meadows comes back. He's probably your center fielder.
Yeah.
But now you have some options. Like you could move Carpenter to DH, which could help keep him healthy for a long season. That's been an issue. You put Vierling in right and Baez at third. I mean, that's one way you could do it.
Yeah, and there might be days where, to help protect Vierling's shoulder as he continues to come back.
Right.
That you put Javi Baez in another new position, one of the corner outfielders, because you got Riley Green in one, and now Carp, you don't have to worry, because he missed time last year with the back. You don't have to worry about overstressing him. And then you also have Javi in center because you don't want to overstress Parker Meadows, who's had injury issues. Obviously, he's not playing.
And they're already using the DH like that. Like it's a way to keep guys in the lineup while also keeping them fresh. So like Vierling could DH a little bit. I know Cole Keith has been pushed to the DH spot a little more, but it becomes this flex position. It's not the softball slugger that can only DH. They've got a team of guys that you can get creative with, and that plays right into AJ's hands.
What it does is it takes a bat out of Jace Young at third base, and that's where you put Javier, or that's where you put Vierling. And now you're getting good production. And I don't want to underestimate. I mean, Jace Young made another great play in foul territory. That catch that he made was defensively, he is as good as advertised. At the plate, not so much.
The one hit was a big hit.
Oh, it was a big hit.
But we need more from him. Who knows when Vierling comes? I know Vierling's playing some outfield right now in AAA.
Yeah, was he right?
Right,
the
I
last
believe.
couple of
last
days,
couple games. Remains to be seen how he'll be used when he gets here, and if that has an impact on Jace Young. Ticket texters, hey guys, loving this brand of Tigers Baez ball. And Sweaty Bag is going to be a drop for the afternoon show, or will be featured on Who Said It later this week.
Could be.
Ace of Bays. People coming up with their own T-shirt ideas for this Javi story.
Yeah.
I still like Do You Fear Javier?
Yeah. That just rings right.
It says, I don't get the people who look at his history. Team sucks, he doesn't perform. Team is good, he does. Dude doesn't care when the team isn't good. Talking about bias.
Oh, I never got the feeling like he didn't care. I mean, we heard from AJ that he is a guy that even on days where, they kept him out of the lineup, he would spend the entire time in the batting cage.
We are efforting AJ Hinch. We'll try to get him on later this morning. Let's go to Heather's News here. Let's get some of the stories that are going on in the news right now.
Okay. Well, Lions single game tickets go on sale tonight. That's exciting. So single game tickets will be released at 8 p.m. That's like the same time the NFL schedule is also supposed to be revealed. So fans will be allowed to purchase up to 8 tickets for each home game based on availability. And according to the team, seating options will be extremely limited and will be available while supplies last. So 8 home games at Ford Field. Time to get your tickets.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
It's going to be awesome.
And some big marquee opponents, too.
Very, very exciting.
Should be good.
Earlier this week, we talked about the Dundee High School wrestling team and the hazing allegations that have kind of put a pause on the program. We don't know a lot about these allegations. The details haven't been released, but parents are now saying that the hazing allegations against the team are actually part of a larger bullying issue within the school district, and they want answers. So there was a school board meeting held on Monday, and multiple people spoke about their concerns. There was one woman, a mother, who says she lost her daughter to suicide, and her daughter's death is believed to have been the result of bullying. There were other parents, other people who spoke as well. There was one person who shared their thoughts and said bullying led to a suicide attempt when they were in 8th grade. And now some parents are hoping that the school administration will be replaced. So it sounds like it's a much larger issue than just what's going on with this wrestling team, that it is taking place over all the schools. Bill Belichick is speaking out, basically for the first time since that whole CBS interview debacle, right? Mm-hmm. Well, he is adamant that his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, has nothing to do with the North Carolina football team. So he appeared on ESPN's Sports Center, where he was asked about his relationship with Hudson and if it had any potential impacts as he begins the first season as a college football head coach. Now, it is a little different than what was included in some of his previous emails. You may remember there was an email that basically said, hey, I'm including Hudson on this, and would you please include her on any email going forward because I want her to basically see what's going on. I want her to be inside.
And she had input on how certain things were going to be, the PR of it, how his son would be referred to, and all this other stuff. And Belichick had previously said that he has both a personal and professional relationship with her.
So bringing a little different tune.
Yes.
And then, of course, going back to those rumors, there was rumors that she was banned from UNC facilities. That was just a rumor. They did release a statement saying, no, she is allowed on the facilities. Like, we're not banning her. Man, though, it's what a story.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's some debate online about whether this is a really brilliant idea or absolutely disgusting. And maybe it's both. But there is a guy in Australia that's going viral after washing his shoes, his Crocs, in the dishwasher. Right? And this is nothing really new. Like, I've seen people like say they do this on social media, but his is going viral because he also had a load of dishes in the dishwasher as well. So he was washing his dishes and his shoes at the same time. And a lot of people think that there's some like cross contamination going on. Where
isn't it all getting cleaned though?
Yeah, I mean you have different foods on different plates and different.
It all comes out shiny and clean.
Yeah, and his Crocs did come out shiny and clean. He did say, however, that they shrunk a little bit, maybe because of how hot it got in the.
Put them on a top rack.
I don't know what kind of dishwasher he has in Australia.
I imagine they're very similar to the ones we have here in the States.
Yeah, but mine's a little different.
Oh,
I don't have like the traditional top rack, lower rack. Mine did. Yes. Ha 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 ha. Mine.
Jim, you're so dirty.
I know. Mine, it's like they're drawers. Like it's
Yeah.
Like there's no door and then different racks. They're individual like drawers. So there is not a top and they run the same.
So you have two different compartments, completely different compartments.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Their own
space.
Yep. I'm sorry, you're not getting out of that one. All right. Let's Heather with the news. Later this hour, we are going to get into some Lions breakout candidates because the new offensive coordinator highlighted one player in particular who he said will have a breakout season. Plus, we've got the latest from Trey Hendrickson, who spoke to the media for 22 minutes, and he said it's gotten personal. It's 97.1.
Hey, in sports, when you are sidelined by an injury, it sucks. I've been there. It is personal. It's just bad feeling. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. And that someone is David Femininio. So remember, Get David, Get Paid isn't just a slogan. It's a promise to take care of you. And if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH. Or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH. Or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
What a game it was. What a call, Dan Dickerson. Ace of Bays.
Mm-hmm. Javier.
I got what you got going there. There's a bunch of things to talk about with it. One, walk-off home runs for the Tigers. Regular season only. That's near the top.
Yeah.
Because, one, the story, and that's the other part of this, the story that is Javi's redemption and where it compares to other redemption stories we've seen in the city of Detroit. All of it's available, 248-539-9797. We know it's what everybody's talking about today. Javi freaking Baez. Unbelievable. Javier Bays, the complete transformation. He's a new human being.
It's I don't even know how you put it into words. And I don't know how you capture the moment of being this far into the season and having Javi Baez as a major contributor.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't know who would have predicted this. And he's a large part, not the largest part, but a large part of why they have currently the best record in baseball.
If you remember when the season started, we thought they got the pitching to be in contention, right around 500 and be in the mix, and you see what happens. Our concerns were, boy, you got a lot of injuries in center field, and this team needs more bats. He's hitting 320, and he's playing center field, and he solved two huge issues for this baseball team.
Yeah, you're getting a bat from him. You're getting a bat from Torkelson. And, I mean, we came into this season, who's that right-handed bat? And now you have it. Now you've got a couple of them.
Ticket Texter says, Javi's redemption arc is Detroit. Says Detroit is hell. This is a story of our city, redemption. We talked about on this team, there's Mize, there's Torque, AJ to an extent. Ticket Texters have pointed out Jared Goff is one of the great redemption stories.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's a great comparison to the city because, growing up here, I would have never anticipated that we would have hosted the NFL draft and it would have gone off like it did.
Yeah.
And all the other moments downtown and events that they've had and the fact that it is a true redemption story and how great downtown is compared to what it was when I was a kid.
You're getting a taste of it. I mean, someone did compare it to kind of the fun of '84 when they were a kid. There's certain summers, we talked about this, there's certain summers that captured your emotions. I was not alive in '84, but '06 was this, baseball can be fun.
Yeah.
And for a decade, we had forgotten baseball could be fun. We got a taste at the end of last year, but to get a true summer of it, where it's this team you get to chronicle all year and you can't wait to get down to the ballpark.
And you look at the crowds. We always said, and because we knew if they win, I mean, it you could hear the whispers. If you win, they will come.
Yep.
And the fans are showing up. They did at the end of last year, and now a little bit of that was the playoff run and the excitement that goes along with that, which has been years since that happened. But at this time, and we said this at one of the breaks, at this time last year, we were trying to figure out, okay, we're not going to talk Tigers because they're following the path we thought they would follow.
Yeah.
And it was just summer of, no baseball. Now, best record in Major League Baseball, Javi, Torque, Carp, hitting lefties.
Yep.
Like it's on all cylinders right now.
AJ Hinch will join us this morning at 8:35. We have an update there,
okay.
so we will have the Tiger manager at 8:35. Everybody's talking about Javi. We'll get to the phones and your ticket text, 248-539-9797. Tonight is the schedule release for the NFL. We've had very few leaks directly with the Lions. I think it's none. Indirectly, we can draw some conclusions. Yesterday, John Morton, the OC, shouted out a breakout player. We'll get to that later in the show. Some breakout candidates for the season. Everybody's excited right now. It's a great time for sports in Detroit. Let's get to Reno and Royal Oak. Good morning.
Hey, fellas. Good morning. Hey, it's something AJ talks quite a bit about, and I don't think a lot of fans give enough play to it, is about Javi's IQ being a baseball lifer, whether it's the pickoff, something as simple as the pickoff attempt at third last night where he turns into the ball. I mean, that kind of was textbook. And the stuff that the two home runs he hit, I mean, they were down in the way sliders, and we all know what his kryptonite was the last year. And based on the struggles that he had, the thing I like the most is that he didn't say boo when basically every fan in the stadium was booing him the last year or two. I mean, he could have very easily gone all John Papelbon or even Joe Nathan when he was here and had struggles and flipping off the fans. So it's good for him. You know what I mean? If nothing else. And Reno from Royal Oak or Bob from Alpena, we don't know the work he puts in. So to say that, when we're winning, he's all on, and when he's losing, he could care less. That's crazy. So it's, well, who would you rather have right now? I get it when we're winning, everything's good. But that said, who would you like to have right now, Javi or Juan Soto, who's making, I think it's $312,000 a game, and he's batting $250? I think everything's relative. I get it, but good for Javi. What the heck?
To your point about how it didn't boil over, Javi had a moment with the Mets when he played there, where the fans were booing him, they were getting on him, and I think it was like the thumbs down gesture, and he giving it back to the fans.
Oh yeah,
I'm a little surprised we didn't get that
for 3 years. I mean,
it was bad
because every talk show, and it wasn't just us locally; it was nationally. Anytime that they got around to talking about the Tigers, it's all about how bad Javi was, and you can't escape. As much as, I mean, I'm sure these guys aren't listening this morning. They're not reading the papers. With social media, with as much as revolves around these guys, you can't ignore the sentiment that the fans had.
The sentiment was get the hell out of town.
Right.
The sentiment was you're an overpaid bum. Just be done with him.
And he heard it every time he went to bat, every time he took the field.
I don't want to bat him ninth. I want him to play and bat 10th. i.e. not in the lineup. You need a position? How about left out? I mean, we did all of it. Does he need LASIK? Why can't he see the pitch in the other batter's box? It was, understandably, a frustrating experience for fans, and the entire time he had to sit there and live it, and he's come out of it the other side. I mean, his career has been resuscitated. Mm-hmm. He's a completely different person. He's the best position player on the team right now. It's stunning. It's unbelievable.
It really is.
Matt in Sterling Heights, you're on 97.1.
So just listening this morning, I hear a lot of these comments, everybody this and nobody that and never this and always that. You guys do know that there is an award Major League Baseball gives out every year called the Comeback Player of the Year Award. Somebody wins it every year. We happen to have 3 of those guys.
Yeah.
But it's not that strange that Mize is having a good year, considering where he was drafted, how good he has been when he's not been hurt. It's not that strange that Torque, after hitting 31 home runs a couple years ago, is having a good year, maybe a little better than most of us thought. And it's not entirely beyond the realm of believability that Baez is good. He's been good before. That they're all good at the same time and they're this good, maybe that's a little bizarre. But it's not so ridiculous that these guys are performing. They're major league players. They got paid and signed for big money for reasons, and a lot of them have done it before.
Well, the what seems ridiculous about what Javi is doing now is that, yeah, he's done it before in his career, maybe not to quite this level, and I think he'll come down a little bit, but for 3 years, we didn't witness any of this.
Yeah, we're so far removed from it, right?
It had never happened in Detroit.
He had flashed 30 home run power a couple times in his career. We had never seen that in Detroit. No. He was a big strikeout guy. It got to an unbearable level in Detroit. It wasn't 1 year, 2 years. It was 3 straight years going the wrong way, worse each season. Mm-hmm. That's what makes it so crazy. Like, the pedigree, sure. He was a key cog on a World Series team, but that was 9 years ago. You know what I mean? And Mize and Torque, number 1 overall pick is not a guarantee in baseball. These guys have had to work and scratch and claw to get themselves back to this position, and I think that's what we highlight.
And for Torque, it wasn't just the fans that were ready to throw in the towel. The team had thrown in the towel. They had moved Colt Keith to first. Without the injuries in center field, is Torque even on the opening day roster?
The domino effect? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there was real talk that he would need to get some ABs in AAA to prove that he's ready to come up here, and he's got 11 home runs, hit a home run in last night's game. We're going to get to A.J. Hinch coming up next. Real quick, I want to pass this along. Jordan Schultz, Fox Sports NFL Insider. We have a leak.
Oh.
The Packers will open the season at home against Jared Goff and the Lions. 4:25, September 7th. See if it comes true tonight, but there's your leak.
Okay.
AJ next, 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's finally time for baseball and getting back outside, and I've got your drink for the season. Surfside iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea with summer in mind. And, of course, they're a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar with no bubbles, and their iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good. And, of course, with no carbonation, they're super easy to drink. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes, Surfside iced tea and vodka, sunshine in a can. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
All right, AJ, I know they all count the same, but last night was special, right? Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. Yes, last night was special. It is so incredible to see that night play out. The ebbs and flow of the game are one thing, but obviously what a night for Javi and our team, and what a way to win another series.
So I mean, I'm going to act like my 3-year-old and just ask why to every answer that you have. But when you're talking about AJ, talking about Javi, I think everybody just wants to know, why is it different this year than the 3 years that we witnessed prior to this?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to have the exact answer. I mean, part of it is he's healthy. Part of it is, I think, his focus routines have gotten better. I'm sure some of it is the focus on the defense has lifted some of the pressure on the offense, and at the end of the day, I think he's made some real adjustments to put himself in a better position, and he's going out and doing it. So I guess I don't wake up every day, asking why or trying to figure out the reason why. I get asked a ton about it. I mean, this guy has been really incredible behind the scenes, and now he's flourishing on the field, and he's getting some appreciation for the work. And I don't know that we need to try to figure it out, because I think it's a special, start to a season. It's a long way to go, but I'm so damn proud of him because of how he has sort of reestablished himself and his focus on being a productive player, and that doesn't go unnoticed by anybody.
Time to bump him up in the order?
No, I mean, why would you mean? You want to touch him? I mean, you want to move? I mean, part of it is that I joked that last night with the media, would you change a thing? And the other part of it is we are getting tremendous production out of the bottom of the order. So where would I move? Would you move Torkelson down? No. And the answer, do you want to move the stacked lefties that are creating a ton of opportunity for us? No. He's doing his job. And so I think the instinct to let's challenge it and make it better. How about we just leave it be and let him play and have a productive player at the bottom of the order?
When he came to you and said, I can play center field, what was your reaction?
It was no surprise. I mean, I believed in him from the get-go. I mean, this guy does incredible things on the field, and as a coach, you almost wonder if he's too naturally gifted, and the focus, needed to stay on the basics. He can naturally go out and do it. When he says he could catch, I really believe him. He could go back there and instinctually do things that everyday catchers can't do, and that's the part that he probably doesn't get enough credit as he's aging, that he can still do a lot of things gracefully and naturally. I didn't think the opportunity was going to come up because we are down 3 center fielders. So it didn't surprise me that he could do it or was willing to do it. I think his attention to detail has been very, very good with George Lombard, who does our outfield, and Anthony Iapoce, our first base coach. It's not just roll out there and shag balls. There's a lot of movement. There's a lot of communication. There's a lot of instinct. There's jumps, playing in the right spot, reading those tweeners. The other day, he had a running catch into left center. You have one shot at that from the very beginning of the play. When we talk about base running, going first to third, what you do at first base allows you to get to third base. What you do with your jumps in center allow you to make the play at the back end that we all cheer. And his detail on that stuff has been very, very impressive and has put him in a good position.
You just mentioned Coach Lombard. We talk about Chris Federer all the time. Obviously, we talk about what you do all the time, and you've mentioned the psychology of the game, the mental side of it. And I'm curious, how do you and your staff help players with the mental side of the game? Because we're talking about Torque, and we've talked about with you his struggles over the years. Javi, Casey Mize is having a great year, and I know he's down for 15 because of the hammy, but Riley Green earlier this season, Parker Meadows, Carp being able to hit lefties. I mean, the list goes on and on. How do you and your staff help your players with the mental side of the game?
Yeah. No, great question, and I'm glad you brought it up because my staff does a great job of staying in the fight in even keel with these guys. We don't ride the emotional roller coaster. We're a group of coaches who stay balanced with what we're trying to do and get our guys focused on what we're trying to do, not what we're trying not to. Something simple would be, these guys are nasty that come out of the bullpen throwing 97, 98, ball cutting, ball darting, the breaking balls. All that stuff is we can focus on what the guy does to get outs, or we can focus on what our plan is. When Colt Keith is going through what's now been 2 Aprils. It's really important for us to stay the course and stay in the conversation, and Michael and Keith and Lance do a great job of that with the hitting side. This game is full of failure. And the days of the kicking, screaming, yelling coach to try to get through to a player, it just doesn't exist successfully as much as maybe we grew up with. And so to adapt and adjust to the mentality of your team, it's amazing. We can give critical feedback. We do it every day in the hitters meeting. We will go through something positive, something negative that's happened in recent games. It's to try to get us in a learning mentality to get ready to prepare for the game. So our staff has to stay balanced in order to do that. It does not mean we don't have it out with our players. We do. We just generally don't do it in front of the camera. But our staff does to keep these guys going every day at a young age, trying to develop and be better at the best league in the best league in the world. We have to stay, sort of with the conversation of where the players are at, and I'm proud of our guys. I mean, it's hard to get through 162 games and expect perfection, and we do our best to try to keep pushing that needle up or that standard up without demoralizing the player during failure.
Talking to Tiger manager A.J. Hinch this morning. Matt Vierling, we're seeing him get some ABs with Toledo playing the outfield. I know he can play all over. Where do you anticipate him playing primarily once he's back with the club?
I don't know. And I think that's the toughest question, because I think I just don't know what the needs are going to be at the time in which he's ready. This is a slow injury to heal. It's a slow injury build up, or strength build up now that he's back out playing. And so he's been in right field a little bit. He's going to be in center. We're going to put him back over at third before he comes back to the big leagues, and then we're going to sort it out as we go. I mean, if you asked me this question 2 weeks ago, I would have said center field. And now you ask me after last night, and I'm going to say, well, maybe not so much, maybe right field and third base. So as you know, I will change everything every day, and I'm willing to kind of put guys wherever the opening is. And it will be a fun exercise to answer this question in a couple of weeks where, hey, you're giving this guy a day off and that guy a day off. And because we're starting to develop a roster that has a lot of options. And so Matty's going to fit into that. Today, I don't know where that's going to be, because it could change need-based by the time he's healthy.
On the heels of, we're calling it the Javi Baez game, I know there was more that went on in that game other than just what Javi was able to do, but it was impactful. Now you're back the next day with a Skubal start. How much fun is it? How much fun are you having? We've talked to you many times about the struggles. Now, all of a sudden, best record in Major League Baseball, you're going from that win last night to a Skubal start. How exciting is it to see him take the mound?
Yeah, I wish I could have changed it to a day game. Let's get back on the field right away with Tarik Skubal on the mound. That would have – I don't love the day game, after night game sometimes, but that one would have been awesome. It's obviously great. I mean, when going into but it's only as great as getting into the competition. We're going to have to deal with a pitcher we've never faced, and a Red Sox team that I know, is going to try to bounce back with the talent they have. So when you can go into a series in the looming presence of a Tarik Skubal on the back end of the series, it can help you how you manage the first couple games, how do you use your bullpen. It can help certainly the psychology of the other side, knowing hey, they've got that big beast at the end of this series. So it doesn't necessarily win you the game. It just allows you to have some freedom and confidence to be aggressive in decision making in the first couple of games, and then race to the ballpark today knowing that one of the best pitchers in baseball is on our side and we have a chance to sweep.
He's in that zone. Before you came to town, maybe 15 years ago, we went through this with Verlander, where every start it felt like he might have a no-hitter. And I know he was flirting with a perfect game into the fifth last Friday night. As a manager, guys don't go deep anymore. We're always wondering, what's that like for you, just letting him cut loose in those spots? Because he could be flirting with this a bunch this summer.
For sure. Well, yeah. The no-hitter thing is hard. I mean, I've been around a lot of them. They don't happen as often as it feels like it's going to happen, right? Every time somebody gets into the fourth or fifth, people sit on the edge of their seat. That's still half the game left before we can really get there. But the anticipation is real. that you're going to have a good game, and that that the feeling that I've had. So I've had JV and Garrett Cole and now Tarek, like the best pitchers in the league at a given time, and what that does is like it brings so much belief to your team that something positive can happen. I mean, you're saying no hitter. I'm just saying coming to the ballpark today, like, man, if we score a few runs, like we're going to have a great chance to win. And like when you get into that category, I mean, that's a small margin for error, like for a player, for Tarek, because he doesn't have to be perfect, but it's encouraging when you have that type of presence to where everybody coming to the ballpark that's either wearing the English D or supporting the English D, we feel like it's our game to lose. And that means you're sort of big boy in the league, and you're somebody that everybody knows is on the mound.
AJ, great day to have you on, especially after last night, and look forward to talking to you again all season long. Yeah,
you got it. Go Tigers. We'll see you later.
Tiger manager AJ Hinch. It's 97.1.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and relationships. And with their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and my family over the years, and why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. Visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
don't believe it either, Dan Dickerson. What a moment it was last night. Special, this turnaround for Javi Baez. Symbolic, really, of a lot of guys on this team. And who would have thought the catalyst is Javi Baez?
And I know it's an impossible question when you ask why.
Yeah, like AJ goes, I almost don't want to know why at this point. And I don't want to.
It's just working. Don't move him in the lineup.
Well, I go, hey, it's one of your best hitters. You want to bump him up? No, I don't want to do anything to upset what we got going here.
Well, but I mean, and so the other good thing about that response is, one, you don't want to upset the apple cart with Javi Baez because it's working. So let's keep it working. But it's also working at other spots. And, and as mentioned, like, what do you want to bump Torque down? What are you going to do with Green? What are you going to do with Carp? And so there's going to be some tweaks here and there. Some days it's Torque at 3 or at 4 or at 5 as he was last night. Some if right-handers, Carp is the one that leads off. Or if it just you have that flexibility now to make some tweaks here and there, but it is about consistency.
I would say I want Javi to get more at bats than Jace Young, which would be the case to move him up one spot, but.
Okay, but see, he's never hit this year. I don't believe higher than 6. So somewhere 7, 8, 9. Like that's not bumping him up.
No, I know, but it's getting him one more at bat. I mean, every at bat counts. So if you're managing on the margins the way AJ does, that's why I asked the question, and he was direct with it. We're going to keep him in the 9 spot. So AJ was great. Great day to talk Tiger baseball. Tonight will be the Lions schedule release. We have a leak. More on that in a minute. We also have some words, high praise from the coaching staff, singling out one player with a breakout season on the horizon. So this is the new offensive coordinator, John Morton. This is him talking about a breakout candidate. Him being Jameson Williams. High praise for a guy who already had a 1,000-yard season. I would have called last year a breakout, but apparently there's
more to be had.
Breakout 2.0.
Well, you love to hear the details behind the scene about doing everything asked of him, meetings, weight room, like everything. And I don't know that there's ever been a question about Jameson Williams in that regard. It's more about to get to that breakout season, it's got to be all-encompassing. You can't miss games because of stupid suspensions or injuries that could be prevented. Like, and I'm not talking about the ACL. That's not one that can be prevented. But it's doing all of those little things in the building, but also doing them out of the building in regards to recovery and giving yourself the best opportunity. To hear a coach talk about he's doing all the little things. Yeah, there's more to be had there.
What does that even look like, a breakout for J-Mo? He had 1,000 yards. He had 7 touchdowns. He was the number 2 option in the pass attack. I mean, is it challenge St. Brown for a 1A, 1B? Is it 1,500 yards? What does a breakout even look like on top of what he did last year?
So it was 58 catches, 1,000 yards. And does it mean that he helps unlock a little bit more of this offense? An offense that was, number 1 in the NFL last year?
It's harder to measure that, though, right? Like to say, well, Sam Laporta got more catches because J-Mo was more polished. It may be true, and coaches would see that, but we're going to look at the numbers and go, he had 1,100 yards, he had 1,200 yards. Was that really a breakout season?
Well, maybe it can be, again, smaller things where instead of 58 catches, it's 75. And more the numbers, reliable. It's just more reliable. It's using him across the middle, at 7 yards instead of sending him deep every time. It's being able to use him in more situations because, and the question at the beginning of his career was, can he catch the ball? Like there was a lot of drops. And so it's being more consistent with catching the ball, more consistent running it, more plays being called for him. And there's only so many yards to be had out there. And I don't know what the limit of this offense is, but instead of, 1,400 yards for Amon-Ra St. Brown, if it's 1,350, but then it unlocks a little bit more of J-Mo, and instead of 1,000, it's 1,200.
Areas of the offense he could help unlock. Got it. Tighter spiral, better progressions. No? Okay. 248-539-97.
Come on, man.
Avoiding the costly
Where's the
interceptions.
alarm? Where's the alarm? The smarm alarm. That's when we needed it.
On a more serious note, maybe J-Mo is the...
Yeah, that maybe that's more appropriate. Thank you.
Maybe J-Mo is the answer to this question, but Lions breakout candidates for the upcoming season. Like, that doesn't seem like there are that many because it feels like many have already established themselves. They have a couple all-pro safeties. They got a great line with some big tackles and a great center. The quarterback's established. St. Brown's an all-pro. Laporta already had kind of a big rookie season. Who is your breakout guy for the Lions? We'll throw that out to people. 248-539-9797. Your OC says it's J-Mo. Do you agree, or is it somebody else? John, you want to throw out a name?
Yeah, I'll throw one out. Terrion Arnold. Terrion Arnold going into his second year. Not as many PIs. More reliable in bump and run. More reliable down the field of being able to keep that same aggression, not get the PI call, but still disrupt the receiver and make some more pass breakups, maybe some more interceptions. That's one area where we didn't see a lot of INTs for Terrion Arnold last year. You need to have that competing for that CB1 spot along with DJ Reed. And maybe it's J-Mo and it's Amon-Ra St. Brown 1A, 1B.
Closing the gap.
It's closing the gap between Terrion Arnold and DJ Reed as 1A, 1B in terms of, who's competing to cover Justin Jefferson.
No corner played more man coverage snaps last year than Terrion Arnold. And it was an experience.
It was an experience. It was a roller coaster. It didn't start off great. There was a lot of pass interference early on.
But do you learn from that, and are you a candidate for a year two breakout? Yeah, that fits the mold. The guy I would throw out there, and we've heard it a million times, and I don't even know if I fully believe it, but there's a case for Levi Onwuzurike. When Aiden was healthy, he was productive. He registered all of his sacks when Aiden was healthy. He's going to start or play a lot more now that Aleem McNeil is injured to begin the season. He's in a contract here. I know we've been sold this bill of goods a million times. Is there a case for Levi?
I got another one that I want to share because if we're trying to find a way for J-Mo to up his 1,000 yards and be a quote-unquote breakout candidate, there's another very productive player that could have a breakout year.
Get to a completely different level. We'll get to it next, plus the schedule leak. The Lions opener, it's 97-1.
The full NFL schedule release is today, including all Lions games. It will officially happen at 8 o'clock tonight. Single-game tickets at Ford Field will become available after the unveiling, though the team says it will be limited due to a high demand. A report from Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports does say that Game 1 of the season will be Lions at Packers at Lambeau Field in the 4 o'clock window. Fans knew it was going to be gone the second it hit the bat. A 3-run game-winning home run from Javi Baez, blowing the non-existent roof off of Comerica Park. The first-place Tigers continue their special start to the season with a come-from-behind 10-9 victory over the Red Sox to take the series. They have won 5 of their 6 series at Comerica up until this point. A.J. Hinch has been backing El Mago since his injury, trusting the work he puts in, switching him to center field. This morning with Costa and Jansen, he tried to explain how the drastic turnaround even happened. Baez is now batting .368 with 4 homers and an .1137 OPS in the month of May. The team is 8-1 in games that he's played during that stretch. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Yeah, you heard that right from Chris Villar. 360 in the month of May. 8-1. Javi Baez, the moment last night. We'll be playing that highlight later this hour for you guys again. We can't play it enough. Dan Dickerson's call of the walk-off last night, a 2-homer night for Javi Baez. John, we're talking breakout candidates for the Lions because they're talking about breakout candidates. The coaching staff came out and said, J-Mo, breakout year incoming. Weren't shy about it. That's from the new offensive coordinator. John, we talked about some breakout candidates. I'll read some text, but you have you have one that is already established but could get to a completely different level.
And I'll get to that in a moment because I want to talk a little bit about the guy that you mentioned, Levi Onwuzurike, as a breakout candidate. Last year, you could have said it was a breakout just simply because he was healthy for the vast majority of that season. And, I mean, he was obviously much more productive last year than he had been since he was drafted out of Washington. If he is able, with a healthy Aiden Hutchinson, playing next to DJ Reader, he's going to get opportunity. This is a 1 year, prove it, get to that next contract. He is well aware of what this year means for him and his future earning potential. If he has a big year and he's going to have all that opportunity because Aleem McNeil's not going to be back until sometime late October, November, maybe Thanksgiving, he's going to have all that opportunity to show why he could be a not just solid defensive tackle in this league, but a guy that could get a much better contract, maybe not here, but somewhere. He's playing for a major contract upgrade going into next year. And I think if you look at, his pass rush win rate, you look at how he takes on double teams, he's going to be singled up a lot because a lot of attention is going to be on the guy that I think could be a breakout candidate. And that's Aiden Hutchinson.
So you got to show your work on it because it feels like the guy's already established, but there's another level here.
Well, so 11.5 sacks is the most that he's had in any single season. Now, I know he was on pace to outdo that last year, but
he didn't.
And he only played 5 games. So it's still there for him to tap into what he can be. We haven't seen it. And it was limited last season. We were all excited about what we saw through 5 games. And then it was abruptly ended. If he is able to go out there and I'll just say have greater than 15 sacks, push for 17 or 18, to be sack king of the NFL for a year. And we expect it would continue past that. But to have that opportunity to up his game, stay healthy, be productive as a pass rusher, that only helps, Levi Onwuzurike. It only helps everybody else on that defensive line to have quote-unquote breakout years for them.
Yeah, we're taking some liberties with breakout, but there's levels to this game, right? If J-Mo can break out after already having 1,000 yards, it suggests that there's even more there. And with Aiden, nobody disputes there's even more there. So this could be the year he's the sack king and cements himself as the defensive player of the year, and it's a different kind of breakout. Ticket texters saying it must be Terrion Arnold this upcoming season. Use that first-round pick on him. He gave him all the experience. It's got to pay off. Agree with John. He's the breakout, but my dark horse would be another guy in that room, Ennis Rakestraw.
Yeah, and for him, I mean, even follow the same lines as Levi Onwuzurike. Just stay healthy for an entire season. Now, it's only 1 year, right? He was a rookie last year, and he was banged up most of the season. So, yeah, can he – what did he do last year while he was out? Was he tuned in? Was he paying attention to all of the things that Terrion Arnold was going through? Last year, Carlton Davis. Like, how much did he sit there and learn the passing attacks in the NFL?
Yeah. This guy's speaking your language. Scott in Tecumseh. He says, Mahogany won't show up in the stat sheet, but I believe Hank Fraley unlocks a monster playing the guard spot this season.
I'm really excited about what we could see. I'm excited about what we saw in just a few brief moments last year.
Campbell signed Ray in Windsor.
Jack.
Yeah, Dan Campbell breakout season incoming, baby.
Yeah.
Wait till you see the 4 tight end package where he slips in there in uniform. What else? Jack Campbell, 120 tackles, greatly improved against the run and pass. I'm expecting a Pro Bowl season. Breakout players, Levi and Christian Mahogany. If those two can ball out, it's going to be a fun year up front. Mike in a car. And how about a breakout year for the coordinators? Morton and Shepard both need to break out so this team doesn't take a step backwards.
Yeah, and there'll be some growing pains early on. But if J-Mo is everything that John Morton is talking about and everybody else stays relatively consistent, then yeah, I mean it should be a very few weeks before they hit full stride.
Speaking of how they start the season, we got the schedule leak. This is Jordan Schultz from Fox Sports. So if it's wrong, blame Jordan Schultz and not me or John or this radio station. But I think everybody's running with this, that the Lions will open the season in Green Bay against the Packers. Not who you wanted. What do you think of it?
I love it. I mean, it's kind of following the trend that the NFL is setting for that opening weekend. We saw Philly and Dallas. So if it's going to be divisional matchups, I'm not a huge fan of divisional matchups that early in the season, but hey, let's roll with it. And here's the other thing. It's Lambeau in September.
Yeah.
Not Lambeau in December or even November. And I played there the week after 9/11. And okay, Washington, different environment than we play here, but as we know, this is the Dome. So it's going to be warm and 70 degrees every time they play at home. That was the coldest game I had played that year. And that was in September. So it can still be a little bit chilly, but it's not at all like it would be in late October, November, or December, or even that if they were to end at Green Bay in early January.
And they've done that, but preference would be to not do that.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's we know that Jared Goff, okay, he's gone and played in bad weather and, put all those ghosts to bed, but those ghosts always seem to come back up. And so I would much rather play in Green Bay early in the season.
So when the schedule starts to get leaked and you hear Eagles-Cowboys, that was the first leak. Mm-hmm. It set the stage for a lot of division matchups week one. I think a lot of people were looking forward to the Bears. Ben Johnson, or the Vikings. Right? Tom thinks it could be a Thanksgiving matchup with J.J. McCarthy. But the Packers, the Lions have owned the Green Bay Packers. And it'd be a great tone setter to go in, get that road game out of the way at Lambeau. We were digging this up. Dan Campbell has owned this division.
Yeah.
17-3 his last 20 games in the division. Yeah, that sets you up for a really good season. Yeah. And you could start right out of the gate with the Green Bay Packers. That's believed to be game number 1. I like it. That's the same thought you had. Avoid playing them late in the year.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I'm afraid of it, just preference.
There's going to be other opportunities. We could be playing in Baltimore, in December or late in the season. You could be playing in Kansas City. It gets cold there. So
I do want to see one of those two teams at the end of the year. Kind of like we had Buffalo this season. It didn't work out well, but it was an evaluation game. If you're playing outdoors at Baltimore or Kansas City against one of these MVP caliber quarterbacks.
Measuring stick.
And if you lose, well, the mulligan is there. Now you got to clean things up and get ready for the postseason. If you win, it's the wind in your sails as you get ready to make a deep run this year.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be fun. The mock schedule, like how are we doing on that? Did what was the opener that you had?
Oh, I had the Rams. So I'm not going to be perfect. I do like my pick at week 2 though now even more with hosting the Steelers on Sunday Night Football. So the Lions are not in prime time, so way more likely week 2 to be a primetime candidate.
And a home game.
Get an AFC game out of the way because they're not going to want to blow, the NFC games, especially division. I would be stunned if it's another divisional game.
Can I tell you the thing I'm
I don't think they would start with 2 division games.
Rare, but can I tell you the thing I'm most curious for tonight?
Sure.
It's not who they play on Thanksgiving. It's not when the Monday night games, because they'll get a Monday night. It's not who they play on Sunday night. It's not even the Eagle game and when that is slotted.
Oh.
I want to know when the bye is. And I want a later bye.
It's because you're scarred from last year's injuries.
I think we all kind of are, right?
Yeah.
And regardless, they're not going to have 24 injuries, right? Knock on wood. It's the idea that you can collect yourself late in the season because it's a grind. It's a long season if you're chasing the Super Bowl.
And last year, obviously, having a bye in week 5, it's not ideal. But it's the bye. I understand the concept of it, but it's more luck of the draw in regards to what injuries do you have at that time. And as the year goes on, you could start collecting injuries and you want to have that bye later on, but it sometimes it's just luck of the draw. Do we have an injury to a key player where if we were playing next week, he wouldn't play, but since we have the bye week and 2 weeks off, now there's a chance he could be back at that time.
There is a randomness to it, to be fair, but last season specifically, I remember because they got the bye so early, how many games in how many weeks with short weeks in there, right? I mean, there was a stretch where they played, was it like 3 games in a span of 18 days?
Yeah.
And that's with no bye week in sight. That's a really tough spot to be in if you're gearing up to play a 20-game schedule. Or, 20-game schedule.
They seem to handle it well, though.
So you had mentioned J.J. McCarthy a few minutes ago. There is another schedule leak out there that it's going to be Harbaugh versus J.J. week 8. Vikings will play at L.A. Chargers. Thursday Night Football. So we'll all get to watch it. It's a reunion.
Woohoo. Okay.
I'm just trying to troll you with Harbaugh stuff.
Yeah, okay.
He doesn't take the bait the way I do.
Yeah.
I'm way easier to just set off. John is much more even keeled and mild mannered, and it doesn't work.
What do you think about
John.
Javi out homering Bregman last night?
God, there you go. And he made a fool of him on the base paths.
Yeah,
he did. Little savvy vet move from Javi over at third base.
Yep.
Okay, we're going to talk more about Baez coming up next. It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, someone who's been in the game and knows everything about the IRS, not a tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
What a game, what a call, Dan Dickerson. Deep into the night. One person said he was channeling his inner Santa Claus. Oh, ho, ho, really getting into it. That was a great game last night, well before we got the dramatics and extra innings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a little better than that. You get Bregman going yard, but then Torkelson answers and multiple lead changes, and Javi hits a home run, and we're into extras, down to 2 outs. Sweeney extends the game. I mean, it was great baseball, and then it's a lot more fun when you win. Javi Baez symbolizing everything that this baseball team is. Resilience, resurgence. His story, I still don't fully believe it.
Yeah. On Twitch, I wonder how many people felt like this. I thought that game was over. I'm a bad fan. You're not a bad fan. There were many times where you thought you were winning, thought you were losing, thought you were winning, thought you were losing. Even in I say overtime, even in extra innings.
Well, 2 runs is a lot in extra innings.
Oh yeah, but it's. I'm curious how many people actually turned it off at some point and then woke up this morning to Javier Baez. Fear Javier.
They need to run with that.
Mm-hmm.
Fear Javier. I mean, they've owned the Javier stuff. They're posting Keegan-Michael Key, and they're doing Photoshop jerseys where it's B-A-Z-E.
Yep.
Javier Baez. He's a different dude. Completely different guy.
Certainly he's heard it. I wonder how much he's buying into the...
Well, there are ticket texters defended on his behalf that we won't just call him his name. Guys, it's all fun.
Have a little fun with it.
And that's the thing is he has transformed his career in a way that nobody expected. This was not one down year. This was not one injury that needed to be fixed. I don't doubt that the hip surgery was helpful, but it doesn't explain 3 years of awful baseball. I mean, he was arguably the worst player in Major League Baseball, and we were begging for him to be off the roster.
It can explain defensively more than offensively. It explains some of the errors at shortstop and his ability to now also play center, play short, play third.
It could explain some power, but it doesn't explain plate discipline.
Right. Yeah. Swinging at things in the other's batter's box. Like it's, and I know you were a big fan of the extended bat meme that he couldn't reach some of those balls he was actually swinging at. But I can't buy into it. Okay. I don't know what the surgery was and how limiting his injury was to what he was doing or trying to do, but I just can't buy into that's why he was swinging at those balls.
It feels like we're living in an alternate reality. Like if you're a Stranger Things fan, like we're in the upside down. Down is up is down. I don't know where the like demons are, but Javi has conquered a lot of them because he's now standing in a batter's box much more confident. When he was due up in extra innings, you weren't like, oh, here we go again. It was, here we go again. We get another at-bat from Javi Baez. And because Jace Young finally got on base, it set him up to hit the game winner. He has done something I didn't think was possible. I mean, people are chanting his name leaving the ballpark.
Yeah, and I'm certainly in a positive way. We've heard Javi chants before in a much more negative, with a negative tone. But this is celebrating exactly what this is, even more than you thought you were going to get when you signed him. Like he is outperforming right now, currently this year, than almost anything he's done in his career.
He is the best position player on the team today. He's an all-star if the game was today. Wild universe we're living in. How would you compare this to other redemption stories we've seen in the city of Detroit?
So this is a short-term one.
Yes.
And it has the opportunity, obviously, play out much longer, but it's on the heels of 3 very inept years and the contract that goes along with it. I think one of the other, redemptive stories has to just be the ownership of the Detroit Lions.
Oh, the Ford family.
The Ford family. And it was just sell the team, move the team, get rid of the team. And now with what Sheila Hamp Ford has done since taking over, even when she was the new owner.
So when she took over, they kept Quintricia for an extra year.
They kept him for an extra year.
She got booed thunderously on the Calvin Johnson ceremony.
Lions fans, that drop.
Yep.
As the boos rained down.
She sat there when Campbell was it 1-5 or 1-6?
1-6, I believe. 3-13-1 through the whole season.
And we're going, hey, look, we love the guy, but this isn't going anywhere. And she stood there 10 toes tall and said, we're backing this guy. The Ford family has taken the most, deservedly so, heat in the city, and nobody is talking ill about him today.
No.
That's probably the ultimate redemption story, and that one won't be complete until they win the Super Bowl, but things have changed. Gores, if you want to stay in the owner world,
sure.
From the comment he made publicly about when you put aside winning while they were in the midst of the worst season in franchise history, to him paying $60 million to fire the coach he stumped for.
Yeah.
The act of, first of all, people don't like admitting they're wrong. Imagine paying $60 million to admit you're wrong. Can't imagine many are going to do that. And his image has taken a 180. We can collect these. 248-539-9797. That's part 2 of this. I mean, Baez is the story, but part 2 is redemption as a whole in the city.
Yeah. And you mentioned him as an all-star. We had some ticket text early on where this is a no-frills, no-name team. Obviously, Skubal, Cy Young Award winner, and the season he's having, that he's excluded from that conversation. But this is a team, if you just looked as, in terms of how they rank at their position for all-stars, and if you are the best record in Major League Baseball, and who knows what they are at the all-star break, but
right now they are.
Right now, they're the best record in all of baseball. How many guys for a team that is best record in baseball should be on an all-star team?
You say 4 to 5 for a team in first place. That feels reasonable.
Okay, who's best at their position? Who would get those votes right now?
So Skubal and Hobby would be the two I'd start with. Green is not having the year he did last year. Torque has bounced back, and I'd have to look at the first baseman, but he'd be in the conversation.
Right, so you have some guys in the conversation.
You don't have like front runners, you're saying, or
that's,
no doubters. Yeah.
And so it'll be. I'm curious if this continues along this path. How many all-stars will the Detroit Tigers have?
Brett in Lake Orion. Good morning. What's up?
How's it going?
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, I just kind of want to talk about how I'm just really proud of these Tigers. They had a great run last year and kept it going kept it going. How the reemergence of Javier Baez is just great to see. I will say I am partially favored to the Yankees. Like I do like the Yankees too, and they really benefited off them because they got Canely and Glaber, and of course Trey Sweeney. So they couldn't have done this without them too. But I love what they're doing. I love it.
Easy to like this baseball team.
Yeah, I mean Doug was on it early.
His favorite
0-3 team.
0-3 team, or 1-3 whenever he said it. Biggest sports turnarounds in Michigan and Detroit sports. Ozzie, his second stint with the Red Wings.
Okay.
All right. Jared Goff on the ticket text. Hello.
That's good. Obviously, it didn't start here.
We didn't build the animosity for Goff to the degree we did for Baez or the Ford family. But there were moments of doubt early in Jared's time in Detroit, and I'm guilty of it. I think a lot of people were. Bridge quarterback, placeholder, Band-Aid. He won a couple playoff games. Yeah, his redemption story, it spawned a whole bunch of Jared Goff chants at all the other sporting events. How about, oh boy. Biggest turnaround in Michigan or Detroit sports, Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Both
directions.
180, then 180, then 180.
Yeah.
He can't get it done. He did get it done, but he cheated and has a show cause. 180, 180, 180. It's out there. 248-539-9797. All right, we'll keep collecting some redemption stories. Your follow-up feedback on this Javi Baez story, because it's just if you did this in a movie, it would be seen as you're trying too hard.
Too much artistic license.
It's too cheesy. What do you mean? He's hitting 300 and playing a new position, and he's got a new name, and they're chanting his name, and he's hitting walk-off
I could
bombs.
Suspend reality, but not to this level.
This isn't real. It's real. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Okay, so this is a fun quirk. Javi Baez hits the walk-off last night, and we've played the highlight a bunch, and we can play it again in a second. Dan Dickerson says, "You've got to be kidding me." Those same words were uttered on the Boston broadcast as well. Can we go side by side here, Greg? Let's start with Dan Dickerson. Or Nesson, whatever we've got.
I remember it being better than that.
Okay. You want to simulate it?
No. I heard the music on that one.
You've got to be kidding. Here was the better version, Dan Dickerson.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I love the side-by-side there because you always hear, like the home broadcasts, right? It's one is deflated and with all the heroics by the Red Sox, they go away losers. And then you hear Dan Dickerson's call deep into the night.
Belting it out, Dan Dickerson. Great call. Always seizes the moment.
Yeah.
The moment was Javi's last night. Texter says, my friend left 5 minutes before the walk-off. Chris in Grand Blanc. Why?
You stayed that long.
You're already
What?
there. It's the
Yeah.
11th inning, the bottom of the 11th at that.
Yeah. I mean, wow.
Okay.
I mean, in previous years, you're thinking, all right, Chase Young and Javi, let's just get to the top of the order. Could we please? Even though Carp was already out. But now, with what he's been able, maybe you thought, well, Javi can't possibly do it twice in a game. And then he does.
It did it again. Wasn't there a report a few months ago that Gleyber Torres used a Yankee scouting report to help Javi? Could Gleyber be the key? Pay that man.
I mean, okay, so we ask AJ why. And he's like, I don't know if we could really put a finger on why. That maybe that's another element to it. Who knows?
Well, he alluded to details and attention to details, and you get input, and I don't refute that. Yeah, I'm sure Gleyber has helped him out. I mean, it's funny because AJ could have said, well, it's the hip, but it's more than just the hip, and that's why it's all this stuff that
plate discipline
had to go right for Javi Baez to get right and turn into this ball player, this player that we thought we got way back when. Man, 3 years, it feels like it's more than 3 years of this.
Oh, yeah.
Where he was just, gross to watch in the batter's box.
It was tough.
And now he's leading the charge. Hey, we're going to play our conversation with AJ Hinch. You want to hear from the manager? We'll get to that. But first, Heather with the news.
So after serving more than 30 years behind bars for murdering their parents, the Menendez brothers will be eligible for parole. Did you guys get into all of the documentaries that were out on them and the shows on Netflix? Yeah. So, I mean, people have been watching this and really into this case. Well, on Tuesday, a judge reduced the sentences for the brothers from life without parole to 50 years to life with the possibility of parole. So now it is up to the California State Parole Board and the governor, Gavin Newsom, to decide if the brothers deserve freedom. So they're one step closer. And of course, their family, their attorney, called the resentencing hearing a great day. A great day to be a Lions fan if you want to grab some tickets, because tonight, Lions single tickets go on sale. Released at 8 p.m.
Oh, same as the schedule.
Basically, yeah, same as the schedule. Kind of like first come, first serve kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's how I'm taking it. You'll be allowed to purchase up to 8 tickets for each home game based on availability. And according to the team, seating options will be extremely limited and will be available while supplies last.
It's going to be a frenzy, because even if you don't want to go, people have used them to sell at this point.
Of course. Oh, right. Like you might want to buy a bunch so that maybe if you do go, you can keep a couple for yourself and then sell other ones. Like people will be
snapping them up.
Yep. An Arizona man who assaulted a woman at an Auburn Hills hotel was sentenced to up to 60 years in prison. This 36-year-old Joe Del Vera was staying at the same hotel as this woman, befriended her, and then after she went upstairs or went to her room to go to sleep, he got a copy of her key, got into her room, and assaulted her. He then flew immediately back home to Arizona. So he was just sentenced, hopefully, to the full 60 years. Arnold Schwarzenegger's, his son, Christopher, has been on quite a weight loss journey. If you've followed him at all, he recently opened up about his fitness, and he says it's been a big process that started actually 6 years ago. Kind of realized there was a lot of things he wanted to do that he couldn't do because of his weight. He said, you know what? Something's got to change. And he kind of said a lot of trial and error, see what's going to work for him. And he said recently, though, he lost 30 pounds in 2 months when he gave up bread for Lent. That was the big kicker in his diet, giving up some of those carbs.
Processed carbs.
I love bread.
I say bread's great.
I love all things. I love carbs. I could eat I mean, like could be my diet if it was healthy enough. I could do it.
Is it worth losing 30 pounds if you can't eat the food you love? You know?
Oh, there's
Yes.
many more foods that you can love.
Well, he's got to figure
You
it
don't have to
out
stop steak.
and introduce it then slowly. Not eat so many carbs,
Yeah,
but start
but
introducing them slowly back.
It's kind of probably one of those things for him where once you have a little, then it's just a little bit more and a little bit more, and then
I
you're
get
back where you
that.
started.
I get that for sure. For the first time in months, egg prices have fallen. So the average price of a dozen eggs fell to $5.12 last month after reaching a record $6.23 in March. So this is it was the first month-to-month drop in egg prices since October of 2024.
Cool.
So there's a little bit. Still, though, egg prices do remain at historic highs because of this persistent outbreak of the bird flu.
That's still going on?
It is. It is. It sounds like it has kind of died down recently, but it's wiping out massive amounts of the egg-laying hens, right?
Yeah.
So that's an issue. But there's a professor of food economics and policy at Michigan State that says he believes egg prices will continue to fall in May and June. Says the demand is a little less. It's always really high for Easter,
Soon
then
as
kind of
those
falls away.
eggs start, so those hens start laying some more.
And the outbreaks of the bird flu are, I guess, dying down. So that's great. Let's see. Finally, Chet Lemon's family is requesting that everybody who attends his celebration of life ceremony wear red, black, or white. And according to his wife, Gigi, those were his favorite colors.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, very cool. So sad news, of course, his passing on May 8th at 70. But his celebration of life will be held on May 22nd at his baseball facility in Florida.
Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, AJ Hinch. Perfect day to have him after last night's walk-off winner. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you want to be on your weight loss journey, you could get there in as quick as 40 days. Doesn't take 2 months, just those 40 days with Ideal You. And maybe you've avoided being in pictures. Maybe it was over the holiday last weekend. Maybe you're just not comfortable knowing that you're going to have to get into a swimsuit soon. You could be down 40 days, or you could be down 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. And I know the program really works because I lost 50 in those 40 days with Ideal You. And book today. Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free. Your weight loss coach is going to take those numbers and those stats, and they're going to talk to you and build a plan, a weight loss plan that works specifically for you. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again or getting ready for that swimsuit season. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free.
Got the guys coming in here. Carson Anderson coming up right after the update. Gator, we asked AJ to make sense of what's going on with Javi, and, did his best. Do you have any idea what this is?
I don't know, man. I mean, I kept saying last year when the topic was, hey, should they just eat the salary? And it was $70-something million to eat. And that's obviously it was way too much for a team to take on unless you're Tom Gores. And you said, well, we need a new coach.
Yeah.
Aside from that, I'm like, we all know that he was going to be part of the team, but he was going to miss the end of the season with that hip surgery. And I kept saying, is it possible that this can help him out and be a better player? Who knows what kind of player he's going to be after the surgery, goes through spring training. Let's just see. And obviously there's more to it than just that. I mean, that's not going to cure everything. But if it gives you a clean bill of health and you feel good, if you feel good physically and then you prepare yourself mentally, it's a pretty good combination.
I think we've discovered that, with the hip and he's better pitch selection. Javi Baez's eyes were in his hip.
Yes, they were in his hip pocket. Yep.
We figured that out.
Yep.
But if you're balanced and you can feel yourself going off balance, you can stop that if you're pain free. I think that's part of it. He still leans over and he still swings at some of those pitches, so it's clearly not all that surgery.
Right.
It's probably more the other side of it. But it's so fun to watch to see a guy reclaim his spot as being one of the better players in baseball, like he was when the Tigers signed him, and this is who they thought they were going to get. But it coincides. Maybe it's because he's just having fun playing center field.
Yeah.
And he said that's what he played as a kid.
Yeah. I don't think he could play center field without that hip surgery.
No.
Probably not.
Or at least as effective as he is right now.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a combination of things. And sit back and enjoy it, man. I mean, there's no reason to – I'm sure there are still people out there watching the games, their arms folded and a scowl on their face and whatever,
It's not going to last.
There are people like
Ernest.
this. Like, why can't you just enjoy it, man? You want to turn on them later, okay, if there's reason to. But how about you just sit back and be like, yeah, that's a big win last
We actually got texts
and a call
a call that said now's the time to trade him.
Good luck.
That was our reaction as well.
Well, yeah, you might – if you trade him, you can get some, players back. This makes sense. And then maybe you could be the best team in baseball.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
Yeah, that's immediately what we said. I don't see many teams who are the best in baseball trading their best everyday player. Anyway, what do you guys got coming up?
That's such a great story. We'll talk about that Tiger win and Javi Baez right out of the gate.
Perfect. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Should we be concerned about Mr. Ohio there in the update?
Because his calves are out?
Yeah.
No.
He didn't
not
sound
concerned
healthy,
about
man.
him. No, not concerned at all.
Finally put them out of their misery.
Yeah. All right. So, look, magical moment last night. Fear Javier. Javi Baez is something else. And the best response that I saw to what happened last night, 2 home runs, including the walk-off and extra innings, was a listener named Brian sent an email that said, when do we start talking about an extension for Javi Baez? When do we start having that discussion? Scott Anderson, incredible turnaround for Javi Baez. An incredible Tiger season continues. An incredible stretch of play dating back to the early last August. They've been on fire and now tied for the best record in baseball. And, it was just a magical, magical moment. Those of you that were there, God, that must have been awesome. Those of you that were there and stayed, should we say, for extra innings, boy, were you rewarded. And, it's when you talk about the most memorable games, very rarely in the sports of baseball, hockey, and basketball are regular season games incredibly memorable. Last night's game was special. At one point, Andy Dirks just said, man, this is a baseball game. And that was before the drama that played itself out. Such a special night at Comerica Park last night.
It really was. I can't get over what this team has become. The way that they finished last season, so strong, and without a starting pitching staff, what they did at the end of the year was amazing. Getting to the playoffs, winning the first series against the Houston, pushing the Guardians to the brink, and unfortunately falling a little short there, but then picking up where they left off, and even more so because this year they don't have to do the pitching chaos thing. They tried it last night for the first time, and it failed a little bit. I mean, they won the game, but it wasn't the way things had gone last year with it. But what they're getting now is offensive contributions and defensive contributions. They're getting the good Spencer Torkelson back. Torque that plays a really good defensive first base, and Torque that's a threat to hit the ball out of the ballpark at any given moment, which he did last night. The opposite field home run was great. That's huge. Getting, knock on wood here, it's a healthier Riley Green, and they're limiting how many games he's going to play in center field because they don't want him putting his body at risk. And what he's do last night in left field puts his body at risk and makes a pretty good diving catch, diving towards third base, and everybody's holding their breath, and he gets up, he's fine. That's good. But all the other good things that have happened, McKinstry off to this hot start, and Dylan Dingler's off to a really good start, and Trace Sweeney has a ton of multi-hit games, and he's become a force as a left-handed hitter in this lineup. Gleyber Torres hitting the ground running with his new team, the Tigers, and it's all great. But the story is Javi Baez. He's hitting .319 right now with an .870 OPS. His WAR is now 2.0. He has been fantastic, fantastically good for this team. And all the while learning a new position on the fly, like center field, which is not an easy position to play. It's one of the toughest positions to play in all of baseball. But because he is such an athlete, when you see the shortstops go out there and, if a shortstop starts to lose the range, a lot of times they'll put him in the outfield because, they can handle it. They're athletic enough. Javi can handle it. He's played short. He's played third. He's played in the outfield. He's been fantastic for this team. Every role they've asked him to play, he's done it. He's healed up from the hip surgery he had. He's got his mind right mentally and the way he prepares for everything. It's been a revelation to watch him play this year, and you just hope he keeps it up because it does nothing. Like last night, when he hits the home run, you and I were texting back and forth a little bit last night. I was still smiling 10 minutes after he hit the home run.
It was incredible. I mean, you talk about going from a player that had become one of those wearing your uniform but a villain. Like, people did not like Javi Baez. The conversations last year about just cut him. Just cut him. And we always had the same stance. Look, until he is blocking someone and actively hurting the team with his mere presence, you have to try and squeeze whatever you can out of the resource. What they've squeezed out of this, think about this, is a player that A, has completely reinvented himself at the plate and reverted back to something he was earlier in the career and never was in Detroit. B, a multi-positional player. He starts the season and they're like, all right, when they experimented with him in spring training out in center field, he's playing shortstop, center field, and third base. The third base situation was the big question through the offseason. Bregman, who got another L hung on his forehead last night. Bregman. And then he
hit a home run, but
pulls the plug, 1 for 6.
Yeah.
Pulls the plug on Detroit, and so what are they going to do at third base? Baez may settle in at third base. If you just put this player out there and said, here's player X who's going to play shortstop, third base, and center field for you. You don't have an everyday third baseman going into the season. You get multiple center fielders get hurt, and this player is going to bounce around between positions. Oh, and by the way, be your most productive offensive player. You'd be like, who the hell do we acquire? This guy's perfect for what this team needs. It's literally perfect for what the team needs, given no third baseman, slew of injuries in the outfield.
He's only played 20 games in center field, right? Because he's played other games at third and other games at short.
12 at third, 6 at short.
Yes. But 20 in center field. I'm looking at the other players statistically, the statistic leaders at center fielders right now. Jake Myers from Houston leads all center fielders in hitting at a .308 batting average. Javi doesn't qualify. It doesn't have enough at bats or enough games played at the position yet to quite get there. But understand where Javi is on the season, where he would qualify at .319. .308 is the top hitter. You look at RBIs, and Javi would be, I believe it's second in RBIs to Pete Crow Armstrong of the Cubs, who's got 30. I mean, he's having a heck of a season. And oh, by the way, knock on wood, hasn't committed an error in the 20 games he's played in center field. He's only committed one error all the season, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that was while playing third base. He's just all around great Javi. And oh, by the way, he runs the bases well.
Yeah.
A.J. Hinch said yesterday after the game, and I know he said this before, he says Javi is the most instinctive player he has on his team.
Well, he's been exceptionally good. Look, I don't know that anybody owes him an apology, but if you feel like you want to go public with your apology, feel free at 248-539-9797. But, he wasn't living up to the contract. There's nothing wrong with being disappointed in a player. Right now, thank God they didn't let him go. Is he going to keep it up? That's a whole nother topic. Everything is day-to-day. Baseball seasons are long. What I do know is in the end, you always look back in the end and go, if you've come up just short of the division championship or the postseason or whatever, you go, man, remember that game they lost back in May? Remember that one that hurt so much? Baez, Torque, and Mize are all helping them win these games back in May. And so when you get to September, there are less of those because of Baez, Torque, and Mize. They all count the same. And it's awesome. And I'm losing my voice. And I got a live read. Can you whistle?
I can do lots of things. I can still talk about how great Javi has been because I'm trying to figure out what the total is going to be when he can finally qualify for batting championship stats. I think it's based on plate appearances, not necessarily at bats. The aforementioned Jake Myers, who plays center field for Houston, actually has fewer at bats than Javi does on the season. But he's played all 40 games. He's played 40 games so far for Houston. But Javi, at any moment now, if he keeps hitting like this, is going to creep into the top 10 of major league hitters in batting average.
Hey, it's Doug Karsch. Memorial Day deals are going on all month long at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 for just $282 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. $282. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87 say Sarah or Or SaySarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and Chevy lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends June 2nd. What a game.
It's as if he knew it was gone the moment he hit it.
Well, the whole world knew it was gone the moment he hit it.
Did the catcher know?
Oh, by the way, oh God, it's such an unbelievable video. If you haven't seen the reaction of the catcher, it's been tweeted out from our account at DunganGator971 on Twitter. It is classic joy and pain.
Narvaez is the catcher.
Sunshine and rain. Very, very amusing. So go check it out at DunganGator971.
Narvaez, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, it is fantastic.
Yep. I mean, just total disgust.
It's like, come on.
Yeah. It was great. I mean, you look at special moments. That last night felt like a special moment.
There are games, Doug.
There are wins.
Oh, sorry. There are wins.
It's a George Blaha line. That's great.
And there are wins. That was a win.
Look, I like I said, nobody needs to apologize. But if you feel like you want to, go for it. This is interesting. Dude, Where's My Super Bowl on Twitch just wrote, I won't apologize. I will appreciate. He should have been cut. And he would have been if his name was John Smith and he was drafted in the 8th round.
No, he got that mixed up. He would have been cut if he wasn't making anywhere near the money. It's the money thing. It has nothing to do with when you're drafted or what his name is.
I think he would have been cut if he was blocking somebody. I think he would have been cut if he had a bad attitude. I think he would have been cut if he wasn't doing the work. All accounts where he had a great attitude, was a great teammate, and was trying. He never got to the point where, because he was here, Kevin McGonigal wasn't.
Right.
Or somebody else that could help him win. So, the whole idea that he should have been cut, if you think he should have been cut, that means they'd still be paying for him right now and not getting the production, and you're okay with that.
Yeah, my thought is just that the money was way too much to even consider cutting him before this year began. That would be a discussion you would have after the season, because you could see enough money coming down from it where it'd be a lot more palatable to eat that contract. But fortunately, now they're reaping some dividends from having him on the roster and getting some benefits from that, beyond just the fact that apparently he's been a great teammate. And that was something that A.J. Hinch has always said for the last couple of years when Javi would come up and how poorly he was playing with the team. He'd always say he's a great teammate. The guys love him, and to the point where he was on the bench for them in the playoffs last year, even though he wasn't on the team at the time because he was out.
I'm just thinking about if you believe he should have been cut. If you pay for an expensive car and the car is still under warranty, you don't have to pay any more for it, but it's having problems, and you keep taking it in and getting it fixed, and keep taking it in and getting it fixed. It's not performing the way you want. Should you have junked? But do you junk the car, or do you keep the car and hope that it eventually starts to run properly? And that's what's happened with Javi Baez. It was paid for outright, like it's paid for. Cutting him did no good. Cutting him didn't help. The difference is
you can still get value for a car.
Yeah, but it's like junking the car. It's not even like selling the car. It's like junking the car because you've paid for it. And there's no getting out from that. So, look, I mean, I'm glad they kept him, obviously, and I think everybody should be. I'm surprised somebody takes the stand still that he should have been cut.
Those people are out there. That, like I said during the crosstalk, people will sit there with their arms folded, a scowl on their face, and say, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to keep doing it. Should have gotten rid of him a while ago. And they're going to have that attitude, okay. But I'm not sure how that's healthy, what good that does you to continue to sit there with your arms folded while the guy's hitting a walk-off home run, his second home run of the game, driving in 6, and to come from behind, extra inning win for the Tigers. I mean, turn that frown upside down, buddy.
Well, you know what it is? It's a matter of there was no upside to cutting him. It's a punitive, I'm mad, right. Get rid of him, even though it doesn't free up any money. It doesn't free up a roster spot to be used by a better player. It's the, I'm mad, get rid of the guy.
It's interesting because one of the things you brought up was he's not blocking anybody, so here he goes. And he's fortunate in that regard because Trey Sweeney, who they acquired from the Dodgers in the Flaherty trade, he's your starting shortstop, and he's earning that every day.
Mm-hmm.
You started the season without really a third baseman because Jace Young wasn't getting it done at the plate, and you didn't bring him up right away. There was an opportunity for Javi to play at third base. And to start the season, he was okay in terms of like hitting, but he wasn't hitting like he is now. And then Jace Young gets called back up. And now what do you do with Javi? Well, they have injury after injury after injury at center field with Perez and Baddoo and Parker Meadows. None of those guys is starting, and they're like, well, what are we going to do at center field? You know, you did have a couple games in spring training where Javi was out there. People are like, well, that's kind of weird. What are we doing here? Mm-hmm. The ironic thing about this is that if they had a healthy Baddoo or Perez or Parker Meadows, what would they do with Javi Baez? Where would he find his at-bats? It's a stroke of luck and genius.
It's pretty luck.
That this has worked out the way it has, where he's a fixture in center field, and I'm like, you know what, Parker Meadows, you take your time. When you're ready to start hitting, take your time. You know, work yourself back up. I love Parker Meadows, but I'm really enjoying watching Javi play as well as he has defensively and offensively. They lose very little. I do happen to think that Parker Meadows is one of the best center fielders in all of baseball, but Javi's playing more than competently as a center fielder for this team.
From Stephen Holly, I woke up the old lady last night when I rocketed out of bed with a Javi chant by myself. Ha ha. Dave in White Lake says he's also giving us all this production from the number 9 spot.
That's the other thing. He's driven in 27 runs, and he's basically hit 8 or 9 all season.
Yep. After seeing the Devers situation, I have a ton more respect for Javi. Think we get Javier Baez chance at Ford Field this fall. That would be funny and ironic.
Yeah, with Devers' refusal to play over at first base.
Yep.
Which maybe people are making a little bit too much out of that, but he doesn't want to play there. Having a guy who's willing to play anywhere on the field to help his team out, that seems like the Detroit way, doesn't it? Whether it's the Lions or the Tigers, versatility matters, and having guys that love the game and just want to be out there doing what's best for the team, it matters.
Yep. Imagine what the Tiger fan base would be thinking if they did indeed trade Baez last year and he was having this amazing season with a different team. Oh, that would be a nightmare. Next one, I'm sure Bregman is very happy with the money that he got from Boston, but being in Detroit this week, I think he might be wondering what he's missing out on. Something special's going on here in Detroit. That's from Chad. Well, I think you're really thinking if they don't make the playoffs and the Tigers do. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get to some phone calls next. More from last night's game, because it wasn't just Baez that went right and not everything went right. But this team's in a good position with Skubal going tonight to sweep the Red Sox. I hope you enjoyed the start of the season, boys. We did, and we're enjoying this as well. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door suddenly not working? Well, count on Precision Garage Door Service to answer your call 24/7 and schedule a repair appointment quickly, even for the same day. They can even send somebody out on holidays, weekends, and evenings. In fact, they're available weekends at no extra charge. And when you have garage door emergency with your car stuck inside, well, Precision Garage Door Service is the place to call. They've got 24/7 emergency repairs and can help you out on that same day, like I said, including weekends, evenings, and holidays. I know this firsthand. I've used Precision Garage Door Service a couple of times. Once for service, the repairs were amazing. They were quick. I was very happy with it. And then years later, I got new garage doors through them as well. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule that appointment at precisiondoormi.com.
There is man of the day, Fear Javier. Javi Baez getting it done last night with 2 home runs. AJ quote post-game. It's a great story for him personally, but it's a great lesson for everyone. Just find a way to contribute to a win, and the game will reward you. You know, the should have been cut, the post that we saw earlier on Twitch. The one thing I'll say is just ask yourself this, and maybe there is an answer. I haven't thought of one. Cutting him last year or cutting him the year before, how would that have made those teams better? Because there wasn't a ready-made replacement. Right. There was nobody at AAA knocking on the door or AA or anything like that. Was he taking at bats away from some elite player? And the irony is, of course, they got hot after he got hurt last year. The best part about this is either A, coming back healthy, or B, coming back reinvigorated. Whatever it is, the guy's crushing it now and contributing to wins. I'm all about cutting someone if it makes a team better. I've learned a long time ago that just saying, I'm sick of this guy, cut him, because you're mad, is not productive.
Now, it's kind of ironic, too, though, because you go back to a year ago, what was happening, you had Kevin McGonigal in the minors was tearing it up, and, okay, you're counting the days to when that's going to happen. They draft Bryce Rayner, the shortstop, the kid from Los Angeles, who's a high school phenom. And, okay, that's going to be a little bit of a runway still. They trade with the Dodgers to acquire Trey Sweeney, who is a shortstop. So that's like 3 guys that all of a sudden kind of emerge as potential. And Trey Sweeney was the right here, right now, Major League ready guy. And that was like, is he really ready? We'll see. And ironically, it's Javi's position. And now Javi has found a way to stay on this team and be a major contributor, not at his position, but at center field, which now looks like it's been his position his whole life. It's just amazing.
It's really cool. 248-539-9797, and we got a baseball team that is now tied for the best record in Major League Baseball. What a fun summer this could be. It's going to be buzzing down there at Comerica Park. Let's go to Mike and Shelby. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. Always good to talk to you. Listen to the show, as you know, all the time. Love the Odyssey app. It's fantastic to hear you when you're way out of town on the road. But anyway, I was one of those Doug Gator that said, are you kidding me? Why would you sign this guy? He got ran out of Chicago, 2 months in New York, flipped off fans. I'll never forget an interview with Johnny Kane where he talked about his new farm and his pigs and chickens and literally talking third party, which I know, Gator, you can't stand, where he said, oh, everybody loves Javi. I'm thinking, this guy is so full of himself. And then 3 years of just brutal baseball. So, and now all of a sudden he turns it on. I mean, go Tigers, go him. And I'll leave you with one last thing. My girlfriend, who's from Utah, literally took her to her first game last year.
Could you say that again? I didn't understand.
His girlfriend lives in Utah.
Your girlfriend lives in Utah?
Yeah, girlfriend lives in Utah, Lacey, and she, I'm taking her to her first Tiger game. So she doesn't tell me. She runs up to Walmart and she buys a shirt. And she comes back, and we've got the limo bus, a bunch of people, and she's got a Baez shirt. And every one of us are like, Lacey, are you kidding me? That's the jersey or shirt you bought? Of all people, how could you? I mean, and I called her last night and excited, said, honey, you can wear that shirt for the rest of the year. I mean, just unbelievable how a guy could literally, and again, I think it's part of maturity. He's just, obviously the health portion. Again, when you hear things like, the teammates love him, he's now that veteran guy that every team needs. He's won a World Series. I mean, he's got some history. You mentioned it earlier, a bunch of lefties in the outfield, infield. I mean, he could end up playing this 2.5 years, which none of us thought would happen, and be that super utility against all left-handed pitching. And once in a while, when he's in a hot streak like this, you play him every day. So anyway, guys, I know you got a bunch of callers. Love listening to you. Go Javi and go Tigers.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike. And thank you, Lacey.
The Javi Baez shirt.
It's funny. I was at a rally house on Sunday for a little bit, and I'm looking up at the wall, and they've got all the jerseys hanging on the walls, and you see the Carpenter and Green and Torkelson.
Yeah.
And there were Baez. There was the Baez jerseys up there, and Akil Baddoo as well. As I was kind of laughing to myself, but I'm like, that's odd. And now this guy calls in. I'm like, it totally makes sense. After last night, I mean, I can see people going out and buying his gear.
Dude, that was an awesome game.
It really was.
It was a great baseball game, and with a spectacular finish. And you just gotta be excited about what we're seeing right now out of our Detroit Tigers. 248-539-9797 from an unnamed texter. It's going to be incredibly hard for Baez to keep performing like this with you two humping each of his legs.
It's tough.
Yep. It's appropriate. He's like their best player. You want us to downgrade him?
Maybe.
I'm very happy the Tigers kept Baez. Awesome game last night. With that, the Tigers should trade him today. Why would you trade him today? Why would you trade him today? First of all, it still would be tough for somebody to take the salary. You wouldn't get much in return because somebody would think they were doing a favor taking the salary. He hasn't done it long enough that people are going to be like, yeah, I'll give you. But if you're trying to win a World Series this year, why are we doing anything other than trying to win a World Series this year?
I'm not going to change anything yet. They're the best team in baseball.
It's like people still trying to trade Skubal. They're trying to win the World Series.
I can appreciate trying to get better at any position, and I'm always going to look at that. But this is, not the time.
We take calls of people who want to give up, like, who cares about the future of the Lions? Who cares if you're going to have to cut your young players? Get Trey Hendrickson now and win this Super Bowl. They're doing everything in their power to win the next Super Bowl. And then we have others that want to trade Baez and trade Skubal because you think that you're trying to win future World Series. And no, they have a shot this year. Why are we trying to trade players that are productive? Why sabotage your own chances? He's a versatile player that can play three different positions for you, even if even when he cools down. Okay, I'll even say even when he cools down, he can still help you win. In the way they've set up, they've taken average players, guys that weren't great elsewhere, and put them in situations to allow them to be successful. That applies to Baez as well when people come back.
Let me try to help people out here. If and when the Tigers decide to make some moves prior to the trade deadline, I suspect that they're going to be active because they're in a position of strength here. They're a good team and you want to fortify it. The players that you move to other teams will not come from this roster. They will be prospects.
Yeah.
That's where this franchise is right now. So if you would just, I'm guessing that you want to move Javi because it fits your narrative. But how about the overall picture of what the Tigers are right now? Best team in baseball. And this guy is a huge reason why. He's not going to get moved. First of all, he's not going to get moved because of the contract. And second of all, it's a less than 40 game sample size for him in particular. Let it play out. And when it plays out, if it continues to play well, he ain't going anywhere. The guys who could go somewhere right now are playing at single A, double A, or triple A.
Yeah.
That's what could happen.
I guess I just don't get why you would do anything.
Because they don't trust it.
Well, I get that even if you don't trust it, everything, because think about who you get. Let's say, all right, let's look at this realistically to trade Baez guy. What do you think you get for Javi Baez? Do you get a player that's going to help you immediately? Is another team going to give you
what team wants to take on a $25 million salary?
And they may. Okay, let's say you find a taker. What is that team likely to offer up? That team is taking on the salary because they think Javi Baez can help them win now. You're not taking on Javi Baez to be the jumpstart a rebuild, right? So that's a team that's trying to win now. Is that team going to offer you back a player that helps you win now? Or does that team think they're going to get him for prospects? And probably middling prospects. Like, shouldn't every move they make right now be about trying to win the World Series?
Yes.
And I'm not quite sure, even if they did try and trade Baez, which I'm not endorsing, but if they did, Are you likely to get back players that help you win now?
Not likely.
No.
I mean, unless you find that unicorn scenario where some team has a plethora of pitching that looks better than the pitching the Tigers have. And by the way, the Tigers have one of the best pitching staffs in baseball.
Dude, I don't know.
Otherwise, you're trying to match up position by position. You just don't. Can't do it. You can't do it. Stop the nonsense.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We do have some breaking news regarding our Detroit Lions. First of all, early this morning, Jordan Schultz of Fox leaked out one of the Lions games, the opener. It's going to be at Green Bay, the first Sunday of the season, a 4:25 start. And now, this is interesting. He's just tweeted out the Vikings will host NFC North rival Lions on Christmas Day, December 25th, in a Week 17 game that will be on Netflix. Vikings, Lions, Christmas Day, Week 17, game on Netflix. So I don't know what will irritate people more. A Christmas Day game or Netflix?
Yeah, that's a good question. Obviously, not everybody has Netflix, so it's not available to everybody. I mean, it is if you get Netflix, I suppose, but
you have to subscribe.
Yeah. Well, I'll answer for myself because I do have Netflix, but I don't like it being played on Christmas Day. Don't like that at all. I don't like that the NFL is going like wall to wall with 3 games on Christmas Day.
Yep.
Don't like it. I love football. I don't need football on Christmas Day. Unless it falls on a Sunday, I don't need it. And it's because it's my own stuff, right? I host Christmas at my house. I love hosting Christmas at my house. I'd like to be focused on that and not be distracted or focused on a football game instead or in addition to.
Well, and there's nothing wrong with you feeling that way. As we like to say, if you don't speak on your own behalf, who will? This will probably change our Christmas Day, given that almost every Christmas for the last decade, we've done Christmas Eve with my wife's family. Christmas morning, we open gifts and then drive to our place up north and have a Christmas celebration with my family. Driving to the place up north the last few years have involved listening to the NFL game. I will not want to listen to the Lions game. I want to watch said Lions game, but it is what it is, and so we'll make an adjustment, make a change.
Yeah, you guys will be fine. I mean, you guys should know also, I've said for years that eventually the NFL is going to have games every day of the week, like a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday. You know, they don't care. And we're headed toward that path. Last year when they did the Christmas games on a Wednesday, they did not care. That weekend was insane for games. They did that Wednesday, Thursday, they did Saturday, they did Sunday, Monday night. That was all. They had one day off. I think it was that Friday, I think. So the Chiefs are playing the Broncos Christmas Day. Already, that's a leaked one.
Mm-hmm.
So they're playing the night game. So that means that the Lions will be probably the 3:30 game, the earlier game. So, plan accordingly with your family like you have, Doug. And so I don't know if you want to get up north earlier, that way you can get up there.
That's what we'll do. I'm sure it's what we'll do.
So, yeah, it's going to be the 3:30 game. But, yeah, this is definitely going to make everyone adjust their plans, man. This year's it's Christmas Day is on a Thursday.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. But we have plenty of time.
And then, by the way, since it's streaming, make sure the internet's good up there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, boy.
I've got plenty of time to test it.
Yeah, you've tested before.
Yes.
Yeah, you've been hurt before.
Yeah, by the way, I got to tell you about something coming up in a few weeks. But that's a whole nother topic. This is something to know about in plenty of time and make your changes.
But the Lions, they're going to get a lot of these type of games. They're good now. They're popular. They're the it team.
Yep.
They're one of them. Yep.
248-539-9797. All right, how do you feel about it, Detroit? We'll get back to the Tiger stuff in a minute, but breaking news right now, Jordan Schultz of Fox reporting that the Detroit Lions will play on Christmas Day at Minnesota. And Kang, you said based upon previous schedules, 3:30 is what it looks like?
Yeah, because the 8:15 game is Chiefs-Broncos, apparently, for Christmas Day. So
gotcha.
Lions will be right before them.
There's 2 other games, though, right? There's 3 games total on Christmas Day?
There was only 2 last year.
I know, but I think there's 3 this year. I thought they upped it to 3 this year.
They might have. Then there would be a noon game. So maybe the Lions you're right. Maybe the Lions are at noon. If there's a third game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it matters that the game's in a central time zone, which would be a 11 a.m. start in Minnesota. I think they'd probably want to avoid that, but who knows? I mean, the NFL, everything's changing. Let's go to Dave. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, good afternoon. So last year, I actually liked the Netflix games. I thought they were entertaining. What I could do without is Mariah Carey opening the game singing her dumb Christmas songs. But as far as the schedule, they open with Green Bay and they close with the Vikings. I like it because you're going to open the season with a win and you're going to close the season with a win.
Well, look, I mean, it's going to be a big game, one would assume. Obviously, Lions-Vikings late in the season last year was the biggest late in the season game, last weekend of the season game ever, because it was the two best records, two teams that ever matched up. It's going to be interesting. We have plenty of notice. We'll be fine. If this is the price, let me just say this. The bottom line here is this. If this is the price that is paid for having a really good football team, we should gladly pay it. Gladly pay it.
Yeah, I mean, they're good. So, sure, I get it. But it's just me personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Gator, you're right. There are 3 Christmas Day games this year, so the Lions game could be a noon game. How's that affect?
Yeah, but are they going to have an 11 a.m. start in Minnesota? I mean, they might.
Well, they might go. It might be 11:30.
Yeah.
Who knows what they go to, like a Thanksgiving schedule, 12. Although now they're going to make it
I would.
Did they go back with the? They move forward. The Thanksgiving start this year. It's now going to be 1 o'clock, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, they
just
moved it
announced
back.
it last year. So it's going to be a 1 o'clock start for Thanksgiving. So imagining, and they have 3 games on Thanksgiving. So it's probably going to be the same thing: 1, 4:30, and 8:30, whatever they're going to do.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So there it is. Lions on Christmas Day. Lions opener will be at Green Bay, a 4:25 start on the first Sunday of the season. Those games have been leaked, and the entire schedule comes out tonight when we get to see it all. The whole leaking of the games thing,
it's brilliant.
It's so weird because it's like strategic. It's like total attention manipulation, and they've got us. They totally got it. They're just the slow release of the schedule. They got us. Let's go to Kevin. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
How you doing today, sir? Yes, I don't mind a Christmas Day game, but I think NFL is about money now. It should be on regular TV, not Netflix. Everybody don't have Netflix in this world.
No,
for kids.
No, they don't. And there's, what is it now? Games will be on 10 different streaming services this year. It's just the future. Unfortunately, it's the future of television.
Yeah, I just don't like it. I would have regular TV, especially on Christmas Day of all days.
Yeah, you'd think they might want to gift something back, but no.
And much as the players and NFL, how much they love kids and they this that for the youth, but every youth don't have Netflix to watch the games and be a part of it. I just think it's wrong.
Maybe they'll do a free trial.
That'd be nice.
That would be nice.
I don't have Netflix. I'm not ordering it.
Do you have kids?
Yeah, my kids are grown. I got grandkids though.
Okay. All right. So it's about your grandkids. I just kind of wondered why you were using the kids as an example, but it's the grandkids. Yeah. I mean, it sucks for everybody who doesn't have or can't afford Netflix.
Most of the time for local markets, the local network will pick it up though.
That's true.
So, like Fox 2 or whoever, Channel 7, if it's Amazon
No, it's a
or
valid
Netflix,
point.
they'll pick up the local game.
That's a valid point. Everybody else has to have the streaming service, but no, good point. 248-539-9797 Lions. Look, Rod Wood hinted at this, so maybe they had a heads up about a Christmas Day game.
I'm sure they did.
Well, he hinted at it. But hey, welcome to the big time. I'd prefer that they don't suck. So since they don't suck, it means more marquee start times and more stuff like this. 248-539-9797. Tigers win in exciting fashion last night. We kind of got sidetracked there with the breaking news of the Lions playing a Christmas Day game. That is from Jordan Schultz of ESPN. Thanksgiving, Christmas, doesn't matter. And we shouldn't be surprised. They were the number 1 rated game on every carrier of the NFL -1. And I think it was Prime. I think it was Amazon Prime that streamed the game, and they were number 2 in terms of ratings. And my man who said it's all about money now, it's kind of been that way for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, something about them trying to get more money out of people on Christmas.
Yeah, well, this is why that they're going to be able to hike up the salary cap every year. It's one of the reasons.
Mm-hmm. As long as the owners make money, I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah,
isn't that our primary focus?
Yes.
Being sports fans, as long as the owners are taken care of and squeezing every last penny out of us, rest assured we don't have to worry about that.
Does this mean the Lions can trade for Trey Hendrickson?
There's probably not a straight line drawn from playing on Christmas to getting Trey Hendrickson. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they will communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
Lions fans will be able to circle their calendars tonight. The entire schedule will be unveiled by the NFL by 8 p.m., but several leaks should happen throughout the day. We already got a couple from Fox Sports saying that Detroit will open the season in Green Bay against the Packers for a non-primetime game at 4:25, and also that they will be playing on Christmas Day. The league also announced that it'll be Chiefs at Dallas for one of the traditional Thanksgiving Day contests. How about the first-place Tiger as the top record in baseball, along with the Mets? Manager A.J. Hinch is still pinching himself over how last night's game went down. That 10-9 walk-off blast clinched the series against Boston, and Tarik Skubal, he's set to pitch the finale tonight at Comerica Park. You can hear it right here on 97.1 with a 6:15 pregame start. In NBA postseason, the Celtics and Warriors could both be eliminated with their best players out with injuries. The Knicks are at Boston at 7 o'clock. It'll be Golden State at Minnesota for the late game. Jason Tatum and Steph Curry both out with their teams down 3-1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
People reacting to the news that the Lions, they got a Christmas Day game. Play on Thanksgiving, play on Christmas. Yep. Welcome to the big time. And we should embrace it. Even if it is going to be an inconvenience, if it's going to mess with your Christmas, hopefully people have enough heads up here 7 months from now that they can account for that. But yeah, it's going to change our Christmas Day for sure. Gator, you host on Christmas, your family, and you've said all along when this first came out with Rob Wood, maybe a month and a half ago, when he mentioned it as a possibility, that you're not in favor of it, but I'm sure you'll survive, and we all will. It's just it's the price, unfortunately, that comes with being really good. But that's cool. It's cool that we are really good. So 248-539-9797. Meantime, they also, if you're just joining us and didn't hear the update, they will open at Green Bay 4:25 on the first Sunday. So those are the Lions notes that are out there this morning. Also, people still reacting to last night's Javi Baez walk-off to beat Boston.
That was something. That was something.
Really was.
His second 3-run homer of the game. Amazing.
Yep. Torque hit a bomb as well.
That he did. Opposite field.
It wasn't all elite. The Tigers used 7 pitchers. 5 of them gave up runs.
Yeah, that the pitching chaos method last night did not really come through. Fortunately, the bats did, and they just do all of those little things that you have to love about a fundamentally sound baseball team, taking the extra base when you can, and they absolutely did that. And it was last night's game's kind of confused, but there was a play where they tried to take third base as the runner's coming home, and got gunned down at third base. It's okay, you'll take it. Takes a perfect throw to get him. It was a perfect throw, and I'm all right with it. But the way this team extends at bats, fouling off pitches. Chase Young had a great at bat last night prior to Javi's first 3-run homer, I believe. It was a great at bat. Just extended it, and then finally ends up with a base hit into right field. Him seeing all those pitches allows Javi to see all those pitches, and everybody else, if you're paying attention. And that's the thing about the Tigers. They're always paying attention. Chase Young in the dugout, looking at the tablet as they're making a pitching change. Okay, here's what to expect. Make sure you do this. Now, I think most players do that, but I like to see it, particularly the young player like Chase Young, who's struggled so mightily this year to start the season at the plate. He's not hitting, but came up with a big hit when they needed it.
Sure did, and
the play he makes at third base in foul territory.
Pretty good.
Wow.
David from Bloomfield writes in, it's a double whammy of sticking it to Lions and Lions fans. WTF. Talking about a Christmas game and on Netflix.
Yeah.
Double whammy, says Dave.
What about the fact that I think people last year thought like they wouldn't do that to the Lions because they play Thanksgiving. But this year, 2 major holidays, Lions fans, that you're going to have to – I mean, we're used to the Thanksgiving one, obviously. But now you throw in the Christmas Day. That's 2.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear what Dan Campbell has to say about it. Does he relish that because, there is time off after the Christmas game, just like there is after the Thanksgiving game. But at the same time, you're also having 2 shorter weeks. I
don't know.
It kind of goes both ways there.
I don't know. It's kind of life in the big time, right? I mean, you just kind of got to roll with it. Unnamed texter, I like the idea of a Christmas Day Lions game this one time. If they start to do it every other year to us because they got a good rating, then it will start to get annoying. It's from an unnamed texter. Now we need the Pistons to play on Christmas as well. That's from Stan in Waterford.
Remember when it used to be the NBA's day? Remember before that, it used to be college football day. There would be a bowl game on Christmas.
Remember when it used to be Christmas?
Remember when
it was Jesus' birthday?
You just go down, open up presents, hang out with the family.
Yeah.
It's all changed.
Yep.
The NFL does not care.
They don't.
All they care about is making money. That's what they care
But
about.
rest assured, we don't have to worry about the owners making money.
Yeah.
We can sleep easy at night knowing they're squeezing every penny out of us.
Yeah, those billionaires are going to be okay. They're going to make it. Whew. Yeah. Crisis averted.
Jeff in Flushing, I have Netflix, but there's a 0% chance of me watching on Christmas. Natalie at home says no one should play football on Christmas Day. They should be home with their children and their families, and putting all football games on streaming is BS because not everybody can stream. I understand.
I agree more with the second part than
the
first
streaming part is probably, to me, worse than Christmas Day. And in part because while we'll spend the time with family, the family will like watching the game together. Like it'll be just something else we do on Christmas Day together. But the streaming part of it, I understand that more than that. I mean, it's very valid. It's an additional cost. And we all have decisions to make with our disposable income. And some have chosen not to get Netflix and use their money elsewhere. Some just can't afford it. And that stinks. Hey, guys, I love the Christmas Day game. A few years ago when they clinched the playoffs on Christmas Eve, it was one of the best celebrations I've ever had with my family while they were all over. That's from Ben in St. Clair Shores.
I'm not against Christmas Eve.
Yep.
Christmas Day is different.
Yeah. But we'll survive that.
I don't like your attitude.
You don't?
No, I don't like this attitude you're taking where, hey, it's like that's life. We're gonna be fine.
Well, I don't want to spend the entire bulk of my life wishing that the Lions are really good, and now that they're really good, and this comes with it, I start bitching about that too. No, I don't. That doesn't feel right. It feels like this is what happens when you're really good. And I don't know. Does that make me bad? You don't like that?
I just don't like your attitude. You're too cavalier about this.
Am I?
I think you are.
Kang, am I being too cavalier about this?
Gator wants you to feel like he does, man.
I know.
That's what
I
he's
want
trying
you
to
be
say.
upset a little bit.
I'm not upset
Instead
about.
You're taking the high road on this, or you're like, hey, well, you know what? It's just life. We gotta get some breaks, bad breaks in life. It's like you're treating
No.
like
It's
you're
the cost of being good. It's not just that's just life.
Sometimes things aren't fair. Can't always get what you want.
Okay. None of that I am saying. I'm saying this is the price of being really good.
It's all akin. Same family.
248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, a ranking of the biggest surprises of the season. Do we make it? Well, you'll get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it's finally happened. The weather went from cold and dark to hot and sunny in a blink of an eye, just like it always does for us here in Michigan. And I love the heat as much as the rest of you guys do, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I want it taking over my house. In fact, I don't want it taking over my house. So do what I do. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to make sure that your AC is running cold. And if you got a pool, make sure that the pool in the backyard is running warm this summer. The red, white, and blue trucks, they're on their way. Just call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Another announcement here. The NFL has leaked another Lions game. The Lions are going to play the Bears on Easter Sunday, and they will play the Eagles on July 4th. So you got that also to look forward to.
Uh-huh.
NFL, man, they'll just schedule the games whenever they want. Whenever they want. It's the way they do it. 248-539-9797. Lions get a Christmas Day game at Minnesota. 248-539-9797. Okay. List of the top 10 surprises in baseball. Do you think the Tigers made the list?
Yes.
This was put together by Jim Bowden of The Athletic. Top 10 surprises in baseball. Working our way down from number 10 to number 1. If I can get the story to load, which it won't do. Here we go. All right. At number 10, Andres Munoz not giving up an earned run thus far. At number 9, minor league stadiums in Major League Baseball working out for the most part. Number 8, the Rafael Devers Red Sox saga. Number 7, San Francisco's strong start. Number 6, Cal Raleigh challenging Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, and Kyle Schwarber in power. Number 5, Mackenzie Gore leading all MLB pitchers in punchouts. Number 3, Jacob Wilson's hitting stats. Number 2, the Mariners' rejuvenated offense. I'm sorry, that's number 3. Number 2, the Mets' rotation pitching well. And number 1, the Tigers setting the pace in the American League. That is the number 1 surprise from the first quarter of the season, according to Jim Bowden of The Athletic. And he gives the reasons why. Second in the American League in ERA. Second in the American League in runs scored. The resurgence of Javi Baez. Gleyber Torres, what he is doing. The last sentence he writes the following. Without a doubt, the Tigers are for real. Independent, national voice, without a doubt, the Tigers are for real.
Well, I think it's not just the 43 games this year. It goes back to the final 60 games last year or whatever. I mean, you've got a real nice sample size to look at how they finished up. They've added some pieces to this team, and guys have stepped it up. When you get Torkelson and Casey Mize playing like first overall picks, when you've got Javi Baez playing like the player that you gave a giant contract to 4 years ago, that is going to help. And you bring back Jack Flaherty, although he hasn't been great with this team, but Skubal hasn't missed a beat. Reese Olson's pitching well. Jackson Jobe has been up and down, but when he's up, he's huge. There's a lot to like. It's A.J. Hinch's team. A.J. Hinch's team, his teams, they know how to play baseball, if nothing else. They may not have eye-popping stats, at least they didn't last year, but they are kind of this year. They're 5th in batting average this year in Major League Baseball. They are 6th in OPS in Major League Baseball. And maybe most surprisingly is they're 8th in home runs in Major League Baseball. I don't think anybody expected this team to be hitting the ball out of the ballpark with regularity, and they are. That's just what they do. And they're 3rd in runs scored in Major League Baseball. The run differential is sick when you look at it of where that's at with this team. I mean, it's plus 85. The Yankees are plus 80. With all that power they have, they're plus 80. The Tigers are better. The Tigers are the best differential in all of baseball.
It's crazy. And
the best record, tied with the best record in all of baseball, too.
So going back to this, without a doubt, the Tigers are for real. What does that mean? That means Jim Bowden expects them to be here all year, that they are going to compete all year. That at this point, what happens from here on out, if they continue to compete at this level, it's not a surprise. It's turning into the expectation. And that's an independent voice, former GM in this league. He's been in the media for a while, but maybe this would have some people, not doubt that Baez can keep this up, Mize can keep it up, Torkelson can keep it up. I mean, I guess the biggest thing is Mize got hurt again, and it's the same injury that kept him out almost 2 months last year, but
not the same severity, but yes.
It's not expected to be nearly as severe. Let's hope that's the case.
The question I would like to know from Jim Bowden is, okay, if you believe the Tigers are who they are, that's awesome. What about Cleveland and Kansas City? Because they're on the heels still. The Tigers, despite all the winning, the Guardians are 7-3. All three teams are 7-3 in their last 10 games.
Yep.
They're all just keeping pace here. Cleveland's 25-17, Kansas City 25-19, the Tigers are 28-15. You know, there are 4 teams in the division above 500. The best division in baseball. So how good are those other teams? Are they really that good?
So really, I mean, at the beginning, the first thing he says is during spring training, the Tigers, along with the Guardians, Royals, and Twins, look like they could be in the mix for the American League Central title. However, despite the strong finish from last season, I don't think anyone thought Detroit would jump out to the American League's best record in the first quarter of the season. Look, the team ERA, they're second?
I believe so, yeah.
They're behind the Royals, right?
Yeah, I was going to say that Kansas City and Minnesota both have given up fewer runs than the Tigers have this year. So that's in large part pitching. You got defense that plays a role in that too. And they're winning close games because the run differential isn't special. Plus 19 for Minnesota is good, plus 7 for Kansas City. But again, the Tigers are plus 85. Those teams are getting really good pitching. They're sound baseball teams. They're getting some timely hitting as well. But the Tigers have it overall. When you look at their numbers against other teams in Major League Baseball, this is absolutely one of the better teams in baseball, if not the best team in baseball.
248-539-9797. Without a doubt, he says the Tigers are for real. You know, I was thinking about other things that are going on when you're playing this well and you're creating and generating this kind of excitement. We did a Twitter poll last week and asked, you know, one of the questions we asked people is how many games are you going to go to this summer? People want to get on board. But you know who else wants to get on board? Vierling, Meadows, Rogers, Wenzel Perez. Like if you're hurt,
Gil Badu wants an opportunity.
You want back so bad. You want to be a part of this. You want to be part of the excitement. And I would have to imagine it trickles down to Erie. Tyron Lorenzo wants to get up here as quickly as possible. Justice Bigby, the pitcher
Jaden
Ham, he's considered a good prospect. He wants, like, those guys want to be part of it.
Trey Cruz is finally hitting. He's killing the ball, the double-A ball. He's an older draft pick that they had from years ago, but he's finally figuring it out.
You got Max Clark and Bryce Rainier at lower levels dying to get up here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at the trade deadline, which is going to be weird this year because this is our first time looking at it from an obvious position where buying makes a ton of sense. Last time we were like this was like a decade ago, and things have changed because the playoff format's changed, and there's way fewer teams that'll feel like they're out of it. So there's way fewer sellers and more buyers. So, you know, this is going to be a weird spot for us because it's just been different. But players that get traded to Detroit probably want to be here.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And, you know, something you brought up with Casey Mize, that's a downer. That he is going to miss a couple starts in the rotation. Hopefully that's it. It's only going to be like 3 starts that he misses. Yep. Hopefully. Because they don't have that guy ready to make that jump. Cater Montero is the guy they keep giving opportunities to, and he's had one outstanding start and then a couple not so great, you know? And they just don't have that big arm pitcher at the AA or AAA level just yet. They've got some guys that I'm sure they want to take a look at some point, but I think it obviously behooves them to get Casey Mize back ASAP. This better just be a tweak because otherwise this is another – if it lingers and lingers and lingers, it's just another knock on Casey Mize and he can't stay healthy.
Feedback here. Dan in Ottawa Lake says, I absolutely love the Christmas game. We get up in the morning, cook breakfast, open presents, and then we have nothing to do all afternoon. I love it. Ryan in a truck says, I'm so glad there's finally something other than basketball on Christmas Day, especially if the games are going to be later in the evening. Love the show, guys. Thank you, Ryan. From an unnamed texter, get on board, Doug. Christmas is all about bitching, usually about family. Have a good time with the family. All these damn Christmas games, somebody better throw a Hail Mary. That's from an unnamed texter. I love the fact that they play on Christmas. At least you have another option other than the Cowboys. That's from an unnamed texter. Lost in the shuffle last night. What is the Brisky concern level? I mean, it's there. I mentioned earlier 5 of the 7 pitchers gave up runs last night, which is suboptimal. But, you're going to have days like this.
I think you can always look at improving the bullpen. You can always do that.
Yep.
Even Canely pitched earlier in the game. He didn't look nearly as sharp. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. And fortunately, the bats were able to answer back for any of the shortcomings that the pitching had last night. But
Brisky's not been good though this year.
No, he missed some time too. So no, he hasn't been that guy. But all it takes is a couple of good outings, clean outings to get you back.
He could use them, yeah. I mean, you're typically not every player is hitting on all cylinders all at the same time. But, that doesn't mean you can't strive to get better. 248-539-9797. Gator Vegas odds are out. One of the biggest names in the sport, Detroit, is now amongst the favorites to get him. We'll get to that today at 11:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Trying to shop for a car is not maybe the thing you really looked forward to the most, but I'll tell you what, if you go to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, you're going to enjoy it. The folks make it easy, they make it fun, and right now they've got 2 incredible lease specials that are really hard to beat. How about this? You can drive home a 2025 Equinox EV for only $249 a month. That's for 24 months with just $1,499 down. Or if you need a truck that works as hard as you do, how about this? The 2025 Silverado 2FL is also just $249 a month for 24 months and that same low down payment. And by the way, that low down payment, that includes the taxes and the fees. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has over 500 vehicles in stock, so you're not stuck with just a few options. And they're open on Saturdays for sales and service with no appointment necessary. And heads up, the Memorial Day sale they've got going on, it lasts all month long. So now is the perfect time to make your move, and you're going to see what I mean when you stop by Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, and they treat you right. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, together, let's drive. Are you cheating on your lunch?
Am I cheating on my lunch?
Yeah.
Just had a bite of a protein Pop-Tart.
A what?
A protein Pop-Tart.
What do they get? Chicken? Was it chicken pot pie Pop-Tart or something? What are you talking about? Protein pop.
You get these. I ripped up the package, so it's kind of hard to see. I'll hold it up for the cameras. But yeah, it's get them at Target. High protein Pop-Tarts.
I mean, every time we were surprised. I mean, should we really be? I mean,
Well, I
it's
guess
Doug, man.
I didn't know they made protein Pop-Tarts.
Well, if they did, Doug would find it.
20 grams of protein in
Yeah.
every Pop-Tart.
A lot of
Extra
Pop-Tart.
way.
What
Yeah.
flavor?
This is brown sugar and cinnamon.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Probably won't offer you a bite of one that's been opened and I've fondled, but
Fondled.
I can bring in a protein Pop-Tart for you to try.
Just one that comes in the package?
One comes in the package, yeah.
That's it, not two?
Yep. Yeah, nothing should surprise you. Is this a shocker?
I didn't know they made the shockers. I didn't know they made protein Pop-Tarts.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's not surprising. You found it.
Yeah. This is the protein Pop-Tart. 20 grams of protein, my man. Dang, you're shaking your head.
No, you always say, "Oh, I don't make my food decisions based on health," but you do. Just admit it. It's okay, man. It's
No,
you.
You do.
It's
Hold on.
just
No, you got it wrong. The quote is wrong. Quote is, I don't make all of my food decisions based on health.
just 98%.
Right.
Many of them are, but not all of them.
You can't just have a regular Pop-Tart like the rest of us. You got to
I
find the
have.
healthiest
No, I
one.
have, but,
But only one. You won't have the two that come in the package. Just one.
That's not true. I'll eat the two, and it's the brown sugar and cinnamon. That's my favorite flavor of Pop-Tart. But this one has protein. It's a high protein Pop-Tart. I'll bring it in. I'll let you each try one.
I don't want one.
You don't even want to try it?
Nope, I'm good. Let me know, Gator.
I mean, I'd like to try it, but I mean, they only come one in a pack.
I can bring you 2 packages if you want.
Well, I'm just saying, it seems like you're getting cheated out of having an extra one. But I mean, 40 grams of protein.
Well, this is 20.
I know, but if
I
you have
bring
two.
you want the 40? You want the full 40? All right.
So it was odd because it's well before noon.
Yeah, it was.
Normally you put on a show. So
Well, I'm going to heat up the lunch, leftovers from last night during the next commercial break. But I just was a little hungry, so I grabbed the protein Pop-Tart.
All right.
Okay, I mentioned before the break, Vegas odds, Detroit is now one of the favorites to land one of the biggest names in the game. Any guesses on who that name is?
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
That is incorrect.
Oh.
Yep. Wrong sport.
Mitch Marner.
Correct sport, wrong name. Probably a bigger name than Mitch Marner.
I don't know.
What's the biggest name in the league?
Connor McDavid.
Okay, he's the best player in the league. I don't know that he's the biggest name in the league. Do you want to guess anymore? You look really confused.
I'm drawing a blank on a player for Dallas.
No, he's a player for Pittsburgh.
Sidney Crosby?
So betonline.ag just put out odds on Sidney Crosby's next team. He shut down trade speculation, but it still exists. So BetOnline put it out there. The favorite to land Sidney Crosby is the Montreal Canadiens at 3-1. The Avs are 4-1. The Vegas Golden Knights are 11-2, which is the equivalent of 5.5-1. The Detroit Red Wings are 15-2, which is the equivalent of 7.5-1. Why do you think this is the case that the Red Wings are the fourth favorite to land Sidney Crosby in a trade?
I don't know. It's because they've had Patrick Kane for the last couple of years. They've taken a chance on, guy at the end of his career. I don't know. Look, I respect the hell out of Sidney Crosby. I know that might be.
I know how this works in this
It might be
town.
a sin to say that in this
People
town.
will
But
be calling
I think,
for your job in 3, 2, and 1.
I get it. But I think that what he's done throughout his career is absolutely incredible, considering he's doing it without anybody protecting him on the ice. So I do have appreciation for him and coming back from all the concussion issues that he's got. But I don't think it makes any sense for the Red Wings to be mentioned in the same breath as Sidney Crosby. That's not the player that's not the type of player that they need moving forward. It's not that big bruising guy that's going to stand in front of the net, take all the punishment, score goals.
Well, the question is, can you use a 30-goal scorer along with that big bruising guy? Like, it doesn't have to be the only move of the offseason, right?
No, it doesn't have to be the only move of the offseason. But again, adding a player at the end of his career as opposed to getting somebody who's going to be in the prime of their careers seems counterintuitive to what the Red Wings want to do, unless you can get him at a cheap price, which is what they can do with Patrick Kane.
Yeah, let's be clear here. It's the only way they'd get him. And of course, if you can get a better younger player, you take him. We always talk about accessibility. What do they have legitimate accessibility to? And is Sidney Crosby really even accessible? Well, enough that they put these odds out there. He's played his entire career at Pittsburgh.
He should play his entire career at Pittsburgh.
He probably should, and most of the speculation is that he will, but I guess these trade rumors persist, and that's why it's led to this. Yeah, I just find it awfully. I mean, they put these odds out for a reason. Why is Detroit in the top 5, top 4 to land Sidney Crosby in a trade? Has he always wanted to play with Kane?
I don't know. He wants to play for the original 6 team. I don't know. And Pittsburgh was, the outside looking into the playoffs this past season with only 80 points. That's less than the 86 the Red Wings had. If you're Pittsburgh, do you start thinking about? I mean, he's a legend, so it's weird to start thinking, should we trade him and try to get something for him? He still has value because he's still a very productive player. Do you want to do him a solid and send him somewhere where he can win? I don't think Detroit's that spot. I mean, Colorado would make sense. I don't know if Montreal makes sense, but like I said, I think Colorado makes sense. Some of these other teams you can make a case for, but not Detroit.
No, I find it really weird and curious. But Vegas doesn't operate randomly. Like, this isn't some random number generator and they just came up with 15-2. Kenny, Mr. NHL back there, can you think of a reason?
So the only thing that I could come up with is if they sell Sidney Crosby, that's them announcing to the world they're starting their rebuild, which they probably should have done last year. And what is that? I think this is more about Pittsburgh than it's about Detroit. Because if they do that, what does Detroit have a lot of? We have a lot of young prospects.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what would have to go the other way in that trade. And I think that's why Detroit's on the list. Does it make sense for Detroit? Not really. I think it makes sense for like a Colorado or a Vegas, which is on that list, because they might be 1 or 2 players away from a Stanley Cup at any given year. But Detroit, no, it doesn't make sense timeline-wise.
No, and Crosby's coming off a great year. He had 91 points this last year. Maybe also add to the fact that Evgeny Malkin is talking about retiring, and that's his running mate. So, I mean, if that's the case, then, if you're Pittsburgh, and like Kenny said, if you're going to start the rebuilding process, there you go. I mean, you could trade Sid Crosby while he still has value, and there's still value, a ton of value with Sidney Crosby.
Kang, what do you think?
Do you think they're on there that high, the Red Wings, because they're the Red Wings and this is a betting line? People know the you know what I mean? Like, not that there's really any real substance behind it other than, yes.
Cash out of it?
Yes.
Could be.
I'm trying to just think why.
Yeah, because you're right. It is a betting line. They're just trying to reflect the market. And all the money they bring in, they're planning on making money. They're planning on making money, and so how do they set the number to make the best money? So you could be right on that. But can you even imagine this? Like, this is hard to even imagine. Sidney Crosby, winged wheel. I mean, part of it is like, blah, but also, hey, man, he's been over 30 goals each of the last 4 years.
The Red Wings have made moves over the years consistently that made me go, wow, I didn't see that. I didn't see them getting Chris Chelios. I didn't see them trading for Brendan Shanahan. I certainly didn't see them getting Luke Robitaille and Brett Hull as free agents. I didn't see them trading for Dominik Hasek. These are all things that happened, and it feels like it happened a lifetime ago now because of where they're at now. But I also didn't see them landing Patrick Kane.
Right.
And I didn't see Patrick Kane saying, yeah, I love it here in Detroit. I want to play here again because my kids are friends with DeBrincat's kids and the whole thing, whatever. It's kind of crazy how Detroit has always been a landing spot for players that you didn't expect coming here.
248-539-9797. I have a feeling our audience probably will get hostile towards us for even bringing this up, but it was emailed to us today. Odds of Sidney Crosby's next team, Detroit 4th on the list. So whatever. Whatever. There it is from betonline.ag. Okay, Gator, we talked about this a few weeks ago. Happened again to me last night, and because of the audience, it impacted my decision. And we'll get to that today at 11:46 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you need a new garage door right now, Precision Garage Door Service can get you one in as little as 24 hours because they're the only company that's got new garage doors in stock at their local warehouse. Nobody does it faster. Nobody does it better. So if your garage door is broken down and maybe you can't leave your house right now, it's stuck in that garage because the garage door is busted, give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. It's something I did a few years ago. I called them up. I needed new garage doors. They came out, explained everything to me, walked me through all the options, and bingo, I had new garage doors just like that, and I couldn't be happier. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com.
coming up, back half of the noon hour, Mark Brunell, Lions quarterback coach, talked about the backup quarterback situation yesterday, and John Morton, the new offensive coordinator. First impressions of a somewhat controversial line. We will get to that in the back half of the noon hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Probably the number one topic we are getting feedback on is Christmas Day. And the Lions, it leaked, will play on Christmas Day at Minnesota. Still a lot of Javi talk coming in, though, and it's been great to see this Tiger team do what they've been doing. Here we go. Jesse the Mailman says, no Detroit takeover on Christmas in Minnesota. I wouldn't imagine a lot of people would want to make that road trip.
No, I don't think so.
I don't like the Lions on Christmas. Christmas is for family. For years, we deal with it on Thanksgiving. I'm always having to set the table or pull the turkey out in the middle of the second half. The NFL is king and doesn't care anymore. Well, I don't think they've cared for quite some time. They're finding new revenue streams.
Looks like pizza for Christmas. Sorry, family.
Yeah.
Or maybe I can borrow Kenny's hot dog roller. Or Kang's hot dog roller. Unless you guys are using it too because it's Christmas and there's football.
Are people going to do Christmas tailgates in their houses? Fire up the grill?
And it's Christmas. People, hit the eggnog anyway, right?
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so yesterday, decided to go for a little run, trying to get
a mistake.
Yeah, no, it was great. It was great. But early in the run, Gator, I was like, oh boy.
You had to go?
I got to go. So we talked about this last month when same thing happened, and I'm walking past a construction site. That day it was a walking past a construction site, and there's a Porta-John. Construction work was done for the day. Porta-John's still there. And we asked the question, can you?
Mm-hmm.
The feedback we got was from people that work construction sites. And I would say 4 out of 5 said, sure, go ahead. But there was the 1 out of 5 that said, no, that's not your Porta-John. That's our Porta-John.
Yeah.
And I could kind of understand why. You don't know how people are going to treat it. You want it to be clean. If you're working a construction site, you don't want randos going in there and messing it up. Disgusting slobs, right? So I was like, I'm going to pass because I don't know.
You're going to risk it.
I'm going to keep going. So I kept going.
Were you
a little bit later on? I'm like, I still got to go.
Were at the halfway point, or were you past?
I was
halfway?
early in the run.
Oh,
saw another one, and I'm like, got to keep going.
Wow.
And as is typically the case, the situation only grew more dire.
Oh yes, 100%.
Yeah. And your
sphincter knows.
I ended up passing 4 Porta-Johns.
You passed on 4 of them?
I passed on 4 of them because the audience said, there was enough in the audience that said, you don't do it.
There wasn't enough in the audience.
Well, I don't.
20%. You had 80% saying go for it.
I know, but I don't know if the people at the construction crew that worked that site were in the 80% or the 20%, and I just didn't want to violate the rules. So.
Was it after hours? Were they working or still or
not
no?
One of them was there any work going on. If there was work going on, I might have asked.
What is your problem? Just do
I'm
it.
trying to be respectable.
Oh, to who?
And to the people that...
To the people that aren't there, that won't know?
Well, if they don't want me to use their Porta-John, I don't want to use their Porta-John.
Well, they didn't say don't use it.
Well, they didn't say use it either.
But they didn't say don't use it.
No. I opted
to pass. You got to go. You got to go.
I made it home. I did make it home.
Well,
without any emergencies.
So I think you made a mistake.
Well, so you would just use it.
If you got to go, you got to go. There's something called an emergency.
So at one point I wondered, should I reroute the run and go by an actual store that has a restroom? But I didn't.
Dude,
I live at Gator. I live on the edge. You know me. I'm a risk taker.
I had a friend on one of my golf trips one year. Really had to go. and there was no Porta-John really in sight, and he's standing in the sand trap next to the green, and he wants to finish the hole before he makes a beeline for the Porta-John. Mm-hmm. And he is like posing like a flamingo in the sand. And I'm like, Chris, what's up? He's like, I gotta go. I'm like, well, go. And he's like, but I gotta try to meditate and make it go away,
right?
So he can finish off the hole. And he does, and then jumps into the golf cart and takes off, and then spends the next like 25 minutes in a hot box because it's the middle of the summer, and comes out, and my man is dripping in sweat. And I'm like, wow, you okay? He's like, thank God that Porta-John was there. I'm like, well, that's what it's there for. Emergencies, just like this. If you got to use it, I mean, it's there for everybody to, the golf course. You got to go. And they'd rather you use the Porta-John than just go in the woods there. But the opportunity for you was right there. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 Porta-Johns you passed up.
I passed on all 4.
Now, good for you that you were able to meditate it and make it go away until you got home. And I'm sure by then it was like a struggle to see how quickly you can get the shorts off before things started to happen.
I made it.
But you made it.
I did make it. 248-539-9797. Dre is in Detroit, 997 on a ticket. Hi, Dre.
Hey, Doug, Gator. How you guys doing today?
We're great. Thank you.
Outstanding. Always good to talk to you guys. It's been a little while. It's funny you guys brought this up. My neighbor had a pretty bad house fire last year, Memorial Day weekend, actually. It's been almost a year now.
Wow. And,
of course, this is a residential street, right? I'm right next door to. They put the Porta-John on his front lawn. Okay, so I'm and it wouldn't be a problem if the doggone UPS drivers and the FedEx drivers and the people walking their dogs weren't just going across my lawn. I don't mind them going into the sidewalk and use, but these guys will cut through my bushes to go use this Porta-John, and it just drives me nuts. And I know the general contractor very well that's doing the work next door to him. So I called him up, and he says, hey, Andre, I would love to move it in the back, but the neighbor on the other side, because they share a driveway, he won't let them bring the Porta-John through the driveway, so it's got to sit there on the lawn. It's been there for almost a year now, man. It just drives me batty,
Well, I mean, so with that said, you think I made the right call not using the Porta-John?
Yeah, I think so, man. It just
Andre, put yourself in Doug's position, though. If you're out there jogging and you're a long way from home and you're passing up Porta-John after Porta-John, at some point, aren't you going, man, I got to go. I got to use this?
Well,
yeah, you know what? If it got to that point, because I'll tell you this, I do a lot of driving for my job. And, man, sometimes when they hit you, you got to go. And I'm looking for one of those, what do they call those little, not the hospitals, but the urgent care place.
Oh, yeah.
I'll go and light it up, man. I tell you. I don't mess around.
Nick is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Nick.
What's it like the urgent care?
Hey, fellas. So I'm a Porta-John expert. I'm a construction guy.
Here we go.
So I have extensive experience, but I try not to use them if I can help it. I usually try to hit a Starbucks, nice and clean, maybe a Home Depot or Lowe's.
Hotels are good.
Hotels are great.
Hotels are hotel lobby.
Sure. I almost got arrested for using a Porta-John.
Really?
So I was in Royal Oak by some of the clubs down there, and it was probably 1:30 in the morning. And I left the bar, and then I realized, I had to go pretty bad. I hadn't broken the seal yet. So I was like, oh, God, I'm not waiting in this line to get back in the bar. So I start wandering around. I'm like, there's nowhere that's going to let me in. It's 1:30 in the morning. So I found a construction site in an alley, and I was like, all right, well, no one's here right now. So I go in, and I just unload, and everything's going great. And all of a sudden, I hear a couple voices outside the alley, and I'm like, man, hopefully, I see flashlights.
Uh-oh.
I'm like, oh, boy, I think these are cops. Sure enough, they come pulling right around the face of the alley, and immediately the flashlights shine right at the porta potty, and I'm like, oh, God.
So you got out. What happened?
God. So they're immediately like, hey, who's in there? Who's in there? I'm like, oh, I'm in here, and they can. The reason they knew I was in there is they could hear my stream. So I'm like, I'm trying to finish, guys. I can't. So I finally
Midstream,
come out.
I can't stop.
They
it
literally
stings.
got their hand on the gun. They got the cuffs ready.
Gun?
They were ready to take me in right there. And I was like, oh my, like guys, I just had to go to. They're like, yeah, well, you're trespassing right now.
It didn't
But,
almost
Doug, I
get
think
you
made the
arrested.
right call, man.
It didn't almost get you arrested. It almost got you shot. Hand on the gun.
Trespassing.
Wow. All right, AJ Hinch joined the morning show. Coming up at 12:08. Start to hear the best of what he had to say. His thoughts on Javi Baez's turnaround. What he has seen. Why it has happened. That at 12:08 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. After last night's electric Javi walk-off, the Tigers are now 9-3 in the month of May. They're 28-15 overall, and that is tied for the best record in baseball. Yahoo Sports boosted them up in their arbitrary power rankings to number 3 behind only the Dodgers and the Mets. That could change soon, obviously. They'll go for the sweep of Boston tonight behind Tarek Skubal, a 6:40 game time right here on The Ticket. All Lions game days, times, primetime matchups, and more will be known by tonight as the NFL schedule release continues. The official unveiling is at 8 o'clock tonight, and we will know plenty before then. Game one is set to be the Lions at Packers for a 4:25 Sunday matchup. And also, Detroit star Kirby Joseph had one suggestion. He wants the cold weather games out of the way early. Also, tickets for games at Ford Field will open up right after the announcement tonight. Those will probably go fast due to demand, according to the team. And also, one more leak that we did have, as the Lions are scheduled to play on Christmas Day against the Vikings, and that will be streaming on Netflix. Postseason schedule on the ice tonight. The Panthers and Leafs will play their Game 5, tied 2-2. They're in Toronto. And the Oilers are 1 win away from advancing in the West. They'll face the Golden Knights with a 3-1 series lead. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So big news today. Well, there's two things. Javi Baez goes yard in the 11th inning, 3-run shot, and the Detroit Tigers with a walk-off win over the Boston Red Sox. Hang another L on Alex Bregman, who went 1 for 6 in the game, and very, very gratifying win in a highly entertaining baseball game. He had 2 3-run home runs, did Javi Baez. Big hits in that game from Trace Sweeney and Jace Young. Home run from Spencer Torkelson. Wasn't really the best pitching performance we've seen. 7 pitchers, and 5 of them gave up runs. But, hey, you're not going to have it every night. And anytime you beat the Red Sox, that's a good thing.
Yeah, 14 hits, 9 runs is not ideal.
Allowed, yeah. No, it's not. But the story of the game was Baez. It was a magical moment. And you just, it's one of those things. What was the... there was a movie back in the day called Bull Durham. Perhaps you remember it.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a line in that movie, "Don't F with a hot streak." Except it was used quite literally in the movie, "Don't F with a hot streak." Right. And Javi Baez is white hot right now, and it's great to see. I mean, this is one of the most incredible career resurrections we have seen here in Detroit. It wasn't a small sample size of him struggling since he got here. It was a rather large sample size. It was 3 seasons. And, there was all kinds of got to get rid of him talk. How do you get rid of him? The problem was nobody was going to take on the contract, and the only way to get rid of him was to flat out cut him. Well, he was basically going to get paid either way. So it really didn't help you get better. It would have been a punitive cut. If Javi was blocking somebody or had a bad attitude or was in some way negatively impacting the team, it would have made sense regardless how much it cost. But none of those things appeared to be true. There wasn't some great young player that he was taking at bats away from. There wasn't any financial gain for letting him go because you still had to pay him. So the Tigers were kind of stuck, and I'm sure they didn't envision this, right? Let's not overplay that card. But by just seeing what they could get out of him, they've managed to put themselves in a position where this was possible. This was possible. Not predictable, not expected, but possible because he was still here. Whoever saw this coming?
Yeah,
I don't know that here's what we got. We only have liars. If you saw this coming, you're a liar.
I mean, I think at best it may have been an approach that I took, like, hey, let's see what happens after the surgery. And I wasn't thinking this was going to happen. Just that maybe he might be average. Maybe he could be functional for this team. I didn't expect anything close to this, and I'm thrilled that this is what's happened. It's a short sample size. It's early in the season, but he does look different. Different approach, different stance, and it's paid off. And, I mean, the 2 home runs, the 6 RBIs last night, just it continues on the pace. It wasn't like last night was the one game he's had. It was the best game he's had, but he's been doing this for most of the season thus far. Maybe not the home runs. He didn't start hitting home runs until a couple weeks ago, but it was hitting. Now, the next part, if it comes through, is really going to take it to another level. And that's if he can start drawing some walks. But his strikeout rate is lower. He's not chasing as much. And, last night I was actually astounded watching the at-bat in the 11th inning because you would think – every pitcher knows, throw the sweeper, sweep it away. And that they threw him something right in the wheelhouse, and he crushed it. He didn't miss it. Thank you, Javi Baez, for doing that. Thank you to the pitcher for serving up that meatball.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that wasn't his intention. And based upon the catcher's reaction, if you didn't see it.
I'm guessing that's not the location he wanted.
Go check out the most recent tweet we have, which quotes DJ Easy Rock and Rob Bass, Joy and Pain. You've got Javi Baez celebrating, and the catcher, who is just disgusted.
Last night they did have sunshine and rain, too.
Narvaez is his walk away, his turn. He can't even look. He's like, are you blanking kidding me? We did ask a question on Twitter just to see where this would lead. We got the arrow pointing straight up for 3 Detroit teams. Lions are 15-2 last year, and they're going to be back and healthier next year, right?
To start the season, yeah.
Pistons have a great young roster, and the East is looking at a potential changing of the guard with what's happened with Boston and Tatum out, and is going to be out into next year in Cleveland. Oof, Cleveland.
Woof.
And the Tigers have the best record in baseball. Who is best set up to win a title? Is the question. You have an hour left to vote. Go vote and comment at Doug and Gator 971. Who do you suspect is winning this poll? Lions, Pistons, or Tigers? Best
Lions.
set up to win a title.
Probably the Lions.
Number 2?
Tigers.
Okay. And number 3, Gator?
That would be the Pistons.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, that's it. Now, the percentages kind of surprised me. In third place with 2.2% of the vote, the Pistons.
Wow.
In second place with 35.9% of the vote, the Tigers. 62% say it's the Lions.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's that far between the Pistons and Tigers.
Yep.
I'm not surprised that most people think it's the Lions. My rationale was the Tigers made it to the playoffs last year. They won a playoff series. They damn near won a second playoff series. And they've started off this year playing best baseball so far. Whereas the Pistons, they didn't win the playoff series they played in. They could have. In my mind, they should have, but they didn't. I'm encouraged by that, but I still think there are steps to take. The Tigers might be there. I mean, they're already, like I said, they're playing better baseball than anybody else right now. So
248-539-9797. All right, we promised it, the best of what AJ Hinch told our morning show. And he was pretty entertaining, as always, pretty insightful, as always. And we'll start with AJ Hinch, his take on last night, the dramatic win over the Boston Red Sox. Here's what Tiger manager AJ Hinch told our morning show. Okay, we just got word that one didn't transfer. We got the other 3. Okay, number 2 is, why is Javi suddenly a stud? Here's what AJ Hinch had to say. Well, the focus on the defense taking the pressure off the offense is a really interesting possibility here. Made some adjustments, and at one point they asked, "Are they going to move him up in the lineup?" And he said, "No. A, who am I going to move down? And B, this is working." They're one of the most. They've second most runs in the American League. He's not interested in changing anything right now. Leave it the way it is.
I mean, it's hard to argue with that. Like last night after the game, and AJ Hinch is talking with everybody, and they said, "Yeah, what about Javi moving up? Want to move him up higher in the lineup?" And he's like, "Would you?"
Mm-hmm.
And then apparently the reporter answered no, and he's like, "Yeah, I wouldn't either, but he's going to hit 8th, so he gets to move up to 8th."
All right, so here he is. This is AJ's take on last night's dramatic win. Yeah. There aren't a lot of regular season games that will resonate throughout like last year, the regular season game that gets referenced the most.
The Little League game?
The Little League game. Williams Park game. I feel like the Javi game This one's going to be hard to top. It's going to be hard to top.
Oh, it was an awesome moment last night. It's not going to be any kind of turning point in the season because the Tigers are the best team in baseball.
Yep.
So it's not like, from here on, look, I loved it last night. I thought I lost a little bit of my voice last night sitting at home watching it and screaming. I kept smiling for a good 15 minutes after the game. I just had a smile on my face. So it is a great moment. And then tonight they try to go for the sweep with Tarek Skubal on the hill. Yep, I like that. I think I'll go to the game tonight.
I'll take this scenario. Are you going tonight?
I think I'll go tonight.
Attaboy. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback. Also, AJ talked about Skubal getting the baseball tonight, amongst other things. Hear what he had to say coming up at 12:22 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently or maybe has been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win. But here's the deal. This is the thing you need to take advantage of. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets. If your first $5 bet wins, so go find a prop bet, move the number, the Joker to score over 10 points. You won't get a big return on your $5 bet, but you will get the $200 in bonus bets. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. FanDuel's the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. It's non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Buzz in the air following last night's Tiger win over the Boston Red Sox. Drawing the Tigers into a tie with the Dodgers as the best team in baseball, which is kind of the feeling we all had after that season opening series, right? These are the two best teams in the game.
Right.
Didn't everybody think that? No? Been incredible what the Tigers have done here. And 13 games over 500, 28-15 on the year. Let's go to Rico and Romulus here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rico.
Hello.
Hey, Rico.
All I'm saying is this. Yeah, I'm here. All I'm saying is this. When they signed Javi Baez, he was supposed to be a superstar or at least a good player, but he had certain issues. Now he's all of what they thought is coming to fruition. So let's just ride it out. Let's ride it out and see what Javi Baez does and the rest of because they have a lot of young superstars. Let's see what happens. And I'm going to hang up and listen to your answer.
I don't know what. Did he ask us a question?
I don't think so. I mean, does that go back to the people that one texter said trade him or whatever?
Yeah, I don't know what he's referencing.
They should have waived him before.
I had a follow-up question, but he hung up before. Could ask it. Rico, yeah, ride it out, of course. I don't think they should bench him. I think he should continue to play. And the good news is what's really going to be fascinating is A.J. Hinch is really good at matchups, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's about to get more pieces offensively that can put even more players in advantageous positions. When Parker Meadows comes back, does Javi become more of a regular at third base? I mean, that's the thing about what this player is. If you said in the offseason, Tigers are going to acquire a player, he's going to be their best offensive player. He's going to play shortstop. He might long-term be the third baseman. And he's going to play center field. And he's going to do all of them reasonably well. He's going to hustle on the base paths. Be a smart base runner. Last night, when they tried the back pick at third, it takes his lead in foul territory. So if the ball gets hit and it hits him, he's not out because he's in foul territory. Run back in fair territory. And that's what he did, and the ball hit him. Took the lead in foul territory, ran back to the base, and the ball hit him. And rolls into left field, manufactures a run out of that. He's a smart base. If you said prior to the season, we're going to give you this player, player X, you'd be like, what a great acquisition. That's what he's been.
He's been great.
Yep.
Better than expected. Nobody thought this was coming this year.
Nope. All right, so I just mentioned they're going to get some pieces back. Matt Vierling is very close. So the question was asked of A.J. Hinch. Where does Vierling fit in? Here's what he told the morning show today. He's right about that, and these are decisions you don't have to make right now.
No, but Vierling, he's got 4 hits and 17 at-bats at Toledo, 2 home runs and 2 doubles.
Mm-hmm.
So waiting for the strength to come back. I think the strength is there. He's hitting for extra bases, but he wants to get him acclimated into playing third base as well. And if he hasn't played that yet, totally get it. And at this point, they have the luxury of saying Take your time. Wait until you're perfectly ready. Then you come. They don't need to rush him up, just like they don't need to rush up Parker Meadows or anybody else. Jake Rogers, who got a start last night, got a chance to play for the first time. Sawyer Gibson-Long is pitching. He pitched 3 shutout innings last night.
I don't even think he's a real person.
It's just he's 3. He's got 3 names.
Sawyer Gibson and Long.
Right. He's a law firm all in himself. And Kevin McGonigal came back with a rehab assignment. So all these guys are starting to play. Now, some are going to stay in the minors, like McGonigal and Gibson-Long will as well. But, it's not going to be long before we start hearing about, Parker Meadows, he's got 2 games under his belt at Toledo. Or Jake Rogers, he's dying to get back up here. In the meantime, you've got Dingler, who's hitting the ball really well, and Nido, who's the backup, is hitting extraordinarily well on a very small sample size, but good God, that guy's hitting well. So, all right, Jake, just, when you're healthy, I guess we'll get you up here when we need to. But right now, they don't need him.
No.
They don't need a lot of these guys just yet, but they're
going to.
Yeah, they're going to. 100% they're going to.
All right, so win the first 2 games against the Red Sox with Skubal going tonight. It doesn't mean it's a punch-button W, but it's a good matchup. You got to be happy about it. Here's AJ Hinch on Skubal getting the baseball tonight. Remember the start of the season for Skubal? They didn't win his first 2 starts.
Right. Has he been good lately? He's got like a 50-1 strikeout to walk ratio over his last 5 starts.
So let's talk a little bit about what happened on the 1. Come on, Tarek.
Yeah, you want to concentrate on that?
Yeah.
Dude, you're better than that. He is he's beyond words. And you wonder when is it going to happen? When are they going to decide let's make him a crazy offer to keep him here?
We don't know that they haven't, but
we don't know that they haven't, but I mean, again, that kind of stuff gets leaked out. There was the report that it made an offer that wasn't really competitive over the off season.
We don't know if that's true or not.
Don't know if it's true or not, but it was reported out there. So, but he has been incredible. It's his last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 starts. He's given up 4 earned runs in his last 6 starts.
Quick, name the last batter he walked.
Bobby Witt Jr.
Nope, not even close.
Well, it's close because it's on the.
I know you were looking at the box score.
No, I'm not looking at the box score.
You're looking at the game log, and you knew it was against the Royals. Maikel Garcia.
There you go.
Yep. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, you want that beautiful green weed-free lawn? Do what I do. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. That's where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN's a telephone number, or you can schedule an appointment online at naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time, you purchase that full lawn program and you get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. You don't want to wait until you see crabgrass. That's too late. In fact, you see dandelions right now. They're starting to pop up all over the place. That's no good. Dandelions are going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients. So take care of them right now. Stop those dandelions before they go to seed. And you call right now, you get that beautiful weed-free lawn all summer long. I love Natural Way. I've used them at my house for nearly a dozen years right now. They're upfront. They're honest with you. They give you a report of what's going on with your yard after they come out. They observe what's going on and what's happening, and they say, this is what you have to work on. I got my little report card the other day. I'm very happy about it. They tailor specifically for your lawn using high-quality products, high-quality expertise. It's a locally owned company for over 35 years. Michigan-owned, Michigan employees, Michigan families involved in local charities. Gotta love that. I love Natural Way. I think you will too. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
It's fun to do shows on days like today after last night's magical Detroit Tiger extra inning win over the Boston Red Sox. Whew, that'll count as one, but that felt like a big one. Felt like a memorable one. And yeah, Javi Baez with 2 home runs, both 3-run shots, including the walk-off. In the, a no-doubter, by the way, as soon as he swung the bat, everybody knew every Red Sox knew, every Tiger knew, and everybody in the house knew that Javi had just won the ball game with a 3-run shot in extra innings to overcome a 2-run deficit. And there was a 2-out home run in the bottom of the inning, or the top of the inning rather, for the Red Sox. You're like, damn it, this game was winnable, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, still got a chance, runner on base. And then it was Chase Young, right? They got the hit right before Javi, and then Javi launched an absolute moonshot, and it was awesome. It was really, really cool. Tigers get the win and go for the series sweep of the Red Sox tonight at Comerica Park. 248-539-9797. Nolan's in Rochester and on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Nolan.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I just want to say real quick about Baez. I think we're definitely past the point where this is just a hot streak. He's definitely been tearing it up, obviously, to begin the year. So I think we're past that point. But I did have a question about all the guys in AAA, especially like Verling, Rogers, Meadows, and stuff. When it is time for them to get brought up, I mean, with everyone so hot right now, who do we send down? I feel like when Rogers is ready, Nito might be the one sent down, and maybe Jahen. But it's a good problem to have. You have so many pieces, but at the same time, it's like, who do you send down? Or
I think the easiest one is when Verling is ready to come back up, that Chase Young goes down. I mean, he's not hitting. He had the hit last night, and it's great, but it's like $111 or $114 on the season. It's not good enough. And I think he's pressing at times, and it's obvious that Verling is the guy that you want here. So if you got to send somebody off the roster for the time being, I think that's the easy button. After that, it might still be the easy button. Jake Rogers comes back, it'll be Nito that goes down. You're not going to send down Dylan Dingler. He's been great. So when Meadows comes back, that's a tougher decision. Because
I definitely agree with that, especially with Young not hitting. His defense has been pretty good. But that, and then on top of that too, do you think, if everyone continues to perform and stuff, that come deadline time that they'll move some of these pieces around for a bigger name?
They might. I mean, you'd have to pair them with a prospect or two. I mean, the
fact is, because I was thinking about this last night, if they're going to make a move at the trade deadline and acquire a significant piece, the team that they're trading with, not only will that team be able to get a top prospect in return, but they can also get major league ready players, because the Tigers have like a logjam of this. So it's not like, okay, yeah, I'll take Kevin McGonigal and give me Justin Henry Malloy or whatever. Yeah, I mean, that's the type of thing that we could see happen down the road. I mean, let it play out and see where they're at that point. And it's the same thing with all these players when they're ready to come back. Parker Meadows still hasn't taken the bat in the minor leagues this year, and we know that the bat was a little slow to get started last year, but once it got going, great. So he's going to have to prove that he's ready to make the jump back to the majors, because he can hit the ball just fine at the minor league level. But until then, what a luxury it is,
dude,
to have Javi Baez doing what Javi Baez is doing at center field.
Yeah, in the beginning of the call where he said it's beyond where we call it a hot streak, you very well may be right. I think that's why, we talked about this last hour when we had the Jim Bowden quote that the Tigers are for real. The Tigers are for real. There's no doubt that the Tigers are for real. And that implies that, yeah, this is more than just hot streaks, a bunch of hot streaks that has this team playing well. They're legitimately good, which is great. Speaking of baseball, I did not expect this. Maybe we should have known it was coming. I don't remember hearing you talk about it or Kang talk about it. What did you make of the news yesterday that reinstates Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson to baseball?
Well, what it does is that baseball ends the banishment now, because they've decided, the commissioner, Rob Manfred, decides that, okay, once a player has died, that the banishment ends. So all this means now is that they can be available or eligible, I should say, for the Hall of Fame. They still have to get voted in, if that's the case. It's still going to be a tough sell to get those guys in because of what they did or what they're alleged to have done. Back with Shoeless Joe Jackson in the Black Sox scandal of 1919, where they fixed the World Series, you could make the argument that Shoeless Joe may have gotten paid, but he sure wasn't throwing the games because he hit really well in that series and played really well in that series. But nonetheless, he was part of the group that was banned and didn't have this long Hall of Fame career because he was banned from baseball at the age of 32, despite having this, I think it was a 350-something career average. And arguably his best season was his 1919 season, where he hit over 100, drove in over 100 runs, hit 380-something, and had his career high in home runs that year, in a year with people aren't hitting home runs. I think it was the 1920 season, whatever it was. Pete Rose is a different story. Pete Rose has several issues against him. It's the one thing where he admitted to gambling on baseball as a manager, and whether who cares if it's just to win or not. I mean, that was the thing he always went, I only bet on my team to win. All right, whatever. But then there was evidence.
It would really create the reason why that's a problem. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah. Because it probably creates suspicion with the bookies on the days you don't bet on your team to win, or those days you started Mario Soto and immediately drained your bullpen because you had to win that game because you had money on it. Like, there's just you can't. You just those are reasons why you can't do it.
But part of me is the baseball
Mario
fan.
Soto.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Part of me as a baseball fan, though, says, well, okay, that's ban Pete as a manager then. As a baseball player, he's the hit king, 4,200 hits. But then there was evidence that came out in 2015 that there's a notebook from one of his associates that shows that he did bet on baseball games when he was a player. Now, I don't know how legit that is, but if that's there, that's tough to do. Not to mention off-field stuff too, alleged to have an inappropriate relationship with a girl who was not 16, like he thought she was 16, which would have been the age of consent in Ohio at the time. There's a lot of stuff with Pete Rose that is just like, you're not going to get in.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough for you to get in when you were so defiant throughout your life that you weren't doing anything wrong, when you were clearly doing things wrong. When baseball said, stay away from gambling and we'll consider it, and he's setting up shop in Vegas and he's gambling every day of his life on sports and on baseball, I doubt that the voters are going to vote you in.
I just hope that this comes with a loud and clear message. This doesn't have to be something that's done publicly, although I don't think it wouldn't hurt publicly. But at least an internal memo to all of the players in a day and age where there is more accessibility to gambling than ever before, that at the very least an internal memo should go around. Just because we did this does not mean you won't be kicked out of the game, and we still take this very seriously. Yeah. Don't misinterpret this as us easing up on gambling. Like, you have to send a loud and clear message to the players, the managers, everybody in the game. Don't misinterpret this. I do think it's a little weird, the timing, and I do think that there's a justifiable sensitivity to how easy it is to gamble. I would think that that they want to make sure that nobody looks at this the wrong way.
Part of me thinks it's worse I'm going to end a banishment after you die. It's like, and then you can become eligible. And if you get voted in, it's like posthumously. And it's like, it's brutal.
Why is it worse?
I said part of me thinks I don't think it is, but part of me thinks that just because it's like the family wants to, honor they want to have the player honored because they had a Hall of Fame career, like Pete Rose did, right? Mm-hmm. But now it's, you were banished. You thought that wasn't a possibility. And then, okay, now that he's dead, okay, now we'll consider it. Well, you want that player to be able to, enjoy enshrinement into the Hall of Fame while he's still alive. But of course, they're not going to do it.
I don't want Gambling Guy to enjoy it.
I'm not saying he should. I totally understand why Pete Rose is not in the Hall of Fame. I'm not endorsing him to go in the Hall of Fame. I'm just saying this situation, it doesn't have to, you can be banned for other things too. It just seems like it's almost throwing salt on the wound. Oh, yeah, he's eligible now, but not going to happen.
Straight ahead, the Detroit Lions quarterback coach on the backup quarterback spot and why they brought in Kyle Allen. And the new offensive coordinator, he has a glowing review on his first impression of a player in Detroit. Hear what they had to say coming up starting at 12:48 here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you're ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They have auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5% APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. You can drive now and pay later. Applying is easy, online or at a branch. And their team is with you every step of the way. Plus, the same great rate applies to both new and used vehicles. Don't wait. It's a limited time offer. Become a member by visiting umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. All right, Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Big news of the day if you're just joining us. Outside of Javi Baez's walk-off home run is Lions schedule release. Two things. Lions and Packers will open the season in Green Bay, 4:25 start. And the Lions will play on Christmas Day against the Minnesota Vikings in Minnesota. That was hinted at by Rob Wood a couple months ago, or last month, or whenever it was, when he said publicly, and we may have a Christmas game. And we're like, how do we feel about a Christmas game? What I'm finding is the feedback we've gotten is probably 50-50 upset about the Christmas game. The feedback we've gotten is probably 90-10 upset about it being on Netflix. People are upset that it's a Netflix game, although often the streaming services games are picked up by the local markets, by an affiliate in the local markets. So probably won't be exclusive to Netflix. But I mean, it's been going around that I think Fox Sports 1 has added a streaming service, and they're going to park some football games on streaming. So to see every NFL game this year, you will need upwards of 10 different streaming services.
Wow.
It's all different wording to basically say we're adding an additional overcharge. That's all this is. Wording it that way.
We got another league game.
Another Lions League game?
Yep. Week 6, Sunday Night Football. The Detroit Lions at the Kansas City Chiefs.
So you know what this is? Which a weird trend here is that every league game has been a Lions road game.
Yes.
Is that
right?
Does that mean
first game of the season, Christmas Day, and now week 6?
That'll be October the 14th, I believe. Oh, I'm sorry, October 12th. October 12th.
My brother's birthday.
I know. I think that's why they're doing it.
Right. He's a big fan.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here we go. The Lions quarterback coach Mark Brunell spoke yesterday. One of the offseason stories that caught people's attention was they brought in another quarterback, a veteran quarterback, in Kyle Allen. Why do you bring in Kyle Allen? Here's what Mark Brunell had to say. So the obvious question is, what does this mean for Jake Fromm's future? Oh, I'm sorry. Hendon Hooker's future. Is Jake Fromm even still with him anymore?
I think they let him
go. Everybody wants to know what it means for Hendon Hooker. Hendon Hooker is a really interesting guy because I think there are people that are super intrigued what it means, like about Hendon Hooker and like want to see him develop. And I think there are other people that really just don't care. Because if you're going to the backup quarterback, you're probably in trouble. There is a element of who can win you a game when they take over in the second quarter. Who can win you a game this Sunday if the quarterback has a 1-week issue? Who they should play.
Or Thursday or Monday.
Or Monday or Christmas Day or July 4th or whenever they're scheduled to play. I mean, if Hooker's the best man for the job, so be it. If not, I don't care. Like they're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They're not trying to develop Hendon Hooker, although they are trying to develop, but that's not the primary goal.
No, I mean they're trying to develop a backup quarterback so that he can step in that situation. Does that mean that he couldn't start in the NFL? No, it doesn't mean that at all. It just means that they've got a clear number one guy. It's Jared Goff. Everything else is just bringing players up to speed. So I get it, and I'm one of Hendon Hooker's biggest fans. I imagine he's not going to get much of an opportunity in Detroit. And when all is said and done, when his contract comes up, is it after this year or is it after next year? That he'll walk away after next year, I guess. So it's because he'll get an opportunity somewhere else. But in the meantime, loving what the Lions have, because they have a top 10 quarterback in the league in Jared Goff. They have a great offensive line. They have an excellent offense. Their defense, when healthy, will be one of the better defenses in the National Football League. It's all about, at this point, as a Lions fan, I think the easy button to hit is it's all about injuries. If they can avoid major injuries, this team is going to be contending for a Super Bowl. That's how they're constructed. That's the likelihood. They dealt with injuries last year and went 15-2. Unfortunately lost in the playoffs. But if you're going to tell me that injuries aren't going to be a problem, I'm going to tell you this team is going to be contending for a Super Bowl.
We have another schedule leak as it pertains to the Lions. This is because somehow, some way, a beat reporter that covers the New York Giants for Jersey.com named Art Stapleton.
Oh, Artie.
Has released the Giants' entire schedule. Week 12. Is this Thanksgiving? Is week 12 Thanksgiving?
Week 12 is not Thanksgiving.
Okay.
I don't think. Week 12 goes from the 20th to the 26th.
Of November?
Yeah. Well, it might be.
It sounds a lot like Thanksgiving time.
Well, because I forget the next week. I don't know. Let me look at my calendar.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Thanksgiving week.
Thanksgiving is the 27th, and there's a game on the week 13 is the 27th.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Good. The week before Thanksgiving, the Lions will host the New York Giants.
So the Lions host the Giants on the 23rd, and then a few days later, they'll play Thanksgiving football.
So they basically get a bye before the Thanksgiving game. That's dedicated to you, Mr. Valenti.
Oh, boy. I don't think he's going to disagree with that.
Probably not. So Lions host the Giants the Sunday before Thanksgiving. So there you go. How do you feel about a beat writer releasing the entire schedule? Because you know what? That is sabotaging the ratings for tonight's show. And we don't want to see the league miss out on maximum ratings, and hence the owners can't make all the money they can possibly make. This guy should be fired.
Someone's credentials can be revoked in 3, 2, 1. Unless it's strategic that the NFL says, we're giving you our schedule. Do with it what you will.
I don't know, man. This league is all about squeezing every last penny out. And this.
Well, then why are all these other leagues happening? This is what they do. This there's a rhyme and reason to what they do.
I don't think they do. I don't think they wanted somebody to release the whole schedule.
Well, it's just one team. It's one team's whole
right,
schedule.
But I'm saying I bet they didn't want that. All right, so you heard from Mark Brunell on why they brought in Kyle Allen. What does it mean for the backup quarterback position? Here's what the Lions quarterback said. You hear that, Gator? Your boy's not going to be handed a job.
No kidding. Stop.
So that's Mark Brunell talking about Hendon Hooker and where he belongs or what he's got to do to win that job. Coming up, John Morton, the offensive coordinator, very impressed with one Lion. You'll hear what he had to say today at 106 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We are stoked about last night's Detroit Tiger game. How great was that? Fear Javier, Javi Baez, 2 3-run shots, including the game winner in extra innings. what a moment. And those who were there had to be just electric. A.J. Hinch joined the morning show and just said, look, maybe it's the focus on playing a new position. He's tweaked some things, but we're just going to let him be and let him keep doing what he's doing. Javi Baez has been one of the great stories of the 2025 baseball season, and the Detroit Tigers listed as the #1 surprise by Jim Bowden, national writer who covers the MLB for The Athletic, former GM. And, it's good to hear that from an outside source. And as he concluded, without a doubt, the Tigers are for real. Without a doubt, he wrote. So that's good news. In the meantime, Baez, what a luxury, playing multiple positions, all important, all necessary, and he's hitting the baseball. He would be good if he was having an average year at the plate. He'd be helpful.
Yes.
But he's well above average right now. He's going to settle in something less than this. That's fine.
Yeah, but the defense that he's providing for this team, the instincts on the base paths, all the other stuff is such a plus right now that I'm not mitigating how important it is for him to hit, but I love the other stuff too. The fact that he's hitting 319 with an OPS of like 850, that's amazing. Did not expect that. And, despite hitting as poorly as he did last year, the one thing he did was he would hit in the clutch. He drove in runs and he hit with an average, a good average with runners in scoring position. Those opportunities didn't come around a ton, but when they did, he was there for it with an OPS near 900. And nothing's changed this year. He's doing the same thing, although now his average in other situations is high as well. So it's great to see.
All right. Also yesterday, some Lions coaches met with the media. We try and pull the most interesting stuff that was said. You heard last hour about them bringing in Kyle Allen as a backup quarterback and what Hendon Hooker needed to do and how that race is going to play itself out for the #2 behind Jared Goff. In the meantime, the new OC is John Morton. What are you going to change about this offense that he is taking over that was so successful under Ben Johnson? Here's what the new offensive coordinator, John Morton, had to say. So what's interesting is you remember he talked about explaining stuff to the players. That was one thing that Jared Goff loved about Ben Johnson. He talked a lot about his input on the offense. It sounded like Goff had a lot of positive input on the offense, and that Ben Johnson was very accepting of taking his ideas and putting them into play. So, I mean, he said all the right things. Well, why am I going to change much?
Yeah, I mean, in the previous talking about the quarterbacks, and they're going to do some different plays, but there's no need to change what works. Nope. I mean, you're always going to tweak things. I mean, every year you're going to add more to the playbook or take away something from the playbook, but when you've got a great offense, there's no need to reinvent the wheel here. It works.
All right, more from John Morton. This is interesting because I know some people are uncomfortable with the player. Some people don't think the players should be re-signed. But here is what the new offensive coordinator said about Jameson Williams and his first impressions.
A breakout year for a receiver at 1,000 yards.
Exactly. He thinks he's going to be even better. He's 24 now. Okay. Jameson Williams. That description that he just gave, attention to detail, the way he is in meetings, I told him what he needed to do. Clearly, JMO was receptive to it because he's getting praised here publicly, which I don't think he fakes. If that's not the case, he probably gives some bland cliches. If he or he calls them out. I mean, guys get called out in the media too. He did none of that. He sounds like he is all on board, and JMO's all on board. I think that is an interesting quote for a player that some fans are uncomfortable with. Not the physical skills, but they worry about some of the stuff that's gotten in the way early in his career. And like I've said all along, I think about my kids. I think about who I was in my 19, 20, 21, who I was turning into at 22, 23, 24. But I don't think I was really done with knucklehead days till my late 20s.
Oh. Well, what I love about JMO is, as a player, you can see that he takes things seriously when he's on the field. Blocking is number one. Downfield blocking, you got somebody who's willing to do it, that's going to win a ton of people over, and clearly has won over the coaching staff. When you're willing to do those things, lead the way, just kind of crank on down the field well ahead of the other players, the player that's got the ball, so that you can lead block is awesome. And a willingness to do that, a willingness to go across the middle, doing all these things. He wants to do whatever it takes to make this team better. I don't think it's an ego thing. To the point where, unfortunately, in the playoff game where they gave him the ball and he was hell-bent on making that play work, and unfortunately he threw it. And he shouldn't have thrown it, and it was a horrific decision. He'll learn from that. He'll get better from that. And, this is going to be another season where he gets to start the season. Is this the first time he gets to start the season, actually, with this team, be the guy? I'm excited to see how much more he's got in the tank, because I think there's a ton left in the tank. The guy has that kind of speed. You're just looking for more and more ways to utilize it and refine his route running. All that's going to make him a better player, and the more experience he gets in the league, and I'm excited for it.
He did get to start the season last year.
Yeah.
Yep. So year 3, first 2, no. But weird, interesting description, breakout player. How much more do you expect from this guy? When the play caller says that, tip of the hand there a little bit, we're going to get JMO the football, which probably isn't a huge secret, I guess, in the first place. All right, Gator, have you wondered the following? What does the data say about alcohol sales at college games? Have you wondered that?
Not really, no.
Well, have you wondered what is the highest selling product at Michigan State, Western, Central, et cetera, et cetera? Like, what alcohol sells the most? Because at each school, well, they are different.
Okay.
We will get to some of the data, the arrest numbers, the total revenue. Now that we've done this for a year, selling alcohol at college games, we got them all the way down to Ferris State University.
Oh, boy.
We will get to that coming up today at 1:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Wednesdays are looking different at Twin Peaks as they're going out with bourbons and brews and bringing in tequilas and cervezas. A sexy twist on the hottest night of the week as the girls are swapping out their black lingerie for red and serving up the best tequila cocktails around. Hump Day just hits harder at Twin Peaks, especially with all the basketball and hockey playoff action and Detroit baseball in an epic series with Boston. Pair all that up with the best restaurant food around. It is very good. You can't categorize their menu as bar food because their scratch kitchen can compete with just about anybody. Hand-cut New York strips, house-smoked brisket and ribs, hand-smashed burgers, biggest wings in town, and their extensive bar features high-end tequilas, bourbons, and craft cocktails. It's the coldest draft beer in the country, poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees into ice-cold mugs that have been freezing for 6 hours. A little subtlety there. So good. The beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Just doesn't get much better. Don't miss a game. If you can't be there, go to Twin Peaks. Find a location nearest you. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So just a thought here. Is it possible that J.B. Bickerstaff wasn't the problem in Cleveland? Dare we say the coach that got fired because they couldn't win in the playoffs? Who's here in Detroit and also didn't win in the playoffs. But that's not the point. He didn't have a team that was probably quite ready to win that series in the playoffs. The Cleveland Cavaliers, dunzo. Out. Finished. Wow.
Yeah, that's a little surprising, but they weren't the healthiest. And of course, none of the teams typically are, but what Cleveland had in the playoffs was not what Cleveland was in the regular season with the health. They could look at that if they want to make an excuse. But I mean, they're planning their golf trips now, planning vacations.
Yep.
You might just want to give Indiana credit, though.
I don't want to. Here's why. I don't like them.
Mm-hmm. Understand. Mm-hmm. I don't like them either, but they're really good. They're really good. They're motivated.
But I don't like them.
No, there's great reason not to like them. And I do think
Halliburton, Mr. Halliburton.
I think over the next 5 years, the best rivalry in the East is going to be Detroit and Indiana.
Could be. In the meantime, tonight, the Knicks in Boston trying to finish off the Tatumless Celtics. Yes, confirmed ruptured Achilles. Jason Tatum's going to be out into next year.
You have no Tatum.
No.
Tatumless.
Totally Tatumless. So I'm not sure how we're going to get this done tonight. I say in jest. I hate the other three teams in the East. I can't. I like Boston. I mean, go West.
Yes.
That's my conclusion. After everything that's happened in the Eastern Conference, I'm going to go West kind of place.
Oklahoma City. That's my team.
Is it?
I don't know. It's a Western team.
King, who should we be rooting for out of the West?
OKC's a young team. You know, they're harmless to the Detroit fan base, right? Except they wear their shirts, though, unlike us. They did it again last night. Did you see it?
Yeah, it was a different shirt.
Yeah. Oh, different shirts.
Different
plural.
shirt. Yeah, shirts. Sorry.
It was white and blue.
Yep.
And
it looked good.
Yeah, Doug, you like that, huh?
These people are unbelievable. In Oklahoma City, there is a dedication to wearing the shirt that I've never seen anywhere else. Like, I don't know what it is about the makeup of the people at OKC. They're just like, comply, 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 and they all do it, and it's amazing.
Yeah, they comply, man.
Oh, they are compliers.
Unison.
Is there something in the water out there?
Well, let me.
You know what it is? It's strong messaging. There's strong messaging about the shirts.
You brought up Jason Tatum, the
Yeah.
Achilles confirmation.
Yep.
I don't know if this is happening more. We're just feeling like it's happening more with athletes now. Like, obviously that's like I've told you, it's one of my fears. Like, I don't really play a lot of rec sports anymore, but that's a fear, right? Like where you just,
Snap
oh God,
Achilles?
yeah.
Yeah.
But is it more a fear for like the high end athlete? I feel like it's happening to them more, and they're in great shape. And then I don't think does this happen as often to the everyman, like in beer leagues and things like that.
That's an interesting question. Because I don't remember the Achilles being this horrible injury. I don't remember hearing about it much at all prior to like 10 years ago.
That's interesting. I wonder if somebody in the medical profession could tell us. Are you seeing more Achilles ruptures than ever before?
Good. Yes.
Or are we
I'd
just
like to know.
becoming aware of them? Because, like, I'll give you an example. There was some data out about massive amounts of Tommy John surgeries being done now, and how the numbers on that have gone way up. What about ruptured Achilles? If you're a physician, a surgeon, rehab, has the torn Achilles become a thing?
Feels like it. Sounds like it.
Yeah, we have no data to support this, but I agree with you.
Like the first time I can remember hearing about an Achilles, did Dan Marino suffer an Achilles injury back in the day? Remember Vladimir Konstantinov hurt his Achilles in the offseason for the Red Wings, and he was like playing tennis or something like that. And then he didn't miss much time. Came back and played with the Red Wings. And it's different for each sport. You know, in hockey, I mean, your foot is isolated in a boot. It's totally different than what you're doing as a basketball player or as a football player. But there was something online today on Twitter. There was a lot of debate about the Achilles, saying how the recovery from Achilles for a basketball player, I think they said it's a faster recovery time than it is for a football player. I thought that's what I read.
All right. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jerome and Warren. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Jerome.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good.
Hey, guys. I was going to say that if you notice, a lot of the players, starting with Kobe, started going to the low-top gym shoes instead of the high tops. And I think that's what part of the change in the Achilles tearing.
Interesting.
I hoop in high tops, not low tops.
Yeah, there is a lot more of that. My kids, both my boys played high school basketball, and they wore low tops. And I was like, what? And I looked at their team, and they all, like almost all of them wear low tops. And I'm like, what happened to the high top shoe?
It's not
Better
fashionable.
support, high top.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah, that used to be the thought, Doug, and people went away from it because it just doesn't look as good. The low tops look better now. You would think, though, the NBA, we're not talking like rec league, look better for your high school team, all that stuff. The NBA, they have billions of dollars on the court. Don't you think the trainers would actually say, listen, Jason Tatum, you should wear a high top if it really affected it?
One would think if it really did.
That's why I kind of don't think it does, right? Well, they tape up their ankles and stuff, too.
Free Press came out with some data regarding the first year of alcohol sales. Back in July of 2023, it was approved by the governor that you could, making it legal for people to indulge at college games. 2024, the season was the first full year of alcohol sales for schools. The University of Michigan netted $5 million from alcohol sales. Michigan State, $1.8 million from alcohol sales, which begs the question, is Michigan State losing its footing as the party school? No, there's probably not as many people at the games. That's why the difference.
Well, there's a big difference from that. You get capacity difference, yeah.
So the top selling drink at Michigan and Michigan State games was the same. Care to venture a guess as to what it was? What did you see in people's hands more than any else?
Seltzer.
It was not seltzer. It's a specific brand, but yeah.
All right, so beer. I don't know what they're selling at the stadium, so I'll go with a light beer of some kind, Bud Light.
It is Coors Light.
Coors Light.
Michigan and Michigan State, the biggest seller at games, Coors Light. After Michigan and Michigan State, this MAC school ranked third in total sales.
Central?
It was Western Michigan University. Topped Central by a wide margin.
If I thought about that for a second, I would have said yes, because Western's, I think they get more attendance.
Western Michigan football netted $273,082 from alcohol sales. And the top seller at Western Michigan was Miller Lite.
All right.
Yep. Actually beating Central Michigan was Northern Michigan University.
Oh, boy.
147,824. They did not have the data available what their best seller was.
Boone's Farm.
Central Michigan netted $103,637 in alcohol sales. Guess what their top seller was? Not mentioned yet.
Mad Dog.
No. Another guess?
Is it beer?
Yep.
We've got Coors Light, Miller Lite. We'll say Bud Light.
It is Michelob Ultra was the top seller. I'm intrigued by that. I feel like Michelob Ultra has a demographic, and it's not male.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Okay. Grand Valley State University netted $97,916. Their top seller, Gator?
Bud Light.
Coors Light. Lake Superior State University netted $50,678 from alcohol sales. Their top seller, one of our all-time favorites going way back.
Stroh's?
No, Busch Light.
Oh.
Yep. Michigan Tech netted $20,836.
It's really not a lot.
No, it's not. Their top seller, Gator?
Bud Light.
That is correct.
Finally.
And Ferris State took in a whopping $7,841 from beer sales. their top seller, also
Bud Light.
Yep. So there you go. What's interesting is I remember seeing arrest data.
Mm-hmm.
We will get to that today at 1:31. You're on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. A lot of feedback coming in on the Achilles thing. We'll get to that in a minute. Also, we're going to do sports juxtaposition, Scott Anderson. Okay. Yeah. So.
All right.
Yeah. And relive a great moment from this baseball season. I remember when I got word that they were going to approve alcohol sales at sporting events here locally, college sporting events. I got a hold of people I knew at the University of Michigan and said, okay, how are we feeling about this? And they said, well, it's weird. The data at the places that have done this have shown that arrests did not go up. And the story in the Free Press that came out this week said that the University of North Carolina, professor of sports management down there that runs the school's Center for Research in Intercollegiate Athletics, they worked on a published study in 2020 that reported that the 12 schools, the before and after, before selling alcohol and after selling alcohol, did not see an increase in incidents and arrests. The Michigan Department of Police, Melissa Overton, spokesperson, said, the deputy chief of police, rather, Melissa Overton, said, we did not see an increase in arrests or alcohol-related situations last season. At Michigan State, a spokeswoman, Amber McCann, said, we have not experienced a significant increase in police calls for service at Spartan Stadium since alcohol sales began. What, can we suddenly handle our alcohol here? Good for us.
Well, the other thing is
we're very responsible.
Yeah, that's it. I've always maintained that if you take yourself back to when you were a student, what you were drinking, the beer that we drank in college was the cheapest beer you could find. We're drinking Milwaukee's Best. We're drinking Busch Light in a can. The other stuff was
Mickey's
more expensive.
Malt Liquor.
Yeah, you're drinking whatever you can on the cheap. You go to a game, I'm not able to get the Beast Light, at a game, but I can get a can of whatever. It's 16-ounce can. It's going to cost me $10 for, a Coors Light or whatever. So it becomes expensive. And I think that plays a role in it. Yeah, people are drinking in the stands. If it's legal to do it, go ahead and do it. But they're also saying, you know what? If I spend $20 on alcohol at a football game, imagine how much further that $20 goes if I don't spend it at the football game.
So students are being frugal about how to get drunk.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Or they just continue to do what they do, which is drink before the game. Excuse me.
To load up.
Yeah, and then you go into the game and
load up, stumble in, spend the whole second quarter peeing.
Maybe have one. Yeah.
All right, Mike in Waterford says regarding the Achilles injury has been around since Achilles. You're welcome.
And the Trojan War called. They said, hey, remember this?
A named texter writes in, my uncle is a knee doctor. He says ACLs are being torn more and more nowadays. Jason in Oak Park, it happened on February 25th. 49-year-old man playing beer league volleyball jumped up for a spike and pop, down I go. I'm an athletic trainer. It's not happening more. We are just more aware of it. It's been happening my whole life. So there you go. Unnamed texter, I was in a flag football league last fall. A guy on the opposing team popped his Achilles on the last play of the game right in front of me. It was shockingly loud. I do remember a broken leg situation when we were playing tackle football in like 7th grade. And I'll never forget the sound. At first I thought his shoes had smacked together, or the guy tackling him, his shoe, like it sounded like two shoes. But it was poor guy and his leg snapping. God, it was awful. Real Park. I played in a rec basketball league for the last 10 years, and I have seen or heard at least 5 Achilles tears.
Yikes.
Yep. So that's what we've gotten back. The only one person, though, for the medical profession saying they've always been around. We're just hearing about them more.
Well, we hear about everything more now because of social media.
Isn't it awesome?
But I do feel like it's happening at a much higher rate than it used to be.
Apparently not. Well, I mean, I'm going on one text.
Yeah, I was going to say. Well, just go back in your mind and think. When a player gets hurt, you know what you do? You find out about it, regardless of Twitter or pre-Twitter days, right? You heard about the injuries and guys were out because an Achilles, you're out for the year. You'd hear about that, but didn't hear that a ton. Now it happens much more often. I think that's real news. I don't think that's fake news.
This is based upon what you think, not what the texter who works in the business thinks.
I'm going with Gator MD. I am.
Thank you.
I'm with you, Gator. I feel like it's happening more now than it was in the early 2000s, late 90s, mid 90s. I just feel like the Achilles tear and the ACL is much more rampant nowadays than it was.
I'm going to go with the guy I don't know, never heard of, and have no idea if he's for real or not that just sent us a text. I don't see the problem.
Oh, sounds like a battle here. A little rival.
Well, you two can be Surgeon General. All right. Let's get to last night. The Detroit Tigers, Dan Dickerson, on the call on the unbelievable end of the game. Javi Baez at the plate has 1 3-run homer. Tigers are down 9-7. I'm sure it crossed some people's minds. Could it happen again? Here's Dan Dickerson's call. That is not Dan Dickerson's call. We'll try again. Dan Dickerson's call. Dan Dickerson on the Tiger Radio Network. You gotta be kidding me, he said.
I don't think that's what he wanted to say.
This is from the Red Sox Network, their call of Javi Baez 3-run homer.
Oh.
Competing, you got to be kidding me. Dan Dickerson's, you got to be kidding me. And the Red Sox Radio Network, you got to be kidding me.
Got to be kidding me.
One seems to be way happier about that.
Yeah, I think so.
Wow. What a great moment that was. Just the disgust. Everybody, the Red Sox, if you haven't seen it, we tweeted out the catcher for the Red Sox. Well, you could see Javi Baez, too, with an epic celebration. 2 hands thrown in the air, a little bit of a pose at home plate. And Carlos Narvaez, the catcher for the Red Sox, his absolute disgust. Like, he turned and walked off. He walked off. It was like he couldn't watch. The ball gets hit, the mask comes off, and he's straight to the dugout.
He was not happy with the location of that pitch. It's funny to watch. It's a great celebration by Javi at the plate. He stands there, flips the bat gently, but it's with purpose, and it's right in front of the plate, and he's still just standing there watching it, and then the hands go up in the air, like Gibby when they won the World Series,
yeah.
And then he starts to run, and I don't think that the catcher was like staring him down like, I can't believe you're Cadillac in this one. I think the catcher was legitimately pissed at the outcome that they just served up a meatball to lose it in the bottom of the 11th inning.
I got to tell you, because of this, I'm kind of a Carlos Narvaez fan. Like, his look of, that hurt him, man. That hurt him a lot.
Like, do you kind of want to hear that there was some sort of scuffle in the locker room afterwards?
With him and the pitcher?
Yeah, like they had to be separated.
No,
like,
I don't want to hear that.
Be better than that.
Check it out at Doug and Gator 971. It's pretty funny. 2 minutes left to vote. Which Detroit team is most set up to win a title? Lions, Pistons, or Tigers? Also on our Twitter page. Go check it out at Doug and Gator 971. Feedback coming in on that. First of all, on the home run, Gonzo Natural says, pump it up. Diane, pump it up, yo. Diane Wagner says it was incredible. Bill says, I've never seen a player more disgusted with the play of a teammate ever. The look on his face says it all. Constal said chills. Mark says this new Javi Baez dude is going to be great. Trish says priceless. David says awesome reaction on both sides. Does Javi get plunked tonight? I don't think so.
I don't think he gets plunked.
Yep.
But I wouldn't be surprised if he does.
You know, it feels like there's more tolerance for this.
Depends on the flow of the game.
More tolerance for this. Which Detroit team's most poised to win a title? JT says, I'll say Pistons because they have the youngest core Arrow is only pointing up, and they have cap flexibility to add meaningful pieces. Lions windows now, but closing after the next year or two. Tigers have uncertainty with Scooble's contract situation. From Eagle, the Lions, they have the core that showed they can make an NFC championship game. The Pistons are still a robin away. The Tigers are capped by the Dodgers being a juggernaut team. Dale writes in, the Lions, they have more guys with a bit longer track record of success. Rob says, try enjoying the games instead. That's not our, I mean, look, our jobs include talking about what's going to happen next. Sorry, man. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. So the leaks so far today, and the good news is probably every game will leak out before tonight's schedule reveal. I am wondering if the Tennessee Titans are going to have the awesome schedule reveal video, if they're going to do another one as good as the one they had a few years ago where they just showed logos to fans and they had to guess the team name. So when the Chargers, the best one of all was when the Chargers logos came up and a woman looked at it and said, Lightning McQueen. And then the Chargers or the Titans said, yes, we're playing Lightning McQueen on November 7th. Anyway, here's what's been leaked so far. Lions open the season at the Packers on Sunday, 4 o'clock, whatever the first Sunday of the regular season is. They will play at Minnesota on Christmas Day. The Giants will come to Detroit the Sunday before Thanksgiving. So that's what's out there so far. And look forward to seeing the rest tonight.
Okay, I have CBS Sports is saying Packers at the Lions on Thanksgiving at 1 o'clock.
CBS Sports. Where's that? Like their Twitter page?
They've got a page that follows the leaks on CBSSports.com. And that is...
Do they say where that leak is coming from by chance?
It actually just says source.
Okay.
It says Fox and then parentheses source.
How you feel about that?
I mean, tried and true.
Yeah.
Right? Seen this before. I love that they play Green Bay at Green Bay to start the season. They don't have to worry about the frozen tundra. And then, playing on Thanksgiving, it's fine. It feels like it's tradition.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Green Bay or Chicago. It seems like it's always one of those two. With every 5 years, some other team's thrown in the mix.
So the 3 Thanksgiving games, Packers at Lions. By the way, it says 1 o'clock. We were wondering if it's 12:30 or 1 o'clock because they moved it back to 1 o'clock. Chiefs at Cowboys at 4:30 on CBS, and the night game on NBC. Buccaneers at Rams. That according to John Breach. So Buccaneers at Rams, the night game. There you go. So in theory, we're going to see those new receivers in Green Bay right out of the gate. They took Matthew Golden and Savion Williams out of TCU in the first 3 rounds. It seems like the Packers are going about the business of hoarding young receivers. We will see them on Thanksgiving. We will see Jackson Dart come in with the Giants the game before, if he wins the starting job, the game before Thanksgiving. And we will see J.J. McCarthy hosting the Lions on Christmas Day.
Maybe,
yep. I mean, it's all maybe, right? I mean, Jackson Dart might not be the starter either, but all possibilities with the Lions schedule.
Will we see Aaron Rodgers? Schedule dump is today, so I don't imagine he's going to make his decision for another week now.
The Lions,
I think it's delayed once a big event comes out for the NFL.
I did look at the schedule. They are not playing the Blue Bombers this year, so I don't think they will see Aaron Rodgers.
First game of the season, I believe, do they have Pittsburgh and the Jets are playing against each other? So you've got former Steeler quarterback Justin Fields against perhaps it could be Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers.
So individual tickets go on sale tonight.
Yeah, single game tickets.
Yep. So as the schedule comes out, if you're eyeing an opponent or eyeing a date, if you got a date that you're like, I want to go to a Lions game this weekend or this week or whatever, individual game tickets go on sale tonight at 8 o'clock. Okay?
Yeah, these leaks are crazy. The Pope tweeted out the Bears schedule leak as his first social media. It's crazy. It's nuts. He put hashtag the Bears.
And said go Sox too.
He's a Sox guy.
And a thumbs down to the Cubs.
Yeah.
My kind of guy.
Mm-hmm. So individual game tickets, I mean, isn't the bulk of the stadium taken up by season tickets now?
Yes. That's why when you make an announcement like this.
Massively hot commodities. Be ready to pounce.
Mm-hmm.
Put together a strategy. Figure out which game you want, which opponent, which date. And be there ready to go at 8 o'clock. Because it's not going to be, probably not going to be on the tickets won't be on the shelves for long.
No, those aren't going to be. And In fact, I bet you they're all gone within an hour tonight. We'll see how long it does take, but it feels like it's easier than ever now to get tickets, but it's harder now than ever before to afford tickets. Like your access to them, yeah, you got access to them, but you're going to have to pay.
You're talking about secondary market?
Yeah. Yeah. You can get your tickets, but it's going to cost you a ton.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens when you got a good football team, right?
All right, on record, real quick before it comes out, predict the bye week.
Well,
week 7.
All right, calling your shot. I like it.
I'm going to say week 5, which I think is the earliest possible because
that's what they do to
that's
the
what they do to the Lions.
That's why I went with an earlier week, like 7. But
yeah, I went even earlier.
You did.
Week 5.
Yeah.
Kang?
Week 13. I think they do us a solid finally. They saw what happened last year. Not fair.
Well, and with you got the Thanksgiving Day game and Christmas Day games.
That's right.
Maybe week 13 it happens to be Thanksgiving week, so it's not going to be that one.
All right, then I take it back. 14.
So once the schedule comes out, are we opening the show with the mandatory win-win loss, win-loss, win-win-win?
I've already done it. What? Did I do it too early? I've done it already.
All right, how does it go?
You can do it again.
Well, they end up 13-4.
Yada yada yada. They go 13-4.
Mm-hmm. No, that's. I think it's part of the job requirement that every sports talk show in America, when the NFL schedule is released, take the local team. Win-win loss. Win-win-win. All right, Tiger baseball tonight. Chance to sweep the Red Sox. Of course, you'll hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scuba on the Hill. It would be a very nice bounce back. Remember my chump of the weekend? Panicked fans after the back-to-back losses to Texas?
Yeah.
Remember some of the texts we got on Monday? My favorite of which was, I hope you enjoyed the start
of the season. Yeah.
Boys. This has been a reassuring pair of games against the Red Sox.
It sure has.
One big and one in the clutch.
Yeah, was it 24 runs in the 2 games?
Yep.
It's not bad. Not a bad start. And then you got a Scooble start tonight. So
feeling good.
Feel confident.
Here is Rico Beard, who's made his way in studio.
Rico does not lack confidence.
No, he's a confident individual. How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Pretty good. You know, the usual. Lots to talk about and exciting game last night. I guess that wasn't usual.
No. It was funny. I thought I was really the only one that had noticed it, and then when they replayed the catcher's reaction.
Oh, so great.
I mean, he literally, I told you not that effing pitch.
Not there.
Right. I mean, that was the.
He's like, of all things.
Right. That was just the, you know what? I told you not that pitch.
That's like a big wall hanging picture of Javi with his hands in the air and the catcher's absolute disgust.
Oh, just wait till we get in the club.
Just throw a sweeper.
Right. We had the lead.
Down and away.
Okay?
Down and away.
Right. Throw it towards the dugout.
He may swing. He's gotten way better.
I mean, that was a roller coaster ride. Like, they took the 2-run lead, and then I'm like, he won't hit a 3-run homer again. And he did.
Yeah, and he did.
I'm surprised they took out Chapman.
So
I'm happy they took out Chapman because they weren't catching up to it. That guy can still throw 102 miles an hour.
I mean, seriously,
he's unhittable.
And I'm thinking, all right, first look at him in a while here. He's probably lost.
Yeah.
He's lost nothing.
He threw like 12
Absolutely
pitches and gets out of the inning. I'm like, he's coming back the next inning, and they didn't bring him back. Okay, thank you.
All right, Rico, what do you guys have planned coming up?
That's one of the things is, have you bought into this Javier Baez, Javi Baez, or are you still waiting for the other shoe to drop? Because some people are still, but just wait.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to probably cool off here.
Okay, cool. I mean, people are expecting him to fall off a cliff. It's just like,
there's a difference.
It's okay to get on board with the Tigers and enjoy the ride, too.
And that's just it. Like, can you just say, hey, let's set aside the past years. I mean, it took a while, but I think we put SOL behind us, right?
Mm-hmm. Feels like it.
Can we do that for Javi?
Do you? Did you see the Jim Bowden top 10 surprises?
No.
Well, the Tigers are the number one surprise in baseball, but he wrote, without a doubt, the Tigers are for real. And I think if you're saying that, you're kind of, by extension, saying Mize, Torque, and Baez are for real.
Yeah. And then also, Lions fans, you got your wish. How do you feel about it? You have a game on Christmas Day. Thanksgiving is normal, but you got Christmas Day now. You always wanted to be one of the big boys.
Yep.
Now you're a rock star. Now you got to sign autographs. Now people recognize you in public. How do you feel about that?
All right, man. Have a great show. Thanks for listening, everyone. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. The full NFL schedule is being released tonight. Reports say they will play the Chiefs, the Lions, that is, on Sunday Night Football Week 6 in Kansas City. They'll also play on Christmas Day for the first time since the 90s against the Vikings on the road. He's shooting staples at
Here
me.
to 6. Patience.
The interdivision tilt will air on Netflix. It looks like the opener will be at Ford Field against the Packers as well on Sunday, September 7th. The full official reveal happens tonight at 8. That is, if there's anything left to unveil. In other NFL news, Derrick Henry has signed a 2-year, $30 million extension with the Ravens. The Tigers are getting healthier. Matt Vierling is one of those bats expected to be back at some point soon as he continues his rehab with Toledo. But where will A.J. Hinch put him? Here, the series finale against the Red Sox tonight, right here on 97.1, the ticket at 640. Tarik Skubal heads to the mound against Chase Dobbins. Dobbins has a 2.78 ERA in 4 starts this season. The Warriors will fight off elimination tonight against the Timberwolves, who are up 3-1. No Steph Curry still. He's been cleared to shoot, and it's possible he'll suit up for Game 6 if they get there. At the Cornwall House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1, the ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, look, I don't share that level of enthusiasm, but welcome in on a Wednesday. Fun win? Question mark? We're living in a simulation. I don't know. Javi Baez, I don't know what to tell you. It's baseball. It's the strangest damn sport of them all. We talk about puck luck. We talk about the goofiness of other sports. Nothing compares to baseball. Yeah. You'll see great players have awful seasons. Awful players have great seasons. What you rarely see is someone professionally die over the course of 5 years, be the worst player in the history of the sport, and then simply come out to start the next season at a new position that he's only there because an all-star caliber defender died and so did 4 other people. So then you go to the coffin, you lift up Bernie Lomax, a.k.a. Javier Baez, and he's got an 870 OPS, and he had 2 3-run pizzas last night to win a game. I don't know what's up or down. Here's Rico Beard. There's your show today. I got nothing. I don't know what to say.
No,
Mike, a lot of questions.
I know, but the thing is, it's funny. And then watching, I think the funniest thing is watching Javi hit the home run and the catcher's reaction of just, I told you, don't throw the ball right there. I mean, he was so disgusted. Just flipped the helmet off.
It's as if I was playing catcher.
This. Yeah, like, oh my God, I told you.
Can you imagine me
the dugout
as a catcher? You son of a...
Umpire, son.
I lift up the mask and I'm just like,
son, we're not going to have any more of that.
Hey, imagine if I did Kenny's gesture. Pitcher throws a hanging slider. Hey, right here, I'm out. Where the sunflower seeds? I got nothing.
No.
So what do we do with this? Because I refuse to accept this as reality.
Well, but see, that's the question, Mike, are you waiting for the other shoe to drop? Are you waiting for Harvey Baez to show back up? Or are you starting to believe in this Javier Baez that maybe he talked to somebody, maybe he worked on some things, maybe he listened to some sports psychologist? Whatever it is, you're seeing a different person because he's getting it done. It's been past a week, 2 weeks, it's 3. It's like, guys, he's a key part of this team, and they're winning. I mean, he literally won a game for them last night, hitting a 3-run homer. Tigers went over the Red Sox. It wasn't the Rockies. It wasn't a bad team.
Rico, he's hitting 320. He's got an OBP of 360. What planet is this? A 145 OPS plus for a guy who's been professionally dead for 5 years. I don't know.
Are you almost waiting for this?
Yes.
For it to just be like, you know what? See, that's the Javi we all knew and loved. Or, you know what? Maybe this guy is different. Maybe this season will be different. You can't go back in time. You can't fix what happened last season or the season before that. But right now, he is the person that we've all been waiting for. He's here. I've embraced it. I think that he's going to be here at least for this year. Now, 248-539-9797. Are you waiting for the other shoe to drop? Are you waiting for the C? I told you.
No, I don't want that.
He wasn't that good.
No, because that's where that's not fair, and that's where people act like little bitches. No, we're not going to do the gotcha crap about this. If you're waiting for the other shoe to drop, and I'm not mad at you, why am I pointing my finger at him?
I don't know.
There's just rage everywhere today.
I see.
Hear me out. If he ends up coming back down to earth, no one should celebrate that. That's not a gotcha moment. Look, if he doesn't do a thing moving forward, he still gave you till May 14th and helped power you when you had nobody healthy to play center field. You got out to a 27-15 start.
You have the best record in baseball
I
right
am
now.
thankful he's doing what he's doing. But if he comes back down to earth, no, I don't want any of these hyenas with the, see, I told you. Stop. Because in the end, he's already given you so much value.
Right, but I think for some, Mike, it's almost like the Lions SOL, where, see, I told you it wasn't going to last that long. I'm looking at this man. I don't know what's changed. I don't know what's different. I see that confidence. I see the person that AJ and all the other Tigers players were like, no, he's really a nice guy in the clubhouse, and he's this, and he's a leader, and I'm seeing that on the field. Okay. It's the opposite of what happened in Boston. Hey, Javi, can you play center field? Sure. I'll go out there. And not only did he go out there and learn on the fly, he's pretty damn good out there.
He looks comfortable.
Yes. It's like maybe something woke up in this man, but I'm looking at him and I'm like, I am believing he is going to be, if the Tigers go far and make it to, you're going to need this from him.
I don't think you will, though. I don't think you'll get it. I don't think this is going to be Javi for the entire year. I do think he'll come back to earth.
But before you get, put in an Iron Sheik camel clutch, let me just help you with something. All David is saying to you guys in listener land is, no, I don't think he's going to have a nearly 900 OPS. No,
Correct.
I don't think he'll hit 320 and win the Silver Slugger. I just want to make sure David doesn't have his character impugned.
Correct. But I'm thinking, can he 750 OPS? Is that asking
Rico,
too much?
I don't know. I'm just rolling with this, but no, here's the one thing I don't accept. Oh, well, he had surgery. He's been awful for 5 years. So just I'm not here for that. And I know I'm not Dr. Quinn medicine woman, but I also don't believe that he had like a head transplant. No. It's just baseball. I don't know how much longer it'll happen.
But
I'm
funny.
happy it's happening.
But I guess I don't know, because maybe he did. Maybe he sat and talked with somebody and they got inside his head and got him out of his own way.
I don't know.
But I'm looking at this man and I'm like, wow, this guy's good. This. I mean, it's like,
why don't you just go to the team store while you're at it? 248-539-9797. You love this man now. Look at you.
No, I'm not. I'm just.
That was not me.
Okay, so
that was not me.
So if I don't sit here and just look, man, every now and then it's okay to give people their flowers. And that's all I'm doing right
now. So all it took after excruciating pain for 3.5 years was 1 month. I shop at a different flower store. Okay. I'm happy it's happening. I don't have animus, but I can't really buy into this in this sample size. I can't. Okay. It's insane.
But Mike, that's the beauty of the question.
I know.
You can have your opinion, and I don't make fun of you.
My opinion is I don't have an opinion. No, I don't have an opinion because it is intergalactic what you're watching. And yeah, I know it's probably the worst and best time to do the topic. A day after he hits 2 homers and has 6 RBIs and walks off the Sox in extra innings. I know it's probably a terrible example of recency bias. But what other time are you supposed to do it? Wait till he goes 0 for 4 and do the topic? Here would be the response. Right. So I agree with you. I can be happy it's happening, but still not believe that it's happening.
That's fine.
I can be happy it's happening, but still not believe that he's going to put up a season he hasn't put up since 2016. Guys, it's 2025. And no, I don't believe an arthroscopic procedure did it. There's more to it than that.
I have no idea what's done it, but all I know is that's a different play.
I know. It's also baseball. Baseball's such a weird sport, man. David, you've said, I mean, where's Kenny at? Where's slick back hair Kenny? At the ballpark, Daiquiri Kenny.
Well, the funny part about this is you're right. It is baseball. You talked about puck luck and hockey. You can relate it to baseball in a sense that this could all change in a month from now. Javi could get cold. It is possible. That's why I'm not saying this is who Javi is. That's why I can't stamp it and say this is the Javi Baez that we're going to get for the rest of the year. And what did we say at the beginning? What was the phrase that I used at the beginning? Slightly above terrible. That was the expectation of Javi. If he can be slightly above terrible,
well, he's cleared that hurdle.
He's cleared that hurdle by a mile.
If he doesn't play another game, he's cleared that hurdle.
Which
for the
is
season.
why I guess I'm in the other shoe camp. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Well, but which doesn't mean you're rooting for it to happen.
Absolutely not. I love this Javi.
You just don't think that this is sustainable.
Here's what I'd compare this to. Look at a team like the Red Wings, and you look at some of the guys they've cycled between the pipes. One of their goalies gets hot, and you know it's not really who that player is. You're happy it's happening, but you feel like, how much can I believe in this? Like if Lyon gets hot, and you're like,
I've seen him also be cold. I know what that looks like. Maybe this is the new coach bump of Javi Baez. Maybe that's how you relate it to hockey or whatever.
All I know is it's happened when they needed him most. No Parker Meadows, no Wenceel Perez. Everybody's dead in center. They needed Javi badly. I mean, David, I know it's a different topic for a different day, and we're going to get to it, but if it continues, it does become one of the big what ifs. What if Parker Meadows didn't get hurt? Javi may not have been here. Or if he was, it'd be a strict platoon guy. But the fact is, 5 people who play center field died, including face of franchise Matt Beerling. And Javi was given this reprieve. And all he's done with it is play like an all-star. Can I believe it? Not if 34 games.
Okay.
I could be thrilled, but I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm selling stock early. Get in while it's cheap.
Aerotine Dynamic. Awaiting patent approval. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get some of the ticket text. A lot of people want to rap about it, so happy to do that with you. Rico, it's booming.
All right. If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models.
Damn it. I didn't get the right one.
No, you didn't. There's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, so whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has an inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys. The selection is best right now, so no more waiting for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the May Rico deal, a 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4, $299 a month for 24 months. You walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down, you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 mile a mile. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Oh, hi there. Hey, have you been injured in an auto accident? Maybe you're drowning in medical bills or dealing with an insurance company that really wishes you would just go away. Call David Feminino. Those insurance companies, they're not on your side. You need David on your side. Get David, get paid. It's not just a catchy phrase. It's a promise, and he's going to fight for you. So call David, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. TJ completely out of line. Hobby, 2 homers, 6 RBIs. Rico's asking, are you buying this or are you waiting for the other shoe to drop? It's 34 games. I don't think there's a wrong opinion. If you're buying it, cool. If you're not, I don't think it makes you Satan. I think all of us can be united. We're thrilled it's happening because I don't care about right or wrong. I don't. It means nothing. Right is a parade. If Javi Baez is 75% of this, he lives up to the contract. And he helps you at a time where you had no able-bodied humans to play center field. He's giving you an 870 OPS. Whether I think it's sustainable or not, clearly I don't. It doesn't matter because you needed it now. Mm-hmm. I don't need it in July or August when I'm either out of the race or Meadows is back. I needed it now. He's delivered it now. In that sense, whatever the value he's offered right now, it's embedded. It's absolute. It doesn't matter what happens this point forward. I'd argue he already delivered an MVP performance. He could disappear. He still will have given you a 2.5 WAR over 34 games. Kenneth Cott.
He went from an OPS plus of in the 40s to an OPS plus of in the 140s.
Yeah, I know.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
But again, that's where it's unsustainable. But have we seen wild stuff in baseball? Yeah, I saw some nerd named John Olerud almost hit 400 for the Jays in the early 90s.
Oh,
how?
I forgot about that.
Yeah, everybody did. Who's John Olerud? I watched Kevin Moss.
He wore the helmet, right?
Yes.
All the time.
I watched a guy who was a nobody for the New York Yankees belt 21 home runs in half a season. You thought he was going to be the new Babe Ruth. Cutscene. He didn't hit 20 home runs the rest of his career. I don't know what to do with it, but I'm rolling with it.
Yeah.
Because it's powering the Tigers to being the AL favorite.
Yeah, I remember Biggio hitting all the home runs, but then we found out why.
All right, David, ticket text. We'll go to the callers. Are you waiting for the other shoe to drop, or do you believe this?
I believe it will continue, maybe not on this level, but on an average level, which is good enough.
Okay,
that
but
is from Rick.
Yeah, Rick, you're talking out of both sides of your skull. It's not going to continue if it falls to an average level. That's not the same thing. He's playing at an all-star. He would start the all-star game today if this is what he is. So it's either continuing or it's not. If it falls to average, it's not.
He's finally on a good team that could win something, so he's just actually trying now. I believe it will continue because the team is good.
Hold on, David. You think
Hi.
he makes the All-Star team if this keeps up?
Yeah.
Okay. As a reserve, though, right?
No.
The fans vote.
Oh, no.
You think he would start?
If he's this?
No, but I'm saying because fans vote, therefore
I'll tell you what.
I don't really count it. Oh, okay. Because they'll put somebody in who's got a foot in the grave.
I'll look at all
Mike Trout.
Yeah, Whit Merrifield. I'll look at all center fielders. But the point is, Rico, that's how good it is.
Yeah.
I just, come on. Yes, David.
Yeah, someone says, we need a documentary on the new Javier Baez. This is incredible. Frank at work. Say it in your Denzel training voice. He says, Wyatt Langford ain't got nothing on Baez. And then someone is concerned. Could he be Detroit's version of Sam Darnold? Turns back into a pumpkin come playoffs. Don't want it to happen, but it does scare me. From Frank.
Well, Frank, you and I are simpatico. I always worry about stuff like that because if he had one bad year, you could blame the injuries.
Yeah.
He's had 5.
Now, it would be very disappointing if he did what Sam Darnold did and went the entire season and disappeared in the postseason.
But guess what? He would have powered you to something. I have no slander for the man because, like I said,
he's not a ginger.
Correct. Also not balding. You can win. You can win. He could be a team captain. Let's go to Larry. He'll bat leadoff today. Larry, what's going on? Larry?
Mike, how are you?
Larry, what's going on, buddy?
You struck a chord here. I had to pull over and hold on for a little bit.
Okay.
I know you say the hip doesn't make a difference. The hardest thing in baseball is to do what, Mike? You've said it a million times.
Round ball, round bat. Yes.
You can't do that on one leg. I'm not saying it lasted for 5 years. 2020 was a tough year. He wasn't in there. He had a good year between the Mets and the Cubs in 2021. We all know what he did the last 2 years. When you go up to the bat and you're not confident and you can't get around on a ball, you can't get to the outside pitch, that's confidence. He's healthy now. He's seeing the ball. He's running like crazy. He wouldn't have been out in center field last year running that on a hip. I'm telling you, people are saying, oh, is it the bat? Who's he working with? Did they fix the swing? It's none of that. Mike, you're knowledgeable. You know baseball. You know sports. It's the damn hip. It's the hip. He can get around on the ball. He can get to the outside. He can go run down balls in center field. No?
No, I'm listening. You're passionate about it. Larry, I'm not discounting that it doesn't help, but the idea that this guy has a damn near 900 OPS, I can't just chalk that up to Dr. Feelgood. This is a version of him I haven't seen since 2016.
Well, I disagree on that. 17, 18, and 19, he had solid seasons.
Yeah, but he didn't have a 900. Hold on. Now, hang on. Now, I'm not trying to bust your balls here, but he didn't have a 900 OPS. Like
no,
we can't conflate these things and act like they're all the same. Listen, the bottom line is if you want to have a year where he was close, you could say, I pulled it up right in front of me. Hold on one second, brother. So if you had the time with the Mets, agreed. But if you want a season like this, you got to go back to age 25, 2018. I mean, listen, Larry, if he keeps it up, he keeps it up. I'm not going to be mad about it. But figuring it out, I don't think it's as simplistic as that. There are a multitude of things at play here.
No, I got you, Mike. And is he going to hit 900 ops? No, but can it be 650 to 700? And can he hit 25 or 30?
Yes.
Would that be worth? If he does,
if he puts up a league average OPS of 730, not a penny or a pound more, he will have given this team everything they needed when they needed it. Yeah. Yes, Larry.
And it makes the contract a little bit more understanding, right? I mean,
no. You can't be awful. You can't be awful at your job for 3 years. I mean, Larry, come on, buddy.
That's it. We're not going to even think about the last couple of years.
Right. I'm thinking
now
in
you're
a time
taking the bridge
capsule
too far.
Right now.
Right. Thank you. I'm not saying no. It does not absolve him from what he has been from when he was Harvey. I'm saying right here, right now, he was asked to rise to the occasion, and he has done it. And he has cleared this bar. He has cleared the please just don't, what is it, Kenny? Don't be terrible?
Just north of terrible?
Right. He's north of an all-star right now. Let's go over to Greg, 97.1. Greg, what's going on?
Good afternoon.
Good. What's going on, man?
So I'm following the base train.
Okay.
I think he's kind of like an NFL wide receiver. You know, he's just, baseball's a lot mental. And so I think before the hip and before all that, it was just, a case of everything just going wrong for him. And then he just kind of went down the tubes. He gets the hip fixed. He's got Hinch that puts him just, snuck in the bottom of the lineup. And by the way, I think Hinch is our best manager, anything in the whole city. I mean, the way that he does matchups and all that kind of stuff, he puts players in the right position to do the right things. And Harvey's Harvey. Hopefully he won't become Harvey again. But,
Freudian slip.
And dude, I was worried that he'd become Harvey again when they stopped throwing him strikes. But then in that Colorado series, they threw him a ball in the left-hand batter's box that he swung on, and he put up the middle for 2 RBI. So I think with that one, you can put it on the hip surgery. I had it, that doesn't matter. But Petrie had it too, and he was talking about everything's off. So he's kind of like a fine ride. He's like a Ferrari that yes has everything perfect, just like a wide receiver. And now we're seeing it, and I think it can go.
But I agree.
It'll definitely be north of terrible.
This is what I was trying to say to Larry, Greg, is I just think it's too simplistic to say it's one thing. I agree with you. There's a confidence element. I think his approach, obviously, he feels better, but there's something going on where it's not just one thing. To have this seismic turnaround, I mean, when the guy was perfectly healthy, nobody wanted him. It's really quite something. So, yeah, Greg, I think the organization is starting to develop a real reputation for being able to help guys, fix guys. Yeah. Look, you got 3 guys on this team that are going outer space mode. Mize, Torque, and Harvey. At a certain point, you do need to give credit to the organization. I need to give credit to the organization. So, Greg, I'm with you. Can it continue? Do you buy that 870 OPS? You think it continues?
No. I mean, just like people were dropping off the cliff when they lost, 2 out of 3 to Texas.
Yeah.
It's going to be the same thing. It's baseball, and that's another big part of it. Like you were saying before, this is baseball. It's freaking weird.
It's
like
very
stuff
weird.
like this happens.
Well, here's the other part
he'll drop
too.
Down a little bit, but
think about this. It shows you how timing is everything in life, Greg. If he started the year awful, he never gets to have this month. But he started in renaissance mode. So here's my question. Are people going to stick with this guy when he has a terrible month? Which even at the height of his powers, you can go month to month in the splits of Javi Baez. He would have horrific months. And then he'd have months where he was incendiary. Yeah. I mean, he was just white hot. So you got to stick with him now, even if it gets bad for a couple weeks. I will give Rico this, that while I don't believe this is what we can expect the rest of the year, I think this has earned this man some grace and some patience if and when he struggles for, God forbid, a few weeks.
Right.
Fair?
He has a bad series where he goes 0 for 12.
Oh, you mean Costa's not going to do a concern topic?
He will.
Javi went 0 for 6. What's your concern level? I'm like, this guy that kid needs a Xanax. The team's got the best record in the AL. They lose 2 out of 3 to the Rangers.
I was just about to say, remember when Texas took 2 or 3 from us?
Yeah, they're doing panic radio.
The sky is falling.
Concern. Yeah.
Oh, my God. John, what do you think? Oh, wait, John's asleep. All right, so let's get to it, shall we? It is time to talk Victor's Home Solutions. Picking a roofer, difficult. Not a fun process. Victor's going to try to simplify it for you. Customer concierge team, they'll follow up with you promptly, answer your questions clearly, and keep you in the loop each and every step of the way. It means installers who do a perfect installation. It means a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. They offer that to you. Look, $500 off a new roof or home full of windows when you call now and get that 21-point roof inspection. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com. the rebirth of Harvey. Javi Baez, 2 bombs, 6 RBIs, wins the game in extras last night. Hell of a good baseball game, by the way. Like, just forget about who did what and where. Just the actual way it played out, multiple extra inning comebacks. I was asked earlier, like, you really don't believe they can make the World Series, do you? I'm like, yeah, I do. I've been telling you since spring training, I don't think the Yankees are very good. I don't believe in the Mariners.
I thought you were downplaying the Yankees, but then after I looked at all the injuries you guys have.
Thanks, man. Thank you. I appreciate you've come to my side.
I mean, you sandbag a little bit, Lou Holtz.
Listen, we're just a small market team. Okay. But no, if Javi, look, I just have a hard time with this. But the point is, even if this isn't him, even if it fades away, as long as you're telling me I get Parker Meadows back at some point, it wouldn't matter. Now, if this is Javi, well, then you've unlocked something completely different. Hitting chaos goes to another level because you start dropping in more mixes and matches for Hinch, who's the best in the sport at it. Yeah. So here's my question, and then we'll get to the callers, okay? How close, like Kenny would be a prime candidate for this. How close to a team store purchase are you with Javi Baez?
If 10 out of 10 means I'm going to buy one tomorrow, I am a 1 out of 10.
Oh, my God.
I like what Javi's doing. I think
Not even a T-shirt jersey.
No. I like what Javi's doing right now. Not enough to go and spend money on it.
All right, so you're just going to sit back and wait.
I'm just enjoying the ride, man.
Rico feels like he's at about an 8.5. Like Rico's at the team store actually broadcasting right now.
I'm getting it. Well, it's cheap, yeah. And then I'll sell it on eBay to Kenny and everybody else.
Wow. Let's go to the people. How much of this do you believe? Or are you kind of like, hey, this is awesome, but I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop? I don't think it makes you villainous. We're all happy it's happening because it's powered them to being arguably the best team in the AL. Go to Lamont, 97.1. Lamont, what's going on?
Mike, Rico, how we doing?
Lamont, the question really is, how are you? What's going on here?
I'm doing, you know what? I'm having a wonderful day.
Excellent.
I'm in the backyard having a cold, fresh beer.
There you go.
Enjoying your show.
There you go.
And you know what? I think you're making all the right points lately.
Well, thank you.
Who cares if it's real?
Yeah.
At this point, we've gotten everything out of this guy that we've needed when we needed it.
Well, and Lamont, that's my whole point, is at different points of a season, when you play 162 games,
right,
you don't always get what you need when you need it. This guy is your team MVP out of a coffin. It's remarkable.
100%. 100%. He's like the Undertaker. But
that little gif where he sits up? Yes. If you could create that, can you put Javi's head on the Undertaker's body as he sits
100%.
up?
Yes. We should. And he's going to sit up really fast or whatever you want to do.
I love that. Yes.
But, I mean, remember, boys, we were talking about the schedule coming out?
Yeah.
And I mean, he's been there when we absolutely needed him. And, I mean, I know I don't want to beat a dead horse like I did last time. But we've been through the hardest part of our schedule. He's got a 2-WAR. You and I both would have died.
Oh, yeah. It's inconceivable. In 34 games, are you kidding me? He's on pace to be a 10-WAR player. Like, when I say no, that's not going to continue, it just means I don't think he'll be prime Mike Trout. If that makes me a bad guy, fine.
No,
right.
He won't, but that's okay. Maybe he becomes that right fielder.
Listen, as long as he's functional, he meets the Kenny Cott criteria, Lamont. Like, he's all-star caliber through 34 games where you don't have Parker Meadows and you don't have Matt Vierling and you don't have Wenceel Perez. It's incredible. But yeah, that's my fear with everything, is like everything now in
sample
sports,
size is too small.
No, everything has got you.
Oh,
like
yeah,
there's going to be people who will celebrate if he falters. Like that's messed up. None of us want the guy to be bad. And even at his worst, I would come on the air and go, look, I hate this guy, but you can't accuse him of wanting to be terrible. That you can't do that. No. Nobody wakes up and goes, I want to be god awful.
No, it's just, it's the people who just want to be right. So, yeah, I told you so.
I did, but why? Why does it matter? We want a parade.
Because you need to be right in your life.
No, because you weren't hugged enough as a kid.
Okay, that too.
You know I'm right.
Oh, I'm with you. It's like, it's just like,
That's why people like social media. They fill the void in their life with a bunch of strangers and thumbs up and heart emojis. Or instead of living their own life, they're watching other people live a fake life.
That's
David knows I'm right.
See,
you
that's
preached about it Sunday.
That's a whole nother topic in and of itself, because then you have social media anxiety because people say too many bad things about you on social media. It's like, well, stop posting. Well, I can't do that. I have to, actually, you just turn your phone off.
Kenny had that problem.
David, I was told I was the most insensitive person. I was like, just stop posting. Get off. Delete the app. No. Well, what about this? And what about my followers? They're not. Would you give any of them $100 if they ask? Well, no, because you don't know them.
You'd give Javi $100 though. I feel like he's really gotten to your circle of trust.
I would give Javi $87.
Okay.
See what I did there?
Yeah, I did. I like that. OPS based payment. I like that. Let's go over to Aaron, 97.1. Aaron, what's going on?
Hey, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, Mike and Rico and everybody there. Hey, how's everybody doing today?
Good, Aaron. Where are you at with Mr. Javi Baez?
Well, actually, I just I have a couple things to say. Let's just embrace what's taking place in the moment.
Agreed.
I mean, it's just in the moment, in the time that it is. You can't predict the rhyme and reason for anything that happens and why, whether it's sports or anything in life. Just embrace what's happening. It's a good moment. We have been through a lot of bad moments in the history of Detroit sports.
Yes.
Just embrace what's happening right now. It's as simple as that. The other thing I wanted to say is I'm happy what is taking place with Javi, but for a practical reason, and that he is doing what he is paid to do in this moment. I mean, the reason why he's doing it, notwithstanding, it's happening the way it is supposed to happen. And the other thing I just want to say is, you don't need reality TV. I tell people, just watch sports, whether it's baseball or hockey or basketball or football. Just watch sports. You're going to get the ebbs and flows. You're going to get the highs and lows. It's entertainment. You get to see things vicariously through other people because you want to be out there doing what they do, and they go through all these things. And we're just experiencing this right now with a great baseball team and what is happening, and embracing it for what is going on with the city with some of the other sports, even though we know the Red Wings need to kind of pick it up, more than kind of pick it up.
Yeah.
And honestly, finally, just the last thing I want to say, and I appreciate you giving me the time.
Yeah, of course.
I believe, too, this team can and will make the World Series. Even Pedro Martinez, I was with the broadcast, I respect who he is as a player, or who he was as a Hall of Fame player and pitcher and an analyst, and he felt the same way. He feels like the Tigers are going to go to the World Series, and he was adamant, and, I mean, he was very direct about it.
I don't have a reason to say it's not possible. No, Aaron, I'm with you.
I agree. He had him beating the Padres, right?
Well, I'm not ready.
Right? Yes, he did. San Diego. That's correct, Rico. That's exactly
Well,
what he
before
said.
we go crazy with Pedro, I also like to tell you he threw a 75-year-old man on his head. I'll never forgive Pedro for what he did to old Don Zimmer. Sorry.
Was Don Zimmer asking for it?
No. He's Don Zimmer, for God's sakes.
You know?
Exactly. And he threw an old man on his cranium.
Don Zimmer, the originator of F Around and Find Out.
He was, the guy was 1,000.
Hey.
Do me a favor, go on the street and throw down an old person. Let me know how it goes for you.
I understand an old person in your face.
Hey, I appreciate Pedro's support, but F him. All right, I don't like Pedro Martinez. I have a right.
You know,
I'm just saying. Kenny, do me a favor. Go throw an old person on their skull. Let me know if you're a hero 20 years later. You imagine?
I mean, you know.
But there's no reason. Look.
No, if they when they get into a series, the pitching staff is enough that I think they can compete.
There's nothing wrong
anybody.
with thinking they can do that. I'm not ready to do this predictive garbage.
No, that was Pedro. But it was cool to hear Detroit's name coming from somebody not affiliated from this city, and that doesn't work for the team. And
I just wish they weren't a scumbag.
He's not a scumbag.
You throw an old person on your head, you're a scumbag.
The old person
Tell
challenges you.
Why don't you cue up the footage? Okay. Tell me if you like the guy after that.
Okay. Mike, if an old person came up into your face, you're just going to, hey, you
can't. I mean, David gets insulted by old people at church all the time. He doesn't go throwing people over a pew.
And let an old person walk up to him in the pulpit, and he's going to be security.
You can't do it.
Security.
You can't do it. I'm just saying.
Security.
Appreciate Pedro's support. Don't like him. 248-539-9797. Kenny, do you even know what we're referencing? Okay, I know it happened before 2010. You're generally pretty bad in that time frame.
Just saying.
IRS collection or audit. You need a law firm that specializes in all types of problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Real lawyers, real experience. Jerry's to work for the IRS. They have a plan. They'll fight for you. They'll advocate for you. And the best part is, once they rep you, you ain't talking to the IRS no more. Call Abraham and Rose, 248-539-5040, or simply go to abrahamandrose.com. That's abrahamandrose.com. Our next topic, well, it's a blitz, rather. We'll get back to your calls momentarily, but if Javi Baez can do it, so can your team. It's called NFL Schedule Optimism by Kenny, ?
Not quite with the schedule stuff just yet. We have a blitz here from CBS.
Okay.
32 reasons to be optimistic for each team. I'm not going to do all 32. That would be
Well, I'd hope not. Also, you don't need to be optimistic for the Giants. I saw their schedule. We might win 3 games.
Oh, we'll get to your Giants. Don't you worry about that. Let's start in the division. Green Bay. Jordan Love's late season surges. They're saying he flashed elite potential at times.
He has the ability to be a top 5 quarterback in this league. He wasn't healthy. He's got to ditch one key thing. He has to stop with what we call Jason Tatum syndrome. Stop fading away on your throws, son. Step into him.
What he just said.
Sorry.
No.
I'm passionate about this Jordan Love thing. It drives me insane.
Other than the Jason Tatum thing.
I didn't mean the Achilles. I meant the fadeaway.
Right, but I'm just saying he was injured. But, yeah, I think when healthy, he's one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. And they went and got him some receivers in the draft.
Let's call our shot with Ben Johnson here, guys.
Okay.
What do you think that looks like in Chicago? How does it work? Does it work well?
Yes, I think they make the playoffs. I have a lot of respect for Ben Johnson. And I think people have gotten a little bit. Lions fans are kind of like Tony Montana at the end of Scarface. They're nose down and a mountain of blow. They don't respect the fact this guy helped turn Jared Goff. He made Jared Goff what Baez is. What's the issue? Lion fans are all coked up. They're out of their minds.
A lot of coke. Maybe too much.
A lot of cocaine. It's Ben Johnson's really good at what he does.
Say hello to my little friend.
Right. All coked up with grenade launchers. Lion fans. I think it's going to work.
I think it's going to work as well. And you know what? I think they'll be competing. I don't know if I'm ready to say they're going to make the playoffs.
That's fine.
But I think that they're going to be in that mix in the final weeks 18, 19.
Is it going to look like that?
17, 18. I'm sorry.
Remember that Lions team that just missed the playoffs, beat the Packers at the end of the season? Something that looks like that to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Where there's a matrix that if this happens, then they can make it in.
So Minnesota sticking in the division, perfect roster to usher their new quarterback in.
I agree. I just know nothing about J.J. McCarthy.
It better work, and he's going to look like Sam Darnold 2.0.
Their roster is 12, 13 wins good.
Right. I mean,
but is J.J. ready to do that? They are an ultimate wild card for me.
Yeah, because I look at it, and it's like Darnold went 14-3, and it's like, wow.
That was the Javi Baez of football.
And
that wasn't real.
Right, but he parlayed that into a new contract. Can JJ, I guess, you know what? Don't make mistakes. Don't do anything stupid. But, you have, and when all else fails, throw the ball to 18.
So, Rico, we'll stick with you. We'll start with you for this one. The San Francisco 49ers. Christian McCaffrey back to being healthy. That's your reason to be optimistic.
Why? Just why? You know what?
You're a man of privilege. I just wanted to know what the privilege was.
Yeah, what's it like having the easiest schedule in football,
you go
bitch?
do some more blow over there.
My team's awful. My team may as well be face down in a pile of blow. They got nothing else going on.
But you make great chicken cutlets.
That's right.
McCaffrey. If he is healthy, Kenny, yes, it's a great reason to be optimistic because now it helps out Purdy. It's not always just dropping back playing 7-on-7 football. You could actually run the ball, which is what they really like to do.
I actually would be optimistic. I like the skill people they've put around Purdy. I think getting out of the Debo business, it was the right time, the right move. Ayuk will come back. Pearsall looked good. His team's going to be fine.
Juwan Jennings was kind of that surprise guy.
Plus, he's got red hair. Automatic upgrade. Keep going.
This one I want to throw over to David because it's his team finally acquired another star wide receiver. David, are you optimistic?
About what?
Who's throwing him the ball? How are we running the ball? Who's on the offensive line? Who do we have other than TJ
Okay,
Watt?
you know what, David?
There's no hope.
If you're going to let little things like that get in the way,
Yeah, small
you
details.
just can't be happy.
No, I actually think the Steelers have very little to be optimistic about.
Except Mike Tomlin is a wizard. He'll find a way to get into the playoffs. David, it's like they shouldn't make it. And all of a sudden, they get the final playoff spot.
Mason
How
Rudolph
did they
is
do this?
currently QB1. That is not
Your
playoff worthy.
saving grace is you got to hope Aaron Rodgers walks out of the jungle after one of these olive oil seances or whatever the hell he's doing, and he becomes the quarterback of the Steelers. That
David-
is your only hope to making the playoffs.
That's sad, but you're right.
Mason Rudolph, 2 words. Maybe he is this year's
Helmet smash.
Sam Darnold.
No, he's not.
What are the odds if Mason Rudolph plays? David attacks Mason Rudolph with a helmet like Myles Garrett did.
In Ford Field.
Helmet to ass.
He's terrible. Yes, Kenny.
Well, Mike, you were laughing at everybody else, so let's get to your team. Jackson
do it.
Dart, Abdul Carter is the reasons to be optimistic for your squad.
Sure. Look at the schedule. We may be 1-14. We might get 2 wins the last 2 weeks to screw ourselves out of a draft pick.
The reason to be optimistic.
I think we have a top 10 defense. I think we have a bottom 10 offense. And it's a brutal schedule. That's my optimism is I think for the first time in a long time, I can believe in the Giant defense.
Jameis Winston. No, in all seriousness, you don't think Russell Wilson can get you 8 wins?
Not with that schedule. Not unless on paper, it looks horrific. Yeah, that's the guy I'm trusting to get me to the playoffs, right?
Okay, Jameis is just funny. I hope he plays. But Russell Wilson is experienced enough that I think he could get you 8 wins.
I'd rather start Jackson Dart and just be terrible. Gobble, gobble, ghoul.
Gobble, gobble, ghoul.
How is this guy my quarterback?
Let's stick in that same area and keep talking
Is this
quarterback.
what Costa serves on Thanksgiving?
What'd you say?
Is this what Costa serves on Thanksgiving?
Gobble, gobble, ghoul.
No, please. His Thanksgiving, it's brought to you by Marie Callender. Ain't nobody in that family can cook. Fake ass Italian.
So he's on the Rieger plan.
100%. I bet you. You know what? You know what Costa does? Strikes me as the type of guy who has a glass of milk with his Thanksgiving dinner.
But it's wholesome.
Oh, no. All right, last one here.
I still haven't gotten over the face full of blow.
That's Lion fans when it comes to Ben Johnson. They're out of their minds.
So one more, guys. Pull it together. Can Justin Fields be the latest late bloomer?
Oh, please.
That's for the joke.
Let's go to this guy. Get it wet right while wet right for Rico. He's talking about Justin Fields.
Yes.
Any particular reason or just yes because reason?
Justine Feliz.
I'm out.
It's just like, bias. Justin, now, seriously, if it doesn't work out, I quit. But you got a clean slate. You're in a honeymoon period, and New York has nothing but you. You could think about it. If he plays well, he'll be the best quarterback in that city.
Man, leave me alone. I can't do it. I wanted Justin Fields to be good, but that boat left the harbor about 3 years ago for me. So I'm rooting for Rico.
He was good. The Steelers just didn't know what they had, and they gave him away.
Oh,
Now
is
look
that
at you.
right? Okay.
Mason Rudolph. Bet you miss him now.
That is in football today.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The NFL schedule leaks continue as we approach the 8 p.m. official announcement tonight from the league. One of the latest, according to Jordan Schultz, is the Lions matching up against the Vikings on Christmas Day. The Tigers will look for a sweep of the Red Sox tonight at Comerica Park. Detroit currently tied with the Mets for the most wins in baseball. Derek Skubal has dominated in his last 5 starts, allowing just 1 walk while striking out 50 batters. He'll face Chase Dobbins tonight. Hear the matchup at 6:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Javi Baez hit 2 more home runs yesterday as he continues to play center field. Scott Harris says the idea of playing on the outfield goes back years. It was actually A.J. Hinch talking about Matt Vierling when he returns, when he'll play. Another MLB news. Baseball.
David really screwed you over, didn't he?
I wasn't going to say it, but
I did.
In other MLB news, baseball's 15th best prospect, Dalton Rushing, is being called up for the Dodgers. The catcher's top LA prospect as well. Celtics star Jason Tatum was officially ruled out for the season beyond yesterday. Today, he shared a photo on Instagram of him in a hospital bed with a cast on his right foot captioned, "Thankful for the love and support." At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
3 o'clock, good to have you guys. We are going to get to the phone lines in a second. The Javi Baez conversation is hot and heavy. So our one rule is the following. Man, nobody has time for a poopy pants, meaning I don't understand anyone who isn't thrilled with what Javi's doing. Who cares? Everyone. I mean, Christ, the guy's own family probably wrote him off. It doesn't matter. The question is, how believable is it? 2 homers last night, 6 RBIs, game-winning 3-run homer and extras. Great baseball game overall. But how real is it? An 870 OPS? You know, a 145 OPS plus? I mean, these are numbers the guy hasn't touched in 7 years. I don't know how real it is. I just know he is delivering an MVP performance to this team at a time they needed it at their lowest point. They had no one healthy to play center field. Right. No Vierling, no Wenzel, no Parker Meadows. They brought in a guy. He fell down the stairs leaving the airplane. Like they were down 5 people who could play center field. Javi's played like an all-star. The question is, how close to the team store are you? Meaning, when you buy a player's apparel, you got to live with that decision. Otherwise, you're the guy walking around in a Rodney Stuckey jersey. So I'm kind of asking you, how believable is this? Like, are you ready to go to the team store? Now, I'm not. It's 34 games. Baseball's super strange. This is a stunning. It's one of the stories in the entire sport. I can't go there. I'm happy, but I can't go there.
It is. So,
but Rico, team store?
You know what? If it goes bad, I'll put it next to the Akil Baddoo jersey.
Yeah, the Walter Sharp replica. David, ticket text, and I'll get to the callers. And we've got a couple open lines. One note on that Skubal update. That was not Jeremy Otto face down in a pile of cocaine. He really said 50 strikeouts in 1 walk. What Skubal is doing now trumps anything he's ever done. And I'd argue what he's giving you right now is on par. I don't want to be provocative to say it's better than, but it's on par with any run Justin Verlander went on. At any point in his career. It's truly remarkable. It's unbelievable the way Skubal's pitched.
Yeah.
David, ticket text, please.
I'm not buying in on Javi. At best, this lasts until the All-Star break. Maybe he becomes a 250 batter, but 320 will not sustain. Adam in Monroe. Matt in Farmington Hills says, I'm with you, Mike. It's just fun to watch, and I'm rolling with it. Enough said. Let's all just enjoy it. My wife didn't like me 3 years ago either. Okay. Wow.
I got personal fast.
Someone's asking, do you consider or what can you get for him in a trade? The way he is playing right now, could you get something of significance?
No. No, because it's 34 games. Plus, he means more to you than anybody else. You need him. I can't believe these words are being spoken in a serious tone. You need him.
No, that's clearly a conversation for about 2 months from now. He's still doing this. Maybe you just sell the
He's
stock
still
high.
yeah, but here's the key. He's still doing this, and you're remotely this good, man, you ain't trading nobody. Like, this team can make the World Series. They can. If this is who they are. The problem is you got 3 guys that were all dead and buried. They're all playing really well. Mize, Torque, and Harvey. Can all 3 of those keep doing it?
Okay, it's Javier to you.
Okay. My bad. Exactly.
I don't even care if the other shoe drops. The Tigers have gotten off to horrible starts forever. This team started off hot, and Javi has led them. I love it. Someone else says, can he win comeback player of the year?
Yeah, asking 100 games.
Yeah, correct.
Not after 34 games, you can't. That's like Kenny being good in the first 7 minutes of a show. What are you going to give him, the MVP for a 4-hour program? It's not how it works.
I thought you were about to say something else.
No, David, just stop. Get your mind out of the papal gutter. You are really something else. Let's go to the people. Go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, pal?
Hey, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I think he'll stay the same because he got that energy from his hip, and he went to go see that therapist from the lady Get Out. She messed with his mind, made him a better player.
Oh my!
But last thing, and sorry for your loss, Mike, on the Celtics, man.
Oh, please don't listen. They hung a banner last year. John, if you told me to win a championship, I had to have my best player die, I'd sign the piece of paper every time. It is what it is. You know what needs to happen now, Johnny? The Pistons need to take advantage. You need to shop at the Celtics carcass.
Yeah, go get Super Tatum?
No, I'm saying call about Jaylen Brown. Call about Derek White. Just call. I think the Celtics are blowing the thing up. They should, by the way. But Johnny,
I think they should go get Giannis.
Oh, the Pistons?
Yeah.
I think you're going to have a problem doing it now that San Antonio got the number 2 overall pick. But hey, guess what, John? I'm good with it. You make the call. You see if what you have is more palatable. And look, John, here's what it boils down to. If you really look at it, it would come down to the value board of the Bucks. Do they covet someone like Ron Holland, Asur Thompson, Jalen Duren more than Harper or Ace Bailey or VJ Edgecombe? I don't know that answer. You make the call. No, we talked about it yesterday, and I'm sure it's up on our YouTube. I mean, the Pistons timeline got sped up. They were a huge winner on lottery night, both from Tatum dying and from Cooper Flagg's not coming to the East. Giannis is leaving the East. I think he will end up with the Spurs. That was a big night for you guys. But no, I mean, do you understand why when people are like, oh man, I'm so sorry? I'm like, I'm not trying to be crass, but I don't care.
No, but
we won last year. It just shows you how hard it is to win a championship.
No, it does, Mike, but I think it's just people feeling sympathetic because of how it happened. It wasn't like you just got blown out of the series. It's your best player went down. And not only did he go down, he's not going to be back next year either. So I think that's where people are just
we're tanking for I don't know who. No, I guess for me, if they didn't win the title, yes, I would be like, oh my God. Winning it last year, this was a free roll. But I also knew going into this, they were going to blow the team up. You can't stay in the second tax apron. Right. Fans got to get hip to the new NBA CBA.
No, I'm just saying it was just, Anunoby steals the ball. It's just like you didn't know your season was over on that simple play.
Well, they were already done. You know what? Fine. Sure. I'd given up.
I know.
David? You're going to say something? Say it.
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Well, then listen. You're hovering over that microphone
Microphone's right here. I'm looking at the computer.
Popsicle. Like the ice cream truck rolled by. I mean, wait, come on. I look over. I thought he was about to speak. Take care of some business. We'll get to the callers in a second, okay? FanDuel, let's talk about it.
Booming.
It's sure, why not? NBA prop bets, probably the only way to play it if your team is not involved. Same game parlays. People love this stuff. I don't know what to say. It's become popular. FanDuel obviously is happy to take your action on it because your odds are infinitely low. But go ahead. $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NBA, 21 and up. Present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. How close are you to shopping at the team store? Javi Baez did it again. 870 OPS. He's an all-star right now through 34 games. Will it continue or not? I leave that to you guys. You know where I reside on stuff like that. I really do try. 34 games to make up for 3 years? Nah, I can't do it. I'm happy, and I do believe if he's remotely anything close to this, why can't you say World Series? I think you can. I've tried to tell you guys since the start of the year, I don't believe in the Yankees. Oh, you're just being negative. No, I'm not. Our best players are dead. Second of all, look around the AL. Now, the NL would be a different conversation, but you're not there. I truly believe the way this team's playing, and you're getting contributions from everywhere, and it's what makes the offense dangerous, and the pitching, we know what it is. So I just want to know how close you are to like wearing the scarlet letter. If the guy ends up hitting 238 and you bought the T-shirt jersey, are you ready to make that type of commitment? That's kind of like the fan altar, isn't it? When you buy a jersey or a T-shirt jersey, you've kind of made a commitment now.
You're right. Yeah, till death do you part. You own that thing, and your friends will let you know you own that thing.
To the people we go. We'll go to Toby 97.1. Toby, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, hey, guys. Okay, real quick. I just wanted to say before I said about Javi Baez, I said this before the season started. You might have had a little preseason talk.
Okay.
I said he was going to be great, and you guys didn't agree. But it's all good. I figured he was going to come back to being the way he could be, and he's doing what he's doing.
You win.
I give him probably – he's got 35 games in. I say at 70, that's when we can really say he's having a year. I say halfway through the season, say 70 games.
Sure.
If he can get 70 in and be hitting, above 285, have, 15, 20, 15 home runs, some RBIs, and still play the way he's playing in the outfield. And yes, you guys are spot on. The Tigers, I think what they did last year in the playoffs, I think it's going to give them that much more confidence and understanding about what needs to be done to get to the next round, to make the big play, and to, keep fighting every second of the game, every inning, every this. I saw that game last night. I was watching hockey, watching basketball. I turned it on in the 8th inning, and in the extra innings, and he hit the home run. I couldn't believe it. It was fabulous. And go Tigers and rock on. And
what you're saying about the playoffs, listen, Tobe, here's the deal. What you're saying has merit, because last year when they made the playoffs, they didn't have enough useful pieces in that lineup. And that's how you end up with like a Matt Vierling 2 for 40. This year they've added, Torkelson is a useful piece that he was not last year. Javi Baez is right now, an all-star piece they didn't have. Like, they have more pieces.
Gleyber
Even a
Torres.
Zach McKinstry, Gleyber Torres. It doesn't matter who it is. It just matters that it is. So guys that are good now might not even be here by the end of the year. It just matters, do you have enough? And that's where I'm not overreacting any of it. But I don't think it's fake to get out to, 27-15 or whatever it is. I don't. No. It's okay to just say, all right, they've gotten out to a rocket start. How much of this can they preserve? But no, Rico, you can go to the team store and get your little Baez jersey. I'm not ready to do that. Okay. I'm thrilled. I'm rooting for you. Hell, I'll even pitch in for you to go get it. But I'm not ready to go there.
I go down there with slick back hair, Kenny. Kenny, you in?
All right, Rico, just for you. I'm all right.
That sounded begrudging. Do you have an issue attending a baseball game with a black man, Kenny?
I do not. I would like to state for the record, I do not.
I'll buy him a beer. He'll be happy.
Okay, then. Let's move on. Let's go over to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy? Whoopsie daisy, I hit the wrong button.
Doing good today.
There you go, Jeff. I'm sorry about that, pal. What's going on?
Well, I thought you were going to hang up on me before I called.
No.
No. The health issue, I think everybody's hit pretty good, and it does seem, you have a bounce back. You felt lousy for a while. You have a bounce back and feel better. That's normal. But I want to talk to Rico on this, because he's been on this for a while. It's the fact that he signed to a pretty bad team for a lot of money. It was a paycheck. Last year, he missed the playoffs that they were in. They got better without him, and maybe the fact that he is a part of a playoff run has, just changed his focus and demeanor, because Rico had said that for him to, stay engaged, they have to be playing for something.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it was. And I think with the Tigers was so bad, and then he went and got the surgery and they got good. He hung out in the clubhouse. He saw, wow, okay, maybe this isn't as bad. And Jeff, maybe that's the motivation that he needed to actually pick his game up and actually contribute to this team. I don't know what it is, Jeff. All I know is I like what I see.
So do I. You guys have a good day.
You too, Jeff. Appreciate it. We'll go over to Anthony, 97.1. Ant, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, Ant.
So you guys bring up Javier Baez. Do you think he can sustain how he's been playing? I think no with 320, but I think he can keep the 270 hitting because I think he's fully bought in and the confidence is at an all-time high. And the question I have for you guys is, let's say he keeps that right around 270 or even 265, keeps the energy. When Parker Meadows comes back and Wenzel comes back, do you stick him back at shortstop and remove Trey Sweeney? Because with Baez keeping play like that, you can't platoon him and have to have
I think
him
the other thing you can do,
player.
AJ talked about a little bit too, Anthony, is you probably look to move him to right field a little bit. I mean, AJ's going to be open-minded about it, and if the guy's going to hit, and I'm with you, I'd sign a piece of paper today. If you could tell me he'll hit 270 rest of the way, I'd sign the piece of paper right now.
Yeah, and then another question I have for you guys is, so you're talking about you think if the Tigers could easily make the World Series or even just the AL Championship Series, normally when teams are this hot and let's say they keep it up down the line, do you think that they should make a move at the trade deadline? Because normally teams that always. So then I was going to ask, what position do you think they would have to trade for?
Oh, I mean, look, it'll depend on who's hurt and who's not. It'll depend on what everyone's looking to do. I just have an approach about it, Anthony. If I'm going for a World Series, you got to jump in the pool. You have to get better. And whether it's a bullpen piece, whether it's a starter, a lot of that is dictated by what your roster looks like 4th of July weekend. I can't speculate on that, but when you want to know on a principle level, Anthony, I'll always tell you, go all in. Mm-hmm. And not stupidly,
no,
but you go get better. Yes.
Especially if there's a glaring need that you're like, you know what, we're not going to go that far if we don't have this third baseman. If we don't have this, like I said, we need some more help coming out the bullpen. Yeah, you go out, you don't break the bank, but yeah, this is where you may even go after a rental player knowing it's going to cost us one of the people on the farm, but let's win right now.
Let's go to JD, 97.1. JD, what's going on, buddy?
Doing all right, guys. How about yourself?
Not too bad. What do you make of the Baez deal here?
For Javi Baez, Javier Baez, whatever you want to call him, I'm ready to be on board with it. And part of why I feel like I can say that now is we're starting to get towards a sample size that I can feel happy about saying that. If we were through 2 weeks of baseball, I wouldn't be there yet. But through about 2 months, and he's still maintaining an average north of 300, and it's got a truckload of RBIs over the past couple of series. Mm-hmm. I'm ready to believe in it.
Let me ask you a question. Whether it be for yourself or a child or a loved one, how close are you to shopping at the team store for some Baez merch?
Well, after he hit a walk-off last night, I opened up the store page and looked at a jersey, so I figured that puts me pretty high.
Oh, my. JD, I'm begging you, wait till June 1st, please.
I think I will wait a little bit more. I'll at least wait till another paycheck hits.
All right, you got now, JD. I appreciate it. And look, if the guy's hitting 300 on June 1st, what do you want me to say? You at that point, I'd probably have to roll with it.
So we're looking at Memorial Day. Okay, around
in that range. Okay, it's why we
Kenny,
watch.
We're heading to the ballpark.
But see, I could see Kenny in one of those T-shirt jerseys. He wears that god-awful cider T-shirt jersey all the time. I could see you in a Baez thing.
What do you have against the jersey?
Well, first
I never knew it was called the jersey.
First of all, I have developed a borderline loathing of the Detroit Red Wings for what they do to us.
That's fair. I'll give you that.
In general, seeing the red makes me see red. But there's something about, I feel like the minute you purchase a player's jersey or a jersey, something bad's going to happen. It's going to be like Clint Barmas with the Rockies where he fell down the stairs carrying deer meat and the guy's out for the year. And now you're stuck with the jersey.
I did buy a cider jersey 2 years ago, and they still haven't been to the playoffs. So I think there might be merit to what you're saying.
I think it's a dangerous move.
It is merit to what you're saying, because the minute I bought a Chauncey Billups jersey, then he was traded for Allen Iverson.
Song as old as time.
You know what? That's why I just stick with the Hall of Famers. They're done. Can't hurt me.
That's actually the smartest. You know what? Anytime I see it, and you see it a lot now, when the Lions are on and people are rocking not only Barry Sanders jerseys, but the Oklahoma State Barry Sanders jersey. Get something that's timeless.
Yes.
Do not run out and buy a Baez jersey. I understand it's been a fun 34 games.
So no Terrion Arnold jersey?
I don't recommend it.
Okay.
Now, if it's a little kid, go for it. That's a part of life. Oh, my favorite player got traded. It's your opportunity as a parent to say, or as an aunt or an uncle, life ain't fair. And that player doesn't like you. It's like a Bronx Tale. Mickey Mantle ain't going to pay your mortgage.
And that player doesn't like you.
That's it.
So now he grows up hating this person.
That's the design, because I want kids to root for the logo, not these egomaniacs making $50 million a year. You root for the logo, little Bobby.
You fighting to win right now. The only time I think you root for the logo is college. That's it. You just root for the team colors.
You're telling me little kids don't root for the Tigers, they root for an individual player.
Well, I think the Tigers, because the Tigers never really had the superstar, but now they're like, hey, I'm a Scooble guy. Now, if Scooble gets moved.
To hell with him. Root for the hat. You root for the logo on the front of the jersey, not the name on the back. These are the lessons you should be teaching people.
Okay. So saith Mikey.
I'm just saying, you buy it at the team store. You think the player's your friend? Little Bobby, he's not your friend. He's not coming to hang out.
But the team. What happens when the team leaves?
Not leaving. We don't have those problems in Detroit.
We ain't Cleveland.
I'm about to say, look at Oakland.
What are you in Cleveland?
I'm saying the Browns left.
Oh,
we're not that.
I thought you were talking about the Cleveland Barons.
No.
Their NHL team they had for 10 minutes.
No.
I'm like the Oakland A's.
Right, but that's a lousy, that's a meth head market. We are a proud, richly traditional sports market. We're not losing our teams.
Old English D. I like that.
It's one of the best logos in all sports. Period.
What did AI have to say about it?
Blackjack?
No, the logo that we did yesterday. All right.
He probably asked for a comp slip. All right.
I just got it. Okay. You know what? Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now and purchase a full lawn program. And if you mention my name, tell them Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. They'll hook you up with free grub control as well. Look, the weather is getting much warmer. You take a look at your lawn. If you are not satisfied with it, well, that's your fault. And I'm telling you, call Natural Way right now and take care of that. Call 888-GET-GREEN, and they will assign somebody to come out and specifically tailor a solution for your lawn using high-quality products and their expertise. And just remember, with the warm weather comes weeds. Dandelions will choke out your lawn of water and nutrients. You can stop the dandelions before they go to seed using Natural Way. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
David, we'll check in on the ticket text. We'll get to the people in a second. Javi Baez is the topic. Whether you look, I don't think anybody can believe what they're watching. The point is, it doesn't matter. It's happening. And it's fantastic because I think what gets lost in the story of it, it's not about why is it happening. It's sports. Sports is weird. It's that they needed this. 5 players who they would have or had penciled in to play center field died. They didn't do this because they wanted to. They did this because they had to. And Javi, in 34 games, has played 20 of them in center, and he's played at an all-star level. Will it continue? I mean, come on. I don't even need to tell you my opinion on that. It doesn't matter because it's helped you through the 34 games to be arguably the best team in the American League. And that's more than I ever thought Javi would give us in 10 lifetimes. So we're asking the next question. When are you ready to risk it all? Shoot your shot, team store. You fully believe in a player when you buy the player's jersey or T-shirt jersey, the Kenny Cott look. Are you really ready to go there after 34 games? I'm not. But you might be. David, the ticket text. What do you got?
From Chase, I got me and my son a Baez City Connect shirt.
Oh, dear.
I already had a Baez jersey. Wow. I need more time on Javi. He has been amazing, but that doesn't make up for that contract. No jersey for me. Someone says Baez equals absolutely not. Custom-made Javier Baez jersey, though, equals I'll buy a dozen. And yes, I want the first and the last name on the back.
Come on, man.
I bought a Baez t-shirt when we first got him. It's been in hiding. The bottom drawer of my dresser since then. Might need to find it.
Yeah, I would say you might want to run that through a washing machine to get the crinkles out. That thing's been buried for 3.5 years.
Yeah. Jake from Detroit. I've had a Baez jersey since we first signed him, and it sucked. I've had people telling me to use it to wipe where the sun doesn't shine, take that garbage out, but now I can finally wear it without getting heckled, so I'm wearing it every chance I get.
He's taking that to the dry cleaner, getting it starched, bedazzled.
Someone else says, got to be careful with any jersey. Bought a Mickey jersey during the run of the Central titles. Pretty sure the next week he was in the best shape of his life.
Uh-oh. Yeah, root for the logo on the front, not the name on the back. It's all I can tell you. But do whatever you want to do. We'll go to Bill 97.1. Billy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas, how are you?
Good, Bill. What's on your mind?
I think I might spring for a jersey. No full-blown jersey for Javi yet, but it has to have Bays, B-A-Y-S, on the back.
They don't do custom T-shirts, do they?
Anything. You can find somebody to make that. I think all of these things, confluence of factors that are making Javi do what he's doing, but and all of it kind of comes down to the confidence, I think, and just he's having fun. He's been miserable the last number of years. You can't tell me that he's wanted to show up at the ballpark and not contribute at all, and just have kind of that albatross contract around his neck.
Bill, no matter how bad it got, no matter how nasty. I mean, I told you, I didn't want to look at the guy. When anyone would call in and accuse him of tanking it, I'd go, no, you don't get it. No professional wakes up going, oh, I want to be terrible today. No, you're right, Bill.
Right.
He was miserable.
He wasn't miserable to be here. He was miserable to be playing baseball anywhere. And now that he's contributing, he's on a young team that's having a lot of fun. AJ is like, okay, you're a ball player, you're an athlete. We need somebody to play center. Run out there and play center. I think he's having a good time, and it makes all the difference in the world.
Agreed. Totally. And look, will it last? Bill, I mean, I struggle with that. I mean, the numbers he's putting up right now, he'd start the All-Star game.
Yeah, well, guys who hit 280 for a season, they don't get 2.8 hits every 10 at-bats, right? He needs to go through a stretch where he goes 2 for 20, and then pull himself out of that, and that's when I'll believe.
You nailed it. Show me, and again, and Bill, I'm so glad you said that, because that's what people are going to have to show him the grace. All right? They're all gassing him up right now, and they're all hype men. Just when it goes south, stick with him for a few weeks and let's see if he comes out the other side.
No, that's when you burn the jersey.
No.
Kenny, we're burning the jerseys.
Kenny, do they make custom jerseys?
I just got this jersey. Now we're burning the jersey?
Well, you can burn the cider one, I'll tell you that much. Get rid of that thing.
It's a great one.
Is it?
Yes.
Kenny, by the time they make the playoff, there'll be holes in that thing. Yeah, argue it.
No comment.
Yeah, argue it.
No comment. I don't want to talk about it.
Go to Darren, 97.1. Darren, what's going on, bud?
Hey, what's happening, guys?
How are you?
I love the show.
Darren?
I want to reach on. Yeah, hold on a second. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. Are you okay? Are you safe?
Yeah, I was on my Bluetooth.
Gotcha. What's up?
I want to add to what you guys are saying there about the superstition, and that is so real. Nobody buy anything. Let the guy play and let it run out on his own. The minute everybody starts getting into that, he's going to blow it. It's superstition. Sports superstition is very real.
I mean, yeah, it is. Look, the team store thing is just a different way of asking the question of how much you believe. That's all it is. And I mean, look,
100.
I'm not ready to go all in. I think that doesn't mean I'm not excited about what's happening. But no, I can't do that on May 14th. I mean, great example. Will Aaron Judge keep playing the way he's playing? Absolutely not. Why? He's hitting 400. Not sustainable. It's just, you can't.
I don't know. Since Tatum went down, we need a new Superman. I found out why he was in all those commercials, by the way. Because the movie is
because Superman like fadeaway jumpers?
No, the movie
because
is coming.
Superman decided to kill the team's offense and play hero ball?
No, because the movie's coming out.
I don't care.
That's why all those commercials. Because I was like, man, this is that's why.
Okay, well, not Superman. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to people in the mix. We got NFL schedule stuff. Rico has a black market schedule for the Lions. Don't know if it's real, but Rico's going to pretend it is. We're going to get to that in 4 o'clock. Because I'm going to tell you, it scared the hell out of me. We're going to talk about it. Summer heating up. What are you waiting on? You wait until it's 90 in the house so the power's out. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll upgrade your system now and save up to $1,000. New AC, save up to $1,000 on a new generator. Save up to $1,000 on a new furnace. Save up to $1,000. Just call for details. Free in-home estimate. Mastercraft. Great work. Same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com.
All right. NFL schedule drops later tonight. So let's have some fun with it. David, let's do a scheduling blitz.
Oh, goody. Schedules.
Yeah, let's go through this.
We lost David.
Let's go through
We
this
lost
here.
him.
I have week 1, the entire week 1 for the NFL here. So let's start it here. We know we already have the Thursday night opener, Cowboys at the Eagles.
No.
Friday night, we have Chiefs at the Chargers. That is in Brazil. We know we have that already.
Why do we need a game on Friday night? Okay.
Here is your early window for week 1.
Is these a 1 p.m. or are I going to be
1
up
p.m.
at 7 for the game in Istanbul?
These are 1 p.m.
What?
Buccaneers at Falcons.
Yes.
Panthers at Jags. So that is the debut of Travis Hunter.
Absolutely not.
Dolphins at
You know
Colts.
what? You just got to get that game out the way, I guess.
You do. That's why these are 1 o'clock.
Dolphins and Colts?
Yeah, that's why
you
it's
can have it.
1 o'clock. Yeah, Raiders at Patriots.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God, this is awful. No.
Steelers at Jets.
No.
Okay. So
This
what
is
that
why you got
is-
those games on Thursday and Friday.
No, they should
to
be
make
in
up
the
for
1
this.
o'clock window. This is an egregious red zone window.
Well, what the NFL is hoping for with the Steelers and Jets is that Aaron Rodgers makes a decision to play for the Steelers and he returns to the Jets for week 1. That's their hope. Then you have Bengals at Browns.
No.
Cardinals at Saints.
No.
And then the Giants at Commanders.
No,
Yes.
I sound like Michael Scott. No. That is an awful 1 o'clock slate.
Start the season? Yeah.
Because the two best games are on Thursday and Friday.
Then you have the 405 and 425 games.
Oh, here we go. America's game of the week.
Niners at Seahawks.
Yes.
Yes.
Titans at Broncos. That is the debut of Cam Ward on the road against the Broncos.
No.
Lions at Packers.
100,000%.
That is going to be on Fox at 425.
Joe Buck and his hair plugs.
Yes.
Let's get it popping.
Texans at Rams.
Yes.
Yeah.
Over under 78.5. Yes. See, you
I
can
go
basically go under anesthesia until 4 p.m.
So all the appetizers, 1 o'clock. I wish one of those 4:30 games was at 1.
Thank you.
Because now I got to go, okay.
I
At
would
least-
actually take the Titans Broncos in the 1 o'clock win. That's a better game for me to
What,
see.
to see Cam Ward die?
I just want to see the debut. That would be better than
Debut on the road
Bengals at Browns.
against the top 10 defense. Okay.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Why don't you attend an execution while you're at it?
Sunday night football for week 1. Ravens at Bills.
Yes. Now, see, at least that.
They're making up for that
Yes,
1
they
o'clock.
are.
Yeah.
Hey, I'd say go rake the leaves, but it'll be too early in the year. Just 1 o'clock, you don't need to partake.
You can enjoy the cider meal. Vikings at Bears will be the Monday night week 1 matchup.
Okay, this is a golf clap to the league. 4 p.m., the night game, the Monday night game. Fabulous.
So Thursday, Friday, 4 p.m.
Yeah.
So just at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, just the best time
It's
to
just
watch
it's a
football,
break.
1 in the afternoon.
You know what that is? That's a break. Knock out your honeydew list. Get that stuff out of the way. You're not missing much.
Truth.
You are right about that one. Michael, I wanted to go through this one.
What?
For you.
Why? Why am I a human pinata when it comes to the NFL?
This is nuts. It's not a human pinata.
What do you want?
Where is a win in the first 6 weeks for the New York Giants?
Bro, there ain't one.
At Commanders.
Loss.
At Cowboys.
Loss.
That's a win. No. I think Cowboys is a win.
Look, hold
At
on.
Cowboys.
Stop for a second. Hey, NASA. All right, Space Link, go pull it up. Giants Cowboys results. Tell me what you see.
It's not prime time, is it?
Just go look. Trust your boy. David, continue. 0-2.
Week 3, Chiefs Sunday Night Football
0-3.
at home.
Biggest upset of the year. Tommy Cutlass comes in.
Another home game in week 4 against the Chargers.
0-4.
At the Saints, week 5.
wait.
That's a win. If you don't win that game, fire everybody.
The Chargers, where's the Chargers game?
Doesn't matter.
That's
I was
at
about to
home.
say they don't have a home game.
Could be on the moon. It doesn't
That's
matter.
true.
Can't beat the Chargers?
That's
We're
true.
terrible. Go ahead.
And then a scheduled loss in week 6 because it is a short week for you to face the Eagles on Thursday Night Football.
Dead. Yeah. And the Arch Manning watch begins. I haven't even gotten to see Jackson Dart
Possibly 1-5, yes.
Yeah, great start to the year. That'll fit right in with the last 5 or 6 years. Go ahead.
Have you seen those Cowboys results yet, Rico?
How's it going for you?
I'm just going to trust you. I'm not even going to look it up. I'm trying to find some other things.
Oh, excuse us.
I'm just going to trust you, he says.
Maybe the Wi-Fi booming.
Booming.
Go ahead.
Let me give you week 2. I have one matchup for sure in week 2, 4:25 on Fox. It is the Super Bowl rematch.
Yes.
Eagles and Chiefs.
Yes.
In Kansas City.
Game of the week.
Yeah.
Troy Aikman will look like he's 7 martinis deep. He'll have his shirt undone, tie all loose. He'll look like some detective who's just counting down the minutes till the end of his shift. Yes.
So I do have your full Christmas schedule.
I hate all of it, and I won't participate.
Yeah, I have your full Christmas schedule. Christmas Day at 1 p.m., you will have the Cowboys and the Commanders.
I live in Rico. Rico doesn't care about Jesus' birthday, so go ahead.
Well, technically it's in the summer, but Cowboys,
technically you're right.
Cowboys and Commanders, yeah, I'm watching that.
And then the 4:30 game.
Yeah, the hate your family game.
The Detroit Lions at the Vikings.
Are you kidding me?
4:30.
The Lions are on Christmas Day.
4:30, yes.
Oh, come on. I sound like that drop of Dan Dickerson we have. Come on. The Lions are on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to go, no.
I sound like Paul Woods. I hate this.
Yes, I mean, it's going to be played during Christmas dinner, but
it's wrong. Wrong on all levels.
Hey, you wanted to be a big boy.
We'll discuss this because I hate the fact you just said that. Keep going.
I have one more week 2 matchup here. It is the Steelers. They are going to host the Seahawks in week 2.
What's the 8 o'clock game for Christmas?
I don't see that yet.
Okay.
Yeah, no. The NFL has to drag this out even more.
Yeah, I don't see that yet. But, the Steelers are going to host the Seahawks on week 2.
David, I got to tell you something. If you don't get Aaron Rodgers, the NFL will be punishing America.
Correct.
With Steelers primetime games in the same way they punished America with Daniel Jones.
This one, I'm not sure if this is primetime yet. We don't know yet, but it's probably I would hope it's 1 o'clock for that reason because I just...
Mason Rudolph in prime time, huh? Gird your loins. Real exciting stuff.
That's going to be amazing to watch.
What is your viewpoint as a pastor, Christmas Day games? Let's talk about it.
I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
He was very angry.
Well, Mr. Non-Denominational over here loves it.
He was
Bring
very
it
angry.
on, that's Rico. Bring it on.
Hey,
Christmas Day.
We should talk about this. Okay. Just
That
sit
is
tight.
your
Thank you,
schedule
David.
blitz.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Tigers third baseman Jace Young has been optioned to Toledo. Young, through 18 games in the big leagues this year, has hit just 111 with no extra base hits. Young did have the game-winning run in last night's Javi Baez walk-off homer. Akil Baddoo is called up in his place. In Toledo, he's got 7 home runs along with a .245 average. It's another Scooball start at Comerica Park tonight. First pitch at 6:40. Hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Netflix has officially announced their Christmas Day NFL doubleheader. First at 1, the Cowboys take on the Commanders. Then at 4:30, from Minnesota, the Vikings will take on the Lions at 4:30. Earlier in response to the Lions playing on Christmas Day, Alex Anzalone posted, quote, "breaks my heart," end quote. Detroit also set to reportedly match up with the Packers at Ford Field to open the season. In other NFL news, Derrick Henry has signed a 2-year, $30 million extension with the Ravens. Detroit City FC has passed another step in building their new stadium in Corktown. Detroit City Council has approved $5.9 million in reimbursements in order to tear down the existing abandoned hospital on the site. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. Sorry about that. Rico wouldn't shut up as we were trying to bring the show back on air. So listen, we're gonna stop off of this blitz. We got to have a conversation. The easiest thing to do is label me a boomer, but I do have a real problem.
Booming.
Exactly. I have a real problem with the Lions playing on Christmas Day. Now, I'm not going to play this card of, well, in this business, nobody gives an F about us, nor should you. Our job is to dance for you and hopefully entertain you enough to stick around. The point I'm making is whether you're a fan or whether you do a happy horse bleep show like this, I am not trying to dedicate any of my day to football. It's Christmas Day. That is, look, well, what's the difference between that and Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving's not a real holiday. Thanksgiving is fake. It's a bunch of people who came over in funny hats and killed a turkey. It's not Christmas. I don't need it. Well, the NBA's on Christmas Day. Right, and I don't care about it. The NFL continues to oversaturate the marketplace. And to Rico's point, I want to support him on this, even though he'll do nothing but slander me for the next hour. Oh, yeah. The point is, Lion fans wanted to be a big boy. They want to sit at the big kids' table. Well,
think about how many times you heard.
You got it.
You know what? Why are all our games on at 1 o'clock? The league hates us, and the league doesn't do this for the Lions. You're the rock star now. You know what that means? When you go out, people want to take selfies.
But not
they
on
want
Christmas
your
Day.
autograph.
No rock stars have concerts on Christmas Day.
It doesn't matter. Get up there and dance. You are that team now.
Look it. I want to know from the people, do you want the Lions to be a part of your Christmas Day? We have worked our way around the Thanksgiving thing because it's been a tradition like the Masters, okay? Do I like the Lions on Thanksgiving? No, I do not. Because that's a day for family. I don't need it. But I understand it, and I tolerate it. The Christmas Day thing, though, is greed. The NFL never played on Christmas Day. This is greed. Just like the NFL deciding to go head up against the college football playoff. Greed. A Friday night game after we have the Thursday night opener. Greed. Yeah. I want to hear from you guys. If you like it, that doesn't make you bad. But what I get tired of is if you say you don't like something like this, oh, what's your problem? I don't have a problem. I don't need the NFL on Christmas Day.
No.
That's a day for family and for relaxing. I don't need it.
Well, especially if the game's at 4 o'clock, like David just said. That just really
That's
throws
right in the middle of prime rib season. I mean, what are we doing here?
Everything. Wait, isn't that the Seven Fishes?
That's Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve. All right, well, but here's the thing. This is what Lions fans have been complaining about for years. This is what they've coveted. They wanted to be like the Chiefs, like all of those big boy teams. And now you are. This is one of the consequences is we want to showcase you in one of our primetime spots so nobody wants to sit there and watch the Colts take on the Jags.
But here's my question. Who wants – see, I don't view it as a primetime spot. I just view it as greed. They took these 3 games, probably sold them to 3 different platforms, all for $150 million apiece.
Netflix.
Great, $500 million. The point I'm making is this is a faux. This is a Bolex, not a Rolex. This is fake luxury. Christmas. Who wants this on Christmas Day? And if I get voted down, I will shut up and go sit in the corner. But I don't know that fans want this. Look, here's my idea. We have 2 different topics, I think, now. This is why conversation's good. I agree with you about the whole you wanted to be respected. Well, here it is. But it's almost a different topic of has the NFL gone too far? Are they giving you too much of a good thing? Think about it like ice cream. Or what was that movie where the guy ate fast food every day for like a month?
Supersize Me.
Yeah,
Supersize Me,
for the first couple of days he was partying and he's juggling chicken nuggets, and then like 6 days in he's like, like that's how I feel about the NFL. They're putting it like every day. You don't even get a chance to just chill. But if you like it, that's fine. You're not a bad person. But those are the 2 angles out of this. Rico's angle about, hey, you wanted it, you got it. But take it a step further. Christmas Day, family holiday. Now the Lions are going to be smack dab in the middle of it.
Especially if it's the 4:30 game. If it's the 1 o'clock game.
What's that mean?
It means you open up your presents, and then normally around 1 o'clock, you're probably napping or doing whatever.
No, I'm watching A Christmas Story. I got to find out if Ralphie gets his Little Orphan Annie Dakota ring.
It literally runs 24 hours.
And I like that on Christmas afternoon.
And you watch it all day.
Okay.
Not football.
I've seen it once.
I don't need it.
That's all I need to see it.
Oh, really?
Oh, come on.
We're going to slander that now?
No, I'm just saying it was a good movie, but it's the NFL put the Lions, Vikings, Cowboys, Commanders, the Chiefs, and the Broncos. They are saying you're one of them. We want to showcase you, Detroit. Everybody saw how this crowd looked, and it's like, yeah, the fans travel. You'll probably take over half of Minnesota for
on
that
Christmas
game.
Day.
Yeah,
then you need help.
Like, man, did you not see these Lions fans last
It's
year?
not Christmas Day.
Man, they charge. I don't
Ask
even want
for
to
you
know
know
what
what?
their credit card bills were.
Ask for people to call. Leave me alone.
248-539-9797. How do you feel about this? Is this too much, or are you happy because now you are seen as a have by the NFL? They want to showcase you and show the world who Detroit really is.
Yes, Kenny.
I want to be viewed as a have. That is correct. That's 100% right. But I don't need it taking over my Christmas. I like it on Thanksgiving. It's a Detroit tradition, whatever, yada, 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 and the whole parade and all that. But Christmas is not for football. And
that's time for possum stew.
That's exactly right. Possum stew.
No, but this is new. Like I said, don't get me wrong. This is all new. Like the NFL doing this, like, man, you really going to go up against the NBA? That was their day, but they just said F it. Yeah, we are.
I just think it's too much of too much. And I don't know how you guys feel. To me, the NFL, it's more than just Christmas Day. It's Christmas Eve. Remember the week of Christmas? They played 5 straight games.
Oh, yeah.
Opening night Thursday night. We're going to play Friday. I just look at all of the international games. So now you've got 9 a.m. games seemingly every week. I'd love to know where people are at with it, because to me, I think we've gone too far.
But see, now you're not in those 9 a.m. games, because to me, those are the throwaway games.
I know that.
That's the B team.
It's the presence.
Go over and entertain England.
Look at it. They're already pimping it all over the place. There you go.
Oh, it is at 4:30. Oh,
there it is. 4:30, right in the middle of Kenny's roadkill ratatouille.
You've never had fricassee squirrel, I guess.
It's a cod tradition.
A lot of slander. Maybe a little too much.
Maybe a little too much. The best slander. David, what are the early returns on the ticket text with this? Am I just being called a boomer?
I hate NFL on Christmas. Don't need it. As long as it's not a night game, I don't care about Christmas Day games. Someone else says all in on the Lions on Christmas Day, but he has a reason. My mother-in-law comes over in the afternoon, and she's very annoying. This gives me some distraction or relief.
Oh, boy.
He did not put a name to that text.
Yeah, that's for the best.
Very smart. I'm okay with Thanksgiving because it is not a real holiday. I agree with you, Mike. Christmas should be off limits.
Yeah, what does the church say about it, David?
Oh, we should not be having games on Christmas Day.
Thank you.
It's a family day. You spend that time with your family.
I also think Christmas on the holiday power rankings is like right up there with the 4th of July.
It's huge.
Come on, God, Thanksgiving is made up.
Yeah, but
you don't buy somebody a Thanksgiving card. You sure as hell have a Christmas card.
But the 4th of July is still number 1 in the power ranking.
Well, because it's the middle of summer.
No.
It's nice.
4th of July is the only holiday you spend with people who you want to spend with.
My family.
Not that you're obligated to spend with. You're obligated to spend these holidays with your family.
Right. I like
the
my
4th.
I do too.
The 4th, you pick who you want to spend the 4th with.
I think Rico's telling us he doesn't like his family.
No, I'm just saying the 4th is the better of the holiday because you pick everybody who's at your barbecue, you invited them.
Okay, that now I understand what he's saying. But you could handle your Christmas the same way.
I do.
But then it's,
like
it's
everybody
family.
does. Yeah, but then again, it's like name
Mikey,
only.
You should invite your sister. I like her.
I like my sister.
I know. I'm just saying that.
Jeez.
You have a fine family. I'm just using it
I
as an
understand.
example. If you're just like, no,
that's
kids are
fair.
going to be crying. No.
That's fair. All right, no, this is good. I just feel like
But the 4th of July, these are all your people.
Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
Yes, love it. Christmas Day is boring. It's over at 11 a.m. when everyone goes their separate ways and you're watching daytime television.
No, what about dinner? What about
Right.
Christmas movies?
Right.
I mean, geez. Like, think about the amount of football you get and how much the NFL has overrun your schedule. You need it on Christmas Day. Now, here's the thing. Hear me on this. If it wasn't the Lions on Christmas Day and they were just 3 random games, I'd still hold the opinion I don't need it. But I'd understand if people said, hey, background noise.
Yes.
But when it's the Lions, you are going to completely detach yourself from Christmas to watch. And by the way, it's a divisional game.
So it counts twice. It's JJ.
I don't like it.
You're so right because I tried to fool myself last year with my team. I'm not going to watch. It's Christmas Day. But guess what's happening? I'm at my mother-in-law's house. They're opening up gifts, and I'm ignoring everything that's happening with them to watch Christmas Day.
You were so adamant.
I thought.
I refuse to watch. David, you're going to watch. No, I won't. David, going to watch.
And I sat there on her couch watching it.
248-539-9797. Lines are filling up. Grab them before they're gone. I want to hear it from you. Has the NFL gone too far? Too many games on too many days. And now your Detroit Lions are the signature game on Christmas Day at 4:30, and it's divisional. Don't need it. Don't want it. I'm actually upset by it. But if I'm the minority, that's okay.
No, I don't think you're in a total minority, but I think probably 70% of Detroit loves this because it's what you've been waiting for.
All right, it's the ego stroke.
Yeah.
Okay. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville Lumber is Michigan's Trex superstore. All colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, all the time, and they've got the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex you need when you need it. So call them today, or better yet, stop by the showroom, take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, then the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and with Xfinity Wi-Fi, it's booming. Streaming, booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, booming. Even when your boss schedules a meeting that could have definitely been an email, it's booming. And now you can get an Xfinity Internet and mobile together in an all-in-one plan. It's the ultimate power couple. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster and secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go, so your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get a 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited Internet data, and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all in one price, for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or panning for Wi-Fi gold, one thing's for sure, Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes, fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rates increase to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
All right, let's get to the people. It's just been announced. Lions are playing on Christmas Day, 4:30 in the afternoon against the Vikings. Don't need it. Don't like it. Don't want it. The greed has gone too far with sports. There's too much, too often, too many platforms. And the NFL, I understand it. I mean, they do take up all the oxygen in the room, but we're crossing some lines here. I don't like it. And it's okay if you do. I don't think you're a bad person or you hate your family. But no, I don't need a Lions game on Christmas Day and Thanksgiving. My holidays are mine, and those are family time.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. You now are up there with the Dallas Cowboys because they are also on Thanksgiving and Christmas. So
gross. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, John. What's up?
Hey, I just want to let you know I'm all in on Javier the Magician Baez. I'm getting both the home and the road jersey.
Oh, boy.
Oh
boy.
I'm all in.
You believe this continues the whole year, and you're going to the team store.
Going to the team store. You got to believe early. You can't wait till they make the push. It's like dating. You know, you don't wait till the girl likes you back. You got to be willing to get your heart broken. I'm ready. I'm all in.
Okay. All right.
Great strategy.
John, listen. I hope it continues. Otherwise, you're going to have two pieces of clothing you're never going to wear again.
We'll see.
All right. Hey, listen, as long as the team keeps winning, that's all we care about. Appreciate it, Johnny. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, what's up, bud?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing, man?
Good.
Good, dude. I mean, I feel what you're saying about the whole Christmas thing and it's your family, but, man, growing up, you know, I want to create that tradition with the boys and the girls, too, just remembering, you know, man, those Christmas days, those Thanksgiving days, just growing up and, you know, watching the game and dad's at the TV and just, you know, I just kind of feel like those are the times that they'll remember. They don't remember the food. They don't remember the gathering. They remember, like, the times of, like, you know, the fulfillment of, like, watching the game and dad's interested. And, you know, I dig it, dude. I kind of like it, and I think it's it may be a little needed in some households. You know, kind of get the family together a little bit. No, I'm all for it, man. I like the tradition, and let's keep it going, dude.
Well, look, one thing's for sure, the league respects you. Lion fans don't get to cry about not being respected because they are putting you on national TV in prime spots, and you are, Rico nailed it, you're every bit on the level of Chiefs, Eagles, Cowboys. Those would be the other three big ones to me.
Yeah. Well, let's get it, man. Let's uphold that that stature. Let's do it.
All right, well, listen, it sounds like a plan to me. I mean, my confidence level about whether this team's going to do it or not is a little different, but that's a different show for a different day.
So, Kenny, can I call your team privileged now? Because you notice we're not talking about the Niners on any of these games.
Don't twist it like that. We don't want them to be on Christmas. We want them to be on Christmas.
Nobody wants to see them. You're privileged.
All right, here we go with this guy. A lot of privilege.
Let's go to Spencer, 97.1. Spencer, how you doing? Spencer. Nope, don't have him. Can't hear him. We'll go to Andy, 97.1. Andy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, man, they let me out of New York, occupied territory. I came back home.
Hold on, Andy. I can't hear Andy. He sounds like a character from Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Can you talk to him and make sure he's okay?
Yeah, that was an interesting
I couldn't hear him. No. I put him on hold. I didn't hang up on him.
Oh, no, that was just an interesting conversation going on in the background. So Andy may have bigger fish to fry.
Okay. We'll go to Steve, 97.1, and hopefully Andy's okay. Steve, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
First-time caller. Appreciate you taking the call.
Yes, sir.
I agree with Rieger 100%. Too much, too many days. I mean, you got football now on Thursday. I don't need a Friday night game in Brazil, and I definitely don't need a game on Christmas Day. Those games last year were awful. I think Pittsburgh, it was like their third game in like 15, 16 days.
It was.
So it was just made a bad product, and believe me, I love football as much as anybody. But give me the Sunday night, the Monday games, the Thursday. I'm good with that. But the rest is, I don't need all these international games, and I certainly don't need on Christmas Day. Thanks for taking my call.
Steve, Christmas, that's the line in the sand for you? You agree with Rieger?
Yes.
Okay.
I love Rieger.
Yeah.
Great guy.
And as far as Javi, loving Javi, I'm not ready to get a jersey yet, but I'm totally in his corner, and he's been a joy to watch, and go Tigers.
Indeed. I want to get a Rieger jersey. Hey, buddy.
Let me tell you about my golf game.
No. I'm at the point with Rieger. I just hope he showers after he golfs before he comes in here and stinks the place up.
I don't think he's going to try that move again.
That's called being an adult. Let's go. We'll try. Andy's back on. Andy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, they released me out of New York. I'm out of occupied territory. I'm here in Detroit, back home where I grew up in Westland.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard occupied territory. I'm like, I think Andy's got bigger fish.
Andy, I couldn't hear
now.
anything you were saying. You sounded like a robot. Well, welcome. What's going on?
Well, your relative, Rocky Valeni, told me to give you a call. I'm a first-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, welcome.
Working.
Love Rock.
Yeah,
He's a good guy.
Great show.
Thank you, buddy.
So anyway, as a lifelong Detroit fan living in New York, it is a pleasure to have games on holidays because I get to watch out-of-market games in New York.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, there were a ton of games on prime time. It was awesome. But the bottom line is holidays, these sporting events are accoutrements, and the NFL are kings of their business. Look at all the other leagues. There's nobody better at the NFL for the product they put on live and on TV, in my opinion.
No, Andy, you're right. I just wonder, and look, this is just my perspective, and I know I'm probably too close to it. Andy, it's just so much now. I mean, now it's I'm a traditionalist, Andy. I love football on Sunday. That is a ritual, right? Andy, they're putting games on Friday, Sunday morning, Saturdays. We're going up against college football playoff. Christmas Day? So that's my only point with it. You're right. They are the WWE now. No one's better at marketing. But, man, middle of my Christmas Day, I'm going, Maron, you got to be kidding me.
I hear you. I'm going to tell you one last funny story. Since this is a Hungry Howie segment, I'm going to tell you about Hungry Howie's. I worked at Hungry Howie's. This time of the year, my brothers would be watching Pistons, Boston, Pistons, Lakers.
Yeah.
And the folks there weren't the sharpest sticks in the shed. And at the end of the night, if there were pizzas left over that didn't get picked up, I'd bring them home, and they didn't like what was on the pizza. So then they started ordering for, like, Desmond Tutu, Pope John Paul XII. So I'd look on top of the oven, and I'd look for all the weird names, and I'd bring them home. They get custom pizzas.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. What a scam. Oh, jeez.
When I'm back in 2 weeks, I'll bring you guys some DeFazio's. How's that?
You got a deal now. Now you're cooking with gasoline, Andy. Appreciate it, brother. Hey, listen, that's a hometown guy. You just don't worry about it. No, he did not say that.
There's no Sbarro's?
No, there is not. I just like his racket where he orders a pizza as Madonna and he knows it's his brother and he brings it home.
Hey.
Okay. Listen,
Johnny Depp's orders his pizza.
Yeah, whoa.
Johnny Depp.
What kind of pizza is this? Just a regular New York pizza?
What are we talking about?
The pizza he said he's going to pick up.
DeFazio's?
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
That's because it's from my hometown.
Oh, this is straight from. Oh,
yeah. No, that actually
Troy's.
Well, that place actually might have gotten the highest score from the One Bite Portnoy deal. He went there because Dave goes to Saratoga all the time. So drove down the highway, and that place is like 2 steps from where I was born. But it's it's very good pizza.
I'm in now. Okay.
Yeah, and again, I want to remind you, no one actually says the word the way Jameis Winston says. Okay, that's a Sopranos bit. No. Oh my God. Do me a favor. I want somebody in downtown to run around saying that.
I am so sorry.
Try it again with Jameis Winston. No one says that. Now, the other thing, it depends where you hang out.
Fantastic drop. What a drop.
What a drop. Possibly too much.
People tell me.
All right, listen. If you... That was David. The mistakes are funnier than when you're just doing your job. It's just much better. Yeah, nobody says that he hits the button. Thanks, TJ. All right, listen. Pizza, Hungry Howie's, you just heard about it. No, do not call and order a pizza as Madonna. Don't do that. No, Rico, they do not put, you know what, forget it. I'm not even doing it. Just go to Hungry Howie's. HungryHowies.com. Sign up for the email. Spend $10. You don't need to order a fake name. You get a medium 2-topping pizza with whatever you want on it, and that's it. Go to HungryHowies.com. Sign up for the email. Spend $10. Get a free medium 2-topping pizza. It's just that simple. Limited time offer only at HungryHowies.com.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Netflix and the Lions made it official on social media that Detroit will match up with the Vikings on Christmas Day.
Gabagoo.
It'll be a 4:30 kick. Tigers third baseman Jace Young has been sent down to Toledo. Akil Baddoo is taking his place on the roster per Jason Beck. Injured outfielder Parker Meadows was running the bases today along with some throwing. The plan is for him to take the upcoming road trip and possibly sent down for a rehab after that. A.J. Hinch has submitted his lineup card. Kerry Carpenter will lead off in DH. Gleyber Torres bats second at second. Colt Keith will hit third at first base. Riley Green in the cleanup spot as he plays left. Dylan Dingler back in there catching and batting fifth. Zach McKinstry will hit sixth at third. Trey Sweeney back at shortstop in the 7-hole. Javier Baez has been moved up to eighth while patrolling center field. And Akil Baddoo will round it out and play right field in AAA this year. He's hitting right around 250. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
Oh, God help us all. All right, let's get to Ticket Text, then the people, and 5 o'clock. Rico thinks he has unearthed the Lions' actual schedule that doesn't come out until tomorrow.
I feel like that guy with the crazy board with the strings attached to here and there and there. Yeah.
You know, and I don't think it's any coincidence. It's on the same day scientists claim they have found Noah's Ark. Have you seen that?
No.
You know, I'm going to tell you, he's fake religious guy. That's big news in the Bible community.
Well, they said they thought they found it decades ago.
Well, that's not my problem.
So they found the actual
I'm
ark.
telling you, they think they found it at the bottom of the ocean in Turkey.
Oh, it wasn't in Troy?
It was not.
Wow.
David, go ahead.
Football
Graffiti.
always.
Gabagoo. Okay. Yeah, he brought a couple of super sods on the ark with him. Leave the giraffes. Give me the super sod. I quit.
I don't know
Jameis
what's-
Winston has ruined this show.
Football always. Screw the baby and the fat white guy. Don't watch. I'm watching. My family is not that interesting anyway.
You sound like a ton of fun.
Yikes.
Hey, newsflash, when they spit on your grave, don't wonder why from above. I mean, are you kidding me?
That's wild. I'm with Mike on this one. Christmas is for family and Jesus, not sports. And having games on Netflix really sucks. That is Tony in Richmond.
But I wonder how many of these people actually watched the games last year that were on Netflix. Everybody's saying, no, I don't want to watch these games. You were watching.
Well, let me give you this one from Will in Ann Arbor. He says, wait until the NBA announces the Pistons will play on Christmas too.
It's just, okay.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
I love the NFL on Christmas. I'd watch football over basketball on Christmas any day, but I'd rather not have Christmas on Christmas. I mean, football on Christmas.
Oh,
yes. I'm sorry.
No, and again, I also think we already have the Thanksgiving Day game. We have managed to rationalize that. Having the Lions play on both holidays, I don't like it. You can call me whatever names you like.
No, it's not calling names. It is, Mike, it's a matter of preference. You are a very family-oriented man, and you're a traditionalist, so this spits in your face. I get that.
Yeah.
The second I saw it, I laughed because I'm like, I know one person who is not going to be happy about this news. So,
okay, thank you.
He's happy. He gets to spend time with his family.
Okay, I'm done.
I wonder what's going to be on the menu.
Not that. Go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, what's going on?
Hey, gentlemen, how are you doing?
Good, Ryan.
Long-time listener, first-time caller to the show.
Welcome.
Thank you. I am generally on your guys' side, and I have been this whole time about the Lions plan on Christmas. I'm more of a traditionalist. I'll keep the Sunday day games, the night games, the Monday night games, and the Thursdays. You can keep everything else. The Sunday mornings are too early. I got shit to do in the morning before football.
Well,
but overall, as I heard some people calling, my cousins and me, I have 5 cousins who are like within 5 years of me. We all grew up in Michigan when we were younger, and when they were about 10, they moved to Ohio, about 3 miles south of the border. We still see them all the time, but it's never during Lions games, and we all get together at my grandpa's house and stuff for the holidays.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this as kind of a year that we're going to get to actually watch a game and sit down and enjoy it together. So I'm looking at it as a positive. Long term, I don't want to see the Lions regularly playing on Christmas like they do on Thanksgiving. But I'm going to look at it with a fresh perspective, and I get to actually watch the game with some of my family I don't get to watch a lot of football with.
And for your situation, sure, Ryan, it's not a universal thing, and that's why I said I don't think anyone's a bad person if you're amped up about it. And Ryan, I know I'm guilty of this. I know it. Because of the amount of football I watch, I am more sensitive to this because it's like I loved growing up. Here we go. Cue up the record player. I liked growing up, and you had Sunday to look forward to. Every Sunday was a holiday. It was football. No, it wasn't gabba gabba goo. No. It was football. But now it's
and it was Monday night was special. Right. Monday night was. Wow, your team made money. Like when the Lions played the Cowboys that Monday night, it was incredible.
Huge
Barry
deal.
versus Emmett, yes.
But now, the Thursday night, now you're getting Fridays, multiply. You're getting Sunday mornings, multiply. Saturdays, multiply.
They've made it less special because they've oversaturated
But they're
market.
also diluting the Sunday pool of games.
Yeah, because you heard that week one.
Oh, my
1 o'clock.
God. That's bleep in a box.
So I didn't even think about that till the ticket texters.
Please don't let this be a question about cannolis or something.
No.
Okay.
Let's just say, play along with me, okay?
Okay.
The Pistons go out there and they get Zion, and they want them on Christmas Day. And now you have the Pistons and the Lions on Christmas Day.
Nobody will pay attention to the Pistons. That's not an insult. It's reality.
You're right. But the fact that Detroit
will be on
care about it, yeah.
Both platforms on Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a rematch with the Knicks?
I'm sorry. I was waiting for Jameis Winston or an insult from you.
You know, everything is not about Jameis Winston.
Oh, really?
It's not.
Look at the jackass who keeps hitting the button over there.
Oh, it's my fault now.
Kenny, how about a Winston? What'd you call him? Jersey.
Oh, I thought you were saying what Trump called him.
No.
Okay. No. I'm just going to Shane. 97.1. Shane, what's going on?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Afternoon, sir.
Mike, I spoke last year with you, actually with all you guys around Thanksgiving, and you guys, I had the beautiful rendition of Ed's Thanksgiving. So, but you had the question about whether or not you were dissatisfied with people walking in front of the TV or asking questions during the game, and I said that it did not bother me if people walk in front of the TV or ask questions because it was more of a traditional thing.
Yeah.
But this, on Christmas, this is, obviously it's not a tradition, but this is not a tradition that I want to get accustomed to.
Correct.
And it's all about the greed. This is the NFL, the National Football League. Why are we having these international games at these crazy times? You know, just to support your team. Thank God, you know, we don't support the Jaguars. I feel like they're going to be in London anytime soon. But
it's money.
I remember, I remember growing up, and it was Sunday and Monday.
And it made it special. And it was an unbelievable day of football every week. And now think about this too, Shane. The international thing used to be, okay, I don't know if your hubcap's going to fall off. I got to put you on hold there. I want to make sure 4 wheels are staying attached to the vehicle. Now we're seeing you don't get a break. You don't get a breather. And as the Lions have ascended, yes, it is very cool to be thought of to play on Sunday night. I still think the best time slot is the 4:30 in the afternoon on Sunday afternoon. America's game of the week. It's the best broadcast crew. It's Sunday afternoon. Rico's sitting back with a little gobble gabagool sandwich. It's just, that's the one. Then it's Sunday night. The Monday night thing has lost its luster, especially now a couple weeks during the year. They're doing double dips.
You know what? I've started to grow kind of fond of the Thursday night game. When it's a good game.
Ugh.
Not when it's two dog crap teams, but when it's a good game and it's the only game, yeah. No, you don't. I take it.
I loathe it.
Now, David was giving me the look as well. You don't like Thursday night?
No.
I don't need it.
Now if they
we
only
just
did
had
it-
Monday night.
I'm saying if they just when it's a marquee
You
game.
mean like if it's the 49ers and Rams or something like that? Because that's happened before.
But that's Sunday at 4 p.m.
It should be.
Live
Or,
from Candlestick
you know,
Park.
It should be.
There it is.
Damn
It's Chiefs Bills Thursday night. Like,
Sunday at 4, Sunday at 7. When you put these games on these other days, it's taking away from Sunday.
It's taken away from Monday for sure.
Amazon
the Monday
needs
matchups
love,
are
too.
horrible now.
No, but the point is, when they're selling like the Black Friday game that they sold, this wasn't last year, the year prior. I think they got like $150 million for one singular game. Who the hell watched Jets and Dolphins on Black Friday? I don't have time for that. I'm putting a Christmas tree up. I got things to do.
You put the tree up on Black Friday?
100%.
You don't get a real tree? You look like a real tree
Absolutely
person.
not. No.
Really?
No. The 3 dogs and those needles everywhere.
Okay, you know what?
Yeah, you
okay.
take them to the vet, get the x-ray when they got pine cones in their ass. No, I'm out. Absolutely not.
Okay. You know, I'll
Hey, is that a bulldog covered in sap? Yes, it is. I mean, no, absolutely not.
But he's cute.
Right. No, we're good. All right, we'll get back to the people in a second. And Rico is playing Inspector Clouseau because at 5 o'clock he thinks he's unearthed the real Lions schedule before you've seen it. Weather, we're ready to get out and do stuff. Now is the time to get on the road. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You need a truck, they got you covered. 25 Silverado LT, $294 a month, $1,495 down. The 25 Blazer EV all-wheel drive, $227 a month, $999 down. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together. Let's drive. Our next topic, well, it's a blitz, rather. We'll get back to your calls momentarily, but if Javi Baez can do it, so can your team. It's called NFL Schedule Optimism by Kenny, ?
Not quite with the schedule stuff just yet. We have a blitz here from CBS.
Okay.
32 reasons to be optimistic for each team. I'm not going to do all 32. That would be
Well, I'd hope not. Also, you don't need to be optimistic for the Giants. I saw their schedule. We might win 3 games.
Oh, we'll get to your Giants. Don't you worry about that. Let's start in the division. Green Bay. Jordan Love's late season surges. They're saying he flashed elite potential at times.
He has the ability to be a top 5 quarterback in this league. He wasn't healthy. He's got to ditch one key thing. He has to stop with what we call Jason Tatum syndrome. Stop fading away on your throws, son. Step into him.
What he just said.
Sorry. I'm passionate
Uh,
about this Jordan Love thing. It drives me insane.
Other than the Jason Tatum thing.
I didn't mean the Achilles. I meant the fadeaways.
Right, but I'm just saying he was injured. But, yeah, I think when healthy, he's one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. And they went and got him some receivers in the draft.
Let's call our shot with Ben Johnson here, guys.
Okay.
What do you think that looks like in Chicago? How does it work? Does it work well?
Yes, I think they make the playoffs. I have a lot of respect for Ben Johnson. And I think people have gotten a little bit. Lions fans are kind of like Tony Montana at the end of Scarface. They're nose down and a mountain of blow. They don't respect the fact this guy helped turn Jared Goff. He made Jared Goff what Baez is. What's the issue? Lion fans are all coked up. They're out of their minds.
A lot of coke. Maybe too much.
A lot of cocaine. It's Ben Johnson's really good at what he does.
Say hello to my little friend.
Right. All coked up with grenade launchers. Lion fans. I think it's going to work.
I think it's going to work as well. And you know what? I think they'll be competing. I don't know if I'm ready to say they're going to make the playoffs.
That's fine.
But I think that they're going to be in that mix in the final weeks 18, 19.
Is it going to look like that?
17, 18. I'm sorry.
Remember that Lions team that just missed the playoffs, beat the Packers at the end of the season? Something that looks like that to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Where there's a matrix that if this happens, then they can make it in.
So Minnesota sticking in the division, perfect roster to usher their new quarterback in.
I agree. I just know nothing about J.J. McCarthy.
It better work, and he's going to look like Sam Darnold 2.0.
Their roster is 12, 13 wins good.
Right. I mean,
but is J.J. ready to do that? They are an ultimate wild card for me.
Yeah, because I look at it, and it's like Darnold went 14-3, and it was like, wow.
That was the Javi Baez of football.
And
that wasn't real.
Right, but he parlayed that into a new contract. Can JJ, I guess, you know what? Don't make mistakes. Don't do anything stupid. But, you have – and when all else fails, throw the ball to 18.
So, Rico, we'll stick with you. We'll start with you for this one. The San Francisco 49ers. Christian McCaffrey back to being healthy. That's your reason to be optimistic.
Why? Just why? You know what?
You're a man of privilege. I just wanted to know what the privilege was.
Yeah, what's it like having the easiest schedule in football,
Why don't you go do some more blow over there,
my team's awful. My team may as well be face down in a pile of blow. They got nothing else going on.
But you make great chicken cutlets.
That's right.
McCaffrey. If he is healthy, Kenny, yes, it's a great reason to be optimistic because now it helps out Purdy. It's not always just dropping back playing 7-on-7 football. You could actually run the ball, which is what they really like to do.
I actually would be optimistic. I like the skill people they've put around Purdy. I think getting out of the Debo business, it was the right time, the right move. Ayuk will come back. Pearsall looked good. His team's going to be fine.
Juwan Jennings was kind of that surprise guy.
Plus, he's got red hair. Automatic upgrade. Keep going.
And this one I want to throw over to David because it's his team finally acquired another star. Wide receiver. David, are you optimistic?
About what?
Who's throwing him the ball? How are we running the ball? Who's on the offensive line? Who do we have other than T.J.
Okay,
Watt?
you know what, David?
There's no hope.
If you're going to let little things like that get in the way,
Yeah, small
you
details.
just can't be happy.
No, I actually think the Steelers have very little to be optimistic about.
Except Mike Tomlin is a wizard. He'll find a way to get into the playoffs. David, it's like they shouldn't make it. And all of a sudden, they get the final playoff spot.
Mason
How
Rudolph
did they
is
do this?
currently QB1. That is not
Your
playoff worthy.
saving grace is you got to hope Aaron Rodgers walks out of the jungle after one of these olive oil seances or whatever the hell he's doing, and he becomes the quarterback of the Steelers. That
David-
is your only hope to making the playoffs.
That's sad, but you're right.
Mason Rudolph, 2 words. Maybe he is this year's
helmet smash.
Sam Darnold.
No, he's not.
What are the odds if Mason Rudolph plays? David attacks Mason Rudolph with a helmet like Myles Garrett did.
In Ford Field.
Helmet to ass.
He's terrible. Yes, Kenny.
Well, Mike, you were laughing at everybody else, so let's get to your team. Jackson
do it.
Dart, Abdul Carter is the reasons to be optimistic for your squad.
Sure. Look at the schedule. We may be 1-14. We might get 2 wins the last 2 weeks to screw ourselves out of a draft pick. I'm
reason to be optimistic.
I think we have a top 10 defense. I think we have a bottom 10 offense. And it's a brutal schedule. That's my optimism is I think for the first time in a long time, I can believe in the Giant defense.
Jameis Winston. No, in all seriousness, you don't think Russell Wilson can get you 8 wins?
Not with that schedule. Not unless on paper it looks horrific. Yeah, that's the guy I'm trusting to get me to the playoffs, right?
Okay, Jameis is just funny. I hope he plays, but Russell Wilson is experienced enough that I think he could get you 8 wins.
I'd rather start Jackson Dart and just be terrible. Gobble, gobble, ghoul.
Gobble, gobble, ghoul.
How is this guy my quarterback?
Let's stick in that same area and keep talking
Is this
quarterback.
what Costa serves on Thanksgiving?
What'd you say?
Is this what Costa serves on Thanksgiving?
Gobble, gobble, ghoul.
No, please. His Thanksgiving, it's brought to you by Marie Callender. Ain't nobody in that family can cook. Fake ass Italian.
So he's on the Rieger plan.
100%. I bet you. You know what? You know what Costa does? Strikes me as the type of guy who has a glass of milk with his Thanksgiving dinner.
But it's wholesome.
Oh, no. All right, last one here.
I still haven't gotten over the
We
face
gotta-
full of blow.
That's Lion fans when it comes to Ben Johnson. They're out of their minds.
So one more, guys. Pull it together. Can Justin Fields be the latest late bloomer?
Oh, please.
That's for the joke.
Let's go to this guy. Get
Yes.
a wet right. Well, wet
Yes.
right for Rico. He's talking about Justin Fields.
Yes.
Any particular reason or just yes because reason?
Justine Feliz.
I'm out.
It's just like, bias. Justin, now, seriously, if it doesn't work out, I quit. But you got a clean slate. You're in a honeymoon period, and New York has nothing but you. You could think about it. If he plays well, he'll be the best quarterback in that city.
Man, leave me alone. I can't do it. I wanted Justin Fields to be good, but that boat left the harbor about 3 years ago for me. So I'm rooting for Rico.
He was good. The Steelers just didn't know what they had, and they gave him away.
Oh,
Now
is
look
that
at you.
right? Okay.
Mason Rudolph. Bet you miss him now.
That is in football today.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers are sending Jace Young to Toledo. A.J. Hinch says the move is due to his overall offensive production. Akil Baddoo has been called up in his place. Good news on Parker Meadows. He's traveling with the team on the road trip, which starts Friday, with the hope he can start a rehab soon after. Scott Harris joined the New York Post and was asked whether the Tigers have the means to sign Tarek Skubal in the future. Skubal on the bump again tonight as his team looked for the sweep against the Red Sox. Right here on the ticket at 640. The Warriors hit the hardwood again tonight, looking to fend off elimination as the Timberwolves have a 3-1 lead in the series. News breaking today that Draymond Green has been fined $50,000 for, quote, making an inappropriate comment that questions the integrity of official, end quote, when he referred to the point spread after fouling out in Game 3. Steph Curry remains out for Golden State. He's been cleared for shooting, though. We'll take a look at his injury again on Sunday. Morris the alligator, who starred in Happy Gilmore and other movies, has passed away. He's believed to be over the age of 80. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I tell you, I just want to apologize on behalf of everyone at 97.1 The Ticket. Otto's lost his damn mind. Morris, the alligator, in the update? Good grief. Odyssey.com rewind. Man. You missed anything. We did a lot of Javi Baez discussion today. You can go and get that if you want, but football's on the brain, and that is Rico thinks he has found the Lions' schedule before it releases tomorrow. Now, I can't tell you how we've corroborated. I can only tell you that Rico has a high degree of confidence that this is the schedule. He's putting on the professorial glasses. Rico believes this is your Detroit Lions schedule. Now, it is online. We have a high degree of confidence. So,
yeah,
we thought it would be appropriate to cue some music for this because you're solving a mystery. And I want to go through this, and I want to know, just for fun, does it give people confidence or concern? Because I'm telling you, if Rico reads this, I want you to really sit and think about this for a second before you just turn into Jim Costa and start yelling 15 wins, okay? Rico Beard, are you prepared?
Yes, sir.
David.
Oh, I thought it was going to be disco music. All right. Okay, guys, teams have been releasing games here and there or other sources, so I kind of piecemealed all of the stuff together, filled in the blanks on some, but here is what I believe the Lions' 2025 schedule will be.
High degree of certainty, people, that when you get the schedule tomorrow, you can say you got it here today.
Week 1 at Green Bay.
That's a loss.
Week 2. Guess what, folks? We don't wait that long. Ben Johnson. Here, Chicago Bears.
Oh, boy, oh, boy.
At home.
Okay.
Week 3, we're going to Baltimore to go play Lamar.
Uh-oh.
Week 4.
Hey, Kenny, having fun yet?
Say hello to Shedeur Sanders.
Okay, now there's a W.
Week 5, the other team in Ohio at Cincinnati. Week 6, Sunday Night Football. You're playing the Chiefs.
All right, so
in Kansas City.
Just stop for 1 second. I want Rico to repeat the first 6 games.
At Green Bay, home against Chicago, at Baltimore, home against Cleveland, at Cincinnati, at Kansas City.
2 new coordinators, Noah Lee McNeil, Aiden working his way back.
I can see a clear path.
Here's my reaction to the first 6 weeks.
Jordan Love, Caleb Williams, Lamar, Joe Burrow, and then you got Patrick Mahomes.
All right, but it's got – no, more music. It's got to get easier, though, right?
Well, Monday Night Football, Week 7 here against Tampa Bay.
Oh, another playoff team.
Well, Week 8, bye.
Yeah, you can't lose to the bye week.
And at least it's in the middle of the season this year. Week 9, Minnesota at home. JJ's coming home.
Hey, Kenny, where are the layups?
I'll get to the layups. But before we get to the layups, 2 road games.
Back to back.
At the Commanders, a rematch of the playoff game.
Oh.
And it looks like it's going to be at Philly Sunday Night Football.
Okay, so now we're how many weeks in?
11.
Okay. In rapid fire fashion, read the 11 games right now.
At Green Bay, Chicago at home, at Baltimore, Cleveland at home, at Cincinnati, at Kansas City, Tampa at home, Minnesota at home, at Washington, at Philly.
Okay. Kenny is rubbing his face. Hold on. Let's go through the last portion.
You may not like what I'm going to say, but New York Giants.
Well, that's the layup.
No. Because then the next game is Green Bay Thanksgiving. So you may be the sandwich game. Lack of focus.
Oh.
Dallas. Thursday Night Football. That was announced.
Okay.
Here in Detroit.
Then they get 10 days rest into the next game.
At the Rams. Matthew Stafford. Pittsburgh. Here in Detroit. And then you finish up the year at Minnesota on Christmas, which we just talked about, and then at Chicago. We got to go to Ben's crib.
So here's my question, guys. And it's one thing to say, hey, the Lions have the number 2 most difficult schedule in football. It's another to actually hear it. And we believe.
Right.
We
now
believe.
This is the unofficial.
We believe this is the unofficial, official schedule. We can't tell you how we've corroborated, but when you hear that schedule, confidence or concern, because I will tell you openly, that sounds like 10-7. I'm not trying to be provocative. I think you've got a very good football team, but you know my concerns about losing both coordinators. You also know my concerns that last year's 15-2 was a little bit fake. The schedule really broke your way. Not your problem, but it's reality. And you did not face high-level QBs, and when you did, they slaughtered you. Well, what the hell does that look like? And before you say injuries, remember something. The first 11 games have a very high degree of certainty you won't have a Lee McNeil. And I think Aiden will be fine eventually. I want to see it first. You don't have either coordinator. There's no soft landing. You've got 2 guys who haven't done the job before, and they are going to be thrown into the fire. That feels like 10-7 to me when he reads it on paper. Now, it's May 14th. I have a right to change that opinion. We'll see how the summer goes. We'll get reports. Right. Other teams' players will die. I don't know. But Kenny, you're rubbing your face like you're hungover and regret last night's decisions. When you hear that schedule, are you confident or concerned like me?
It's concern, and I'm going to say something that I hope I don't get slaughtered by Lions fans.
A lot of concern.
A lot of concern. That sounds like 9-8. Sounds like 9-8.
Whoa!
Okay,
get it.
No McNeil. And like I said, once again, this is something I found out online, so I just kind of piecemealed this all together. But yes, in your first 11 weeks without him, at Green Bay, at Baltimore, at Cincinnati, at Kansas City, at Washington, at Philly.
Yeah, these games are not at the crib.
Okay?
These road games are lethal. You don't get a soft landing to start the year. I want to know where you guys are at, and I want you to assume this is the real schedule. We feel pretty confident this is the real schedule, even though it doesn't come out till tomorrow. Guys, when you hear that, oh, by the way, I just received a text. Jim Costa says 17-0. When you hear that, concern or confidence? And I've given you reasons, so you got to do the same for how you feel about it. And yes, there's a couple of games in here that are damn near unlosable. I know that. The Browns, Steelers, Giants. No question. But what else? What else exactly? When you hear that, yeah, you're paying the price for going 15-2 last year.
But see, I'm wondering, like, your Giants, Mike, perfect situation because You're sandwiched right in between Philly and Green Bay.
I'll give you 16.5 points right now.
Okay.
You take the Giants.
Okay.
Good luck with that.
You got Tampa Monday Night Football, and before you like, well, that's a win.
No,
Yeah.
Tampa's busted your balls plenty, and they beat you here last year. So let's not do that. 248-539-9797. We believe Rico Beard has broken the new schedule. And the first 6 weeks, the first 11 weeks, I will not deny it gets a softer landing late in the year. But I'm telling you, with 2 new coordinators, the league did you no favors opening up that way. And by the way, no Aleem McNeil. So I just would love to hear. David, what's your reaction? Kenny is petrified.
Yeah, I was already looking at the opponents on their schedule for this year and leaning 10-7. This stretch right here.
Stay at 10-7.
Because what you're saying, Rico, and you're right, the 11 games without Aleem McNeil, but even if you get him back after that.
He's got a notepad, people.
After the Giants game, right in the fire with the Packers, right in the fire with Dallas, it's like now you're easing him into that? That's tough. 10-7 I'll stick with, but wow.
But again, there's no delusions of 13, 14, 15
Not
wins,
even
right?
close.
I find it difficult to get to 12. If you want to say 11-6 or 10-7, I'm not going to kill you on that. But the whole point is that schedule, that it is online, it is leaked. We think it's real. Can't get into why. That schedule, I think Vegas had you at 10.5 for a damn good reason. And I think that looks like a 10-7 to me.
The only good news about this schedule, if this schedule is legit, you only have one outdoor cold weather game. Because that was my biggest concern. If you had flipped that and the first 5 games on the road were out in the cold, man, that to me seemed like just guaranteed losses.
I think your biggest problem in all of this is it's going to be Jared Goff opposite of last year. Goff took the field and was better than a vast majority of the QBs he faced. This year, you're going into these games, you don't have the better quarterback. And in some of these matchups, and you know I like Goff, guys, it's not close. Now you have the mystery, new coordinator. And you can lull yourself into a false sense of security and say, well, he'll just do the same things Ben Johnson did. That's not how it works. They're men. They're not machines. There's a rapport. There's a relationship. There's also when bullets start flying live and you haven't done the job, it hits different. Mm-hmm. It's why some guys are good coordinators and they make terrible head coaches. It's different.
Yeah. And it's when all of a sudden the team will just turn on you because they're not paying attention anymore because your way's not working.
People, we think that's the real schedule. I want to know what your reaction is to it. 248-539-9797. Ticket texts are available if you want it. That feels like 10-7 to me. And we're having fun. It's on paper. I don't even like schedule stuff. But I think that's real. And that ain't pretty. And especially the start of the year with no Aleem and 2 new coordinators. You tell me. Do me a favor, guys. If you're going to call up, stop hanging up on Kenny. You drive me out of my mind. It's like a light show over here on the phone screener, and then it's Kenny getting the phone to his bulbous beard, and he can't even say hello to you before you hang up. What are we doing? Talk to the guy. Kenny's lonely. Say hello. 248-539-9797. Distracted driving is an epidemic. Look around. Some ding-dongs on the road playing on their phone right now. Call Mike Purpur, National Benefit Plans. He'll help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. Michael's shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He'll guarantee you the best possible rate. And guess what? Mike's got over 30 years of experience in the game. National Benefit Plans. Get with him today, nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Okay, David, we'll get to the callers in a second. What is I don't want to go to Ticket Text, but I want you to, like a pollster. What is the general? Is there a consensus, concern, or confidence in what we believe is the actual Lions schedule that is leaked early?
Yeah, there seems to be more concern than confidence.
Now, don't worry. If you want confidence, tune in tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. John and Jim are deciding just how much you're going to win by on your way to 17-0.
No, I think they'll downgrade it 14-3.
I just here's the other thing. These
you gotta
road
play
games.
Lamar. That's the difference.
By the way, all I could think of when you were reading that, and I know we're not going to do the topic, Trey Hendrickson. You want to go out and ace that schedule? More pass rush, please. Go to Bert, 97.1. Bert, what's going on, brother?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good.
This schedule is completely brutal. I mean, I'm thinking all these away games, if we come out 4-4, would just be a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, obviously, we've got months to go, and we'll see how summer works out. We'll see where your injuries are at, other teams. But, yeah, Bert, you're seeing it. That looks a hell of a lot different than last year. And based on one thing, well, two things. A, as you nailed it, Bert, the road games. But B, consistently facing good quarterbacks.
Consistently, exactly. I mean, we come into our bye week. At least it's not week, what was it, 2 last year?
Week
Great.
4? Was it week 5 last year? I think it's week
4. Okay. All right, 4. Well, fair enough. We get week 8. We come, we're feeling good. The next 2 or 3 games, there's just, it's like.
Yeah, there's no reprieve,
and
and you
no
got
breaks.
Both sides of the ball. You've got new coordinators, and it's hard enough when you're replacing a high-level coordinator with someone new to do it on both sides of the ball. I think, and again, I'll always believe Vegas has this information before everybody else. I think this explains why the win total's at 10.5.
Oh, absolutely. If we get to 10, God almighty, I hope we get to 12. But if we get to 10, that's going to be a tough road alone.
Well, yeah, I mean, Bert, when you look at your it seems like the first 4 games could be Love, and then you got Lamar, and then you got Joe Burrow, and then you got Patrick Mahomes. Yeah. Sandwiched in between there, Ben Johnson, the coordinator who just
by
tanked.
the way, I mean, again, I don't understand the Caleb Williams slander by people. Go look at his rookie year. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, considering his coach got fired, considering his offensive coordinator was a functioning idiot. Go look at his year. Ben Johnson, they spent a ton of money. They upgraded the whole O-line. Hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You guys will be sure to tell me about it. I don't think Bears going to be a picnic. But as I said to you earlier in the show, a lot of Lions fans treat Ben Johnson leaving. They're Tony Montana face down in a pile of blow. You're just out of your minds. Like somehow he's not responsible for saving Goff's career? Well, what do you think he's going to do with the pedigree of a number 1 pick who everyone really liked, who was viewed as generational, and who wasn't thrown in the scrap heap? Okay, yeah, Caleb Williams is a weirdo. Noted. So's Tom Brady.
Right, and he went out and drafted him some toys. Improved the O-line.
Lots of stuff. I don't know. Go to Brent, 97.1. Whoopsie daisy, I'm an idiot. Brent, what's going on, pal?
Hey, how's it going today, guys?
Good, Brent. What's up?
Good. If that schedule is real, that's insane. I don't know how or why they would do that to the Lions.
Well, you went 15-2. That's part of it.
It goes back to what we said earlier,
Yeah.
Brent. It's one of the perks of being one of the big boys. Big boy schedule.
Well, that does not seem like a perk to me. That's all. Those road games are nuts.
Yeah, that's the thing that gets me is if you got more of those teams at your place, it would feel different because I think this is one of the elite fan bases and home field advantages in the league. But you're right, Brent. When you look at those road games, man, asking this team to go 6-2 in those road games, that's, as Lomas would say, a big ask.
I mean, going to Cincinnati is very rough. It just all sounded terrible when you listed those off.
So you're concerned, needless to say, but okay, the over-under in Vegas right now is 10.5. What side of 10.5 are you on?
I have a lot of confidence in this team, mostly because of our running game. So I would say over.
Okay, you're still 11 or 12 wins.
Yeah, but if that schedule's real,
Brent,
I might change.
Brent, I'm about 90% sure it's real.
And you have inside info, so I get it.
I'm just here's the other thing, Brent. This is the other one you got to look at too. Okay, I'll get killed for saying it. I'm sure it'll be a big problem on the morning show tomorrow. If I could sign a piece of paper that this team goes 11-6, I would lock it in right now.
That's fair.
Not to them, it's not. In the mornings, please.
I might be right around there as well.
Because here's the thing, and the dirty little secret: 5 of your first 6 games, 50-50, or you may be on the bad percentage side. Like you're on the road going up against some good
Those
quarterbacks.
first 6 games. If I could sign up for 4-2, I'd take it today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, though? Like, and that's, I think
I would even go, if I can go 3-3, I'd take that.
Hater. Kenny, go ahead. You were about to say something. I'm sorry, buddy.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, it sounded like you really bummed that caller out.
I didn't.
He started off like pretty energetic at the beginning of the call, and by the end he was like, I guess they could maybe win 11. I don't know. You really bummed the guy out. I felt bad for the poor man.
But Kenny, you were looking at me when I said it. If I could sign a piece of paper 11-6, would you do it right now?
Absolutely.
Same here.
No sweat. You're guaranteed a shot at the playoffs.
No, you're in
the
11.
playoffs, a shot at the Super Bowl.
Because
That's all
I'm
that I
telling
want.
you, I can't guarantee they win 11 of those. And obviously, as you get into the season, all right, all of a sudden, Lamar Jackson, like a cartoon safe falls on his head and he doesn't play week 4. Well, the game looks different. But we're just playing it out on paper, on surface. You look at that and go, hey, any delusions of grandeur you had of 15-2 and what went down last year, I think that horse left the stall.
Yeah.
Now, if you go, hey, man, you go win 12, 13 games with a schedule like this, just hand Dan Campbell the award for Coach of the Year.
Yeah, I don't want to hear anything about anybody else winning Coach of the Year. It's his. You can give it to him probably at week 15.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls coming up next. 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. A decent amount of Tiger news today. AJ Hinch says that Matt Vierling is still day-to-day. They know he will not return in this next series against the Blue Jays, but he could make his way back by Monday against the Cardinals. He said Parker Meadows isn't ready to go yet, but they'll give him additional tests in St. Louis. Meadows threw and ran this afternoon. He'll travel with the team after today. Sure is. Detroit has put together their best start since 1984 at home. They'll look to make it a little better tonight with a sweep of the Red Sox. They have Tarek Skubal on the mound. Hear the 6:40 first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Before the game, Jace Young was sent down. Akil Baddoo was also called up. The full NFL schedule being released tonight. Reports say the Lions will play the Chiefs on Sunday Night Football Week 6 in Kansas City. Looks like the opener will be at Ford Field against the Packers as well on Sunday, September 7th. Their Christmas Day game with the Vikings is now official. The interdivision tilt will air on Netflix. The full official reveal happens tonight at 8, if there's anything left to unveil, that is. Well, what a way to wrap this one up. At the Cornwall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
Okay, Hatchet. Ticket text just that really caught Otto off guard, didn't it? A couple of ticket texts will go straight to the phones. Rico has unveiled what he believes the Lions schedule is. We're 90% sure he's right. And it's brutal on paper. So we had the conversation. I think this is why Vegas had you at 10.5 wins. And what I don't like is the first 6 weeks of this season with 2 new coordinators. Oh, mama. That's a brutal start. I'll have Rico read that momentarily. David, ticket text first. What do you got?
Already having a panic attack about this Baltimore game. A schedule of doom and despair. Winning the division will be tough. Someone else says 9-8. Another person, Dan, says 8-9.
Oh.
Someone else is asking, is this for real? For real?
For
I'm
real?
worried.
For real.
Woo. Reading through the first 6 games, the Lions could legitimately be 2-4.
Oh, dear.
Wow.
Oh, dear. I'll tell you right now, we'd need a new morning host. Jim would move to Mexico and get a new identity.
Legitimately?
No,
Okay.
Don't be self-indulgent, because I know what you're going to do, and then
What?
you're like, why do people say I'm doom and gloom? No, I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to do.
It depends on what the first Ben Johnson.
I tried.
It's May. It's May. Don't do it yet.
I
Don't
tried.
do it yet.
Save it. You're excited. You're
They
gonna get...
could go 5-1.
All right. Hey, John Jansen, everybody. All right, go ahead.
What's your experience?
Notice he ain't saying that no more.
Jeff from the Lower Peninsula says, I'm feeling somewhere between low end 7-10, high end 9-8.
Oh, my God.
I told you, man.
I mean, I feel better. I said 10-7 off the rip, and I thought I was going to be viewed as negative.
It's the caliber of quarterback that you're going up against, and you're looking at the defensive. In a perfect world, you would have played this at the back end of the schedule, maybe. You get McNeil back. Hutch will be more in the game shape, but yeah, you're throwing them right into the fire.
Matt in Troy says concern level is 10 out of 10. That's a brutal road schedule. Split the first 10 and go 5-5 and find a way to get to 11 wins. After that, I'm confident it is 9-8. Now, there are some positives. Someone says they win the division at 11-6. That is from Rick.
Hey, 11-6, I'd sign the piece of paper right now. That's my only point to you.
11 wins is possible, but the offensive line, Gibbs and Montgomery, they better hold up, he says. I'm already nervous drinking just listening to that schedule.
Read the first 6 weeks for the people.
At Green Bay, home against Chicago. At Baltimore, here, home against Cleveland. At Cincinnati. At Kansas City.
And it don't get better from there, but the first 6 that's some serious business. Let's go to Brandon, 97.1. Brandon, what's going on, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Good.
Coming from a place of privilege, I'm a 49er fan. This sounds a lot like 2020 49ers. Coming off of the Super Bowl, we went 6-10. We got a lot of breaks during the Super Bowl year to go 13-3, and we had injuries. We had a rough schedule. We ended up going 6-10 before we started making another playoff push. That's what the schedule sounds like to me. It sounds like maybe 7-10 at best, 8-9.
Woo!
Rico, what do you think? I remember that year. I had a lot of hope going into that season.
Oh, I remember that year as well.
Everything went wrong.
Yeah,
our running backs our running backs that we depended on to go 13-3 all got dinged up. Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt. The defense got banged up. Now, there's a little bit of an asterisk with it being the COVID year, but it sounds very similar. We got a rough break on the schedule. The 13-3 year, we had the easy schedule because we were in last place the year before. Now you got the first place schedule. This screams 7-10.
That's all. It's like a little bit of football karma, all the breaks that you got.
Brandon, I'll tell you what it screams. Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, I don't understand what the Lions are doing. You have the play, you have the pieces, you have the money. Go get the guy. Go get it now because I'm a 49er fan.
With those quarterbacks, don't be telling me I should just settle for whatever. Go get another
terrified.
war daddy and let's get after it.
Yeah, I'm terrified. I mean, I watched us lose the Super Bowl against Baltimore, and I don't like being good for a long time. I like winning Super Bowls, and I haven't seen one since '95. I'm 35 years old.
I know. Brandon, 2 words. I want to see what your reaction is if it's like Rico's. Jaquiski Tart.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to hear that name ever again.
Understood.
Leave me alone with that name.
Are you proud of yourself?
Listen, my team's going to win 3 games. You and Brandon.
You know what? You've won 2 more Super Bowls since we've seen it.
You hate to see it. Gabagool.
Davis' team has won.
Yes, I sure have.
Yeah, see? So, but privilege. I know.
Gabagool.
Yeah. Gabagool.
I'm just waiting for the Jameis drop. No, go ahead. You're having a field day with it. There you go. Go to Drake, 97.1. Drake, how you doing, bud?
Good. What's up, Mike?
You tell me. What's your reaction to what we think is the real schedule?
Well, listen, long before this schedule came out, I've kind of been beating the drum that I thought we were going to take a massive step back this year. And I think that last guy that's a little bit of a knee jerk. I think 7-10 is
that's
an
crazy.
overreaction. But, I mean, you think if we win 11 games, we're still hitting the over on Vegas's line, but that's still a massive step back from last year.
Agree totally. I think 10 or 11's the sweet spot for me. Drake, I try to live in the real world here. People are underrating the loss of both coordinators.
No, I agree 100%. And Vegas is so good about that because I think they're going to come in either right at 10 or 11 wins. But let me ask you this, because I'm 100% on the Trey Hendrickson train with you. If we pick him up, does that affect the line?
That's a really...
Because in my mind, if we bring him in, that might affect my opinion on potentially 2 to 3 games. You know,
I'm thinking he's good for probably at least 1.
Yeah, I'm not qualified to tell you how much that would move that. That is certainly beyond. I'd be over my skis. But Drake, I know what you're saying. And look, we did the topic yesterday, right? If the Bengals are sitting there asking for 3 first-round picks, I'm not going to beat the organization up. I'm not mad at them in the least. But this idea that, you people are dumb, we don't need more, you have Aiden, why isn't that enough? Well, here's what you're gunning after. Do you believe you have enough pass rush without Aleem McNeil and 2 new coordinators that you're going to go right out of the gates and take on those quarterbacks? And I think you're asking a lot from a player coming off a broken leg to come out of the gates firing. Now, I'm not telling you Aiden won't be the same player. I just think it's asking a lot. Give him a few weeks to ramp up and, get it again. But a lot of people, you couldn't convince him he wasn't playing in the Super Bowl. One problem, he was running like Lieutenant Dan in the video that got released. He was never playing in the Super Bowl. It was asinine. So I try to be pragmatic. And you really look at it, and you look at that schedule, and I'm telling you, man, until or unless, hey, I would love to see a report the Lions offered a first-round pick and the Bengals told them to pound sand. And then we put it to bed. But all that schedule tells me is, A, 10 or 11 wins, but B, no, I'm trying to execute a caper. You can keep that cap space for 2027 because I'm not ready to throw away 2025.
Yeah, you're going to need John Morton to come in and be a wizard at offensive coordinator. You're going to have to score a ton of points early.
Or your defense somehow is a top 5 unit, even though you lost. And this is the funny part. I don't think Aaron Glenn ever got the respect he deserved in this town. He was never given the same supplies that Ben Johnson was given.
Man, he was out there with duct tape and chewing gum.
But he got this team to play physical, play a lot of man coverage, a lot of blitzing. I almost morphed into Kenny right there. But, like, he created the image of what this defense is, and now he's gone. So this idea that, like, and again, if Aleem's healthy, you have that anchor in the middle of the line. He's not playing. We'll get to it.
You got to hope the rookie comes in and impresses.
Oh, okay. He's just going to roll in and be a top 5 D tackle in the league?
I said you got to hope. I say he will.
Gabagool, you're out of your mind.
I'm being positive here.
That's true.
Okay? I'm team Avi. I'm team everything.
Quite a role reversal. All right, time to talk about Victor's Home Solutions. It's simple. Finding the right roofer, not simple. Victor's tries to make it simple. Customer concierge team, they'll follow up promptly, answer your questions, keep you in the loop every step of the way. Installers who install a perfect roof the first time, that's the standard. And it means Victor's offers a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Simply put, Victor's gets it. Save $500 on that new roof or home full of windows. Great financing's available when you call and get a 21-point roof inspection today. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com. Oh, goody. Schedules.
Yeah, let's go through this.
We lost David.
Let's go through
We
this
lost
here.
him.
I have week 1, the entire week 1 for the NFL here. So let's start it here. We know we already have the Thursday night opener, Cowboys at the Eagles.
No.
Friday night, we have Chiefs at the Chargers. That is in Brazil. We know we have that already.
Why do we need a game on Friday night? Okay.
Here is your early window for week 1.
Is these a 1 p.m. or are I going to be
1
up
p.m.
at 7 for the game in Istanbul?
These are 1 p.m.
What?
Buccaneers at Falcons.
Yes.
Panthers at Jags. So that is the debut of Travis Hunter.
Absolutely not.
Dolphins at
And you know
Colts.
what? You just got to get that game out the way, I guess.
You do. That's why these are 1 o'clock.
Dolphins and Colts?
Yeah, that's why
you can have it.
1 o'clock. Yeah, Raiders at Patriots.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God, this is awful. No.
Steelers at Jets.
No.
Okay,
So
this
what
is
that
why you got
is-
those games on Thursday and Friday.
No, they should
to
be
make
in
up
the
for
1
this.
o'clock window. This is an egregious red zone window.
Well, what the NFL is hoping for with the Steelers and Jets is that Aaron Rodgers makes a decision to play for the Steelers and he returns to the Jets for week 1. That's their hope. Then you have Bengals at Browns.
No.
Cardinals at Saints.
No.
And then the Giants at Commanders.
No,
Yes.
I sound like Michael Scott. No.
Yes.
That is an awful 1 o'clock slate.
Start the season? Yeah.
Because the 2 best games are on Thursday and Friday.
Then you have the 4:05 and 4:25 games.
Oh, here we go. America's game of the week.
Niners at Seahawks.
Yes.
Yes.
Titans at Broncos. That is
No.
the debut of Cam Ward on the road against the Broncos.
No.
Lions at Packers.
100,000%.
That is
yes.
going to be on Fox at 4:25.
Joe Buck and his hair plugs.
Yes.
Let's get it popping.
Texans at Rams.
Yes.
Yeah.
Over under 78.5. Yes. See, you
I
can
go
basically go under anesthesia until 4 p.m.
So all the appetizers, 1 o'clock. I wish one of those 4:30 games was at 1.
Thank you.
Because now I got to go, okay.
I
At
would
least-
actually take the Titans Broncos in the 1 o'clock one. That's a better game for me to
What,
see.
to see Cam Ward die?
I just want to see the debut. That would be better than
Debut on the road
Bengals at Browns.
against the top 10 defense. Okay.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Why don't you attend an execution while you're at it?
Sunday night football for week 1. Ravens at Bills.
Yes. Now, see, at least that.
They're making up for that
Yes,
1
they
o'clock.
are.
Yeah.
Hey, I'd say go rake the leaves, but it'll be too early in the year. Just 1 o'clock, you don't need to partake.
You can enjoy the cider meal. Vikings at Bears will be the Monday night week 1 matchup.
Okay, this is a golf clap to the league. 4 p.m., the night game, the Monday night game. Fabulous.
So Thursday, Friday, 4 p.m.
Yeah.
So just at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, just the best
It's
time to
just
watch
it's a
football,
break.
1 in the afternoon.
You know what that is? That's a break. Knock out your honeydew list. Get that stuff out of the way. You're not missing much.
Truth.
You are right about that one. Michael, I wanted to go through this one.
What?
For you.
Why? Why am I a human pinata when
Nope.
it comes to the NFL?
This is nuts. It's not a human pinata.
What do you want?
Where is a win in the first 6 weeks for the New York Giants?
Bro, there ain't one.
At Commanders.
Loss.
At Cowboys.
Loss.
That's a
Chiefs.
win. No. I think Cowboys is a win.
Look, hold
At
on.
Cowboys.
Stop for a second. Hey, NASA. All right, Space Link, go pull it up. Giants Cowboys results. Tell me what you see.
It's not prime time, is it?
Just go look. Trust your boy. David, continue. 0-2.
Week 3, Chiefs Sunday Night Football
0-3.
at home.
Biggest upset of the year. Tommy Cutlass comes in.
Another home game in week 4 against the Chargers.
0-4.
At the Saints, week 5.
wait.
That's a win. If you don't win that game, fire everybody.
The Chargers, where's the Chargers game?
Doesn't matter.
That's
I was
at
about to
home.
say they don't have a home game.
Could be on the moon. It doesn't
That's
matter.
true.
Can't beat the Chargers?
That's
We're
true.
terrible. Go ahead.
And then a scheduled loss in week 6 because it is a short week for you to face the Eagles on Thursday Night Football.
Dead. And the Arch Manning watch begins. I haven't even gotten to see Jackson
Possibly
Dart
1-5,
play.
yes.
Yeah, great start to the year. That'll fit right in with the last 5 or 6 years. Go ahead.
Have you seen those Cowboys results yet, Rico?
How's it going for you?
I'm just going to trust you. I'm not even going to look it up. I'm trying to find some other things over
Oh, excuse us.
I'm just going to
Booming.
trust you, he says.
Maybe the Wi-Fi booming.
booming.
Go ahead.
Let me give you week 2. I have one matchup for sure in week 2, 425 on Fox. It is the Super Bowl rematch.
Yes.
Eagles and Chiefs.
Yes.
In Kansas City.
Game of the week.
Yeah.
Troy Aikman will look like he's 7 martinis deep. He'll have his shirt undone, tie all loose. He'll look like some detective who's just counting down the minutes till the end of his shift. Yes.
So I do have your full Christmas schedule.
I hate all of it, and I won't participate.
Yeah, I have your full Christmas schedule. Christmas Day at 1 p.m., you will have the Cowboys and the Commanders.
I live in Rico. Rico doesn't care about Jesus' birthday, so go ahead.
Well, technically it's in the summer, but Cowboys,
technically you're right.
Cowboys and Commanders, yeah, I'm watching that.
And then the 4:30 game.
Yeah, the hate your family game.
The Detroit Lions at the Vikings.
Are you kidding me?
4:30.
The Lions are on Christmas Day.
4:30, yes.
Oh, come on. I sound like that drop of Dan Dickerson we have. Come on. The Lions are on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to go, no.
I sound like Paul Woods. I hate this.
Yes, I mean, it's going to be played during Christmas dinner, but
It's wrong. Wrong on all levels.
Hey, you wanted to be a big boy.
We'll discuss this because I hate the fact you just said that. Keep going.
I have one more week 2 matchup here. It is the Steelers. They are going to host the Seahawks in
Wait,
week
what's the
2.
8 o'clock game for Christmas?
I don't see that yet.
Okay.
Yeah, no. The NFL has to drag this out even more.
Yeah, I don't see that yet. But, the Steelers are going to host the Seahawks on week 2.
David, I got to tell you something. If you don't get Aaron Rodgers, the NFL will
correct.
be punishing America.
Correct.
With Steelers primetime games in the same way they punished America with Daniel Jones.
This one, I'm not sure if this is primetime yet. We don't know yet, but it's probably I would hope it's 1 o'clock for that reason because I just
Mason Rudolph in primetime, huh? Gird your loins. Real exciting stuff.
That's going to be amazing to watch.
What is your viewpoint as a pastor, Christmas Day games? Let's talk about it.
I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
He was very angry.
Well, Mr. Non-Denominational over here loves it.
He was
Bring
very
it
angry.
on. That's Rico. Bring it on.
Hey.
Christmas Day.
We should talk about this.
Okay.
Okay. Just
That
sit
is
tight.
your
Thank you,
schedule
David.
blitz.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers will look for a sweep of the Red Sox tonight at Comerica Park. Detroit currently tied with the Mets for the most wins in baseball. Derek Skubal has dominated in his last 5 starts, allowing just 1 walk while striking out 50. He will face Chase Robbins tonight. Hear the matchup at 6:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Javier Baez is back in center field again. Scott Harris says the idea of playing him there goes back years. Audio Audio of the New York Post. Akil Baddoo was called up as Jace Young was sent down to AAA Toledo. Baddoo is in the lineup as well, batting 9th and playing right field. Parker Meadows was going through some tests on the field today. He says he feels close to a rehab. Matt Vierling, on the other hand, could be ready as soon as the Cardinals series beginning on Monday. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell announced the league's Christmas Day games on Netflix in a Santa suit today. The Lions will have their Week 17 game against the Vikings featured as the second leg of a doubleheader that day. Kickoff slated for 4:30. BetOnline has shared Week 1 spreads. The Packers and Lions game is a pick'em. Meanwhile, they've labeled the Steelers and Jets game as TBA due to the Aaron Rodgers /QB situation. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.